Preface of Autobiography of an Actress, or 8 Years on the Stage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. Preface. My autobiography needs no preface. Its apology is a promise, made to one who had the best right to demand such a pledge, that before I retired from the profession I had adopted, I would publish a record of my life's experiences, a promise now rendered sacred by that instinct which makes the honored memory of the dead a trust with all the living. If one struggling sister in the great human family, while listening to the history of my life, gain courage to meet the brave, severest trials, if she learn to look upon them as blessings in disguise, if she be strengthened in the performance of daily duties, however hardly paid, if she be inspired with faith in the power imparted to a strong will, whose end is good, then I am amply rewarded for my labor. Anna Cora MOWATT, Ravenswood, New York, December 7th, 1853. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Autobiography of an Actress, or 8 Years on the Stage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. Chapter 1. My father, Samuel G. Ogden of New York, was the son of an Episcopal clergyman. For a number of years my father's name was prominent in the community as that of a successful merchant. He was the capitalist in the celebrated Miranda expedition, which was designated to liberate South America. This expedition owed its failure to the treachery and ambition of Aaron Burr, who, finding his own views interfered with, betrayed his friend Colonel Smith, and informed the Spanish minister at Philadelphia of the purposes of that expedition. The minister sent to the Spanish Main a Baltimore clipper, which gave warning to the authorities. The Spanish brigs of war were dispatched to intercept the expedition. An action took place between these brigs and the ship Leander, belonging to my father, and 2 schooners. The schooners were captured, a portion of the men hung, and the rest imprisoned. General Miranda, who was on board of the Leander, beat off the 2 brigs of war, went to Trinidad, got reinforcements, and with 400 men took possession of the town of Coro on the Spanish coast. He remained there for 10 or 12 days, and only retreated because he found the inhabitants were not prepared to join him. Colonel Smith, the son-in-law of President Adams, and my father were prosecuted for having fitted out an expedition against a power of amity with the United States. The trial was a highly interesting one. Thomas Adis Emmett, Cadwallader D. Colson, Josiah Ogden Hoffman, and Richard Harrison were their counsel. The defendants were honorably acquitted. Although this expedition failed, it was the first blow struck for liberty, and led to the subsequent independence of South America. Bolivar himself made this declaration, and expressed a readiness to compensate my father for his heavy losses. My mother, Eliza Ogden, was a daughter of Francis Lewis, and the granddaughter of that Francis Lewis whose signature is affixed to the Declaration of Independence. My earliest recollections are of a beautiful old country seat called La Castagne, and situated 2 miles from Bordeaux in France. My parents were residing in Bordeaux at the time of my birth, but removed to La Castagne when I was only a few months old. My father's commercial transactions caused him to pass some 11 years abroad. During this period 4 daughters were born, of whom I was the second. I have dim but most delightful remembrances of La Castagne, which come to me like half-forgotten dreams. I remember a magnificent terrace where we children used to frolic, a beautiful walk called Allée d'Amour, lined with tall trees, whose branches met and formed a bower over the head, a large pond surrounded with statues and filled with fishes, which it was our daily delight to feed, a gaily painted pleasure boat, always floating on the pond, a grotto called Calypso's Grotto, a miniature waterfall, our great wonder and admiration, the whole place a very Eden of fruits and flowers. The following description of La Castagne is furnished to me by my brother Charles to aid in my imperfect recollections of the beautiful spot that we first called home. Though so many years have passed since we dwelt there, I find no difficulty in picturing to mind every scene of La Castagne, that delightful residence of our earlier years, where life was one joyous holiday. I only fear I may fail in the description you request of me. La Castagne is situated in the parish of Beglès, about 2 miles from the gates of Bordeaux. Its name was derived from a row of large horse-chestnut trees, which are thus called in patois, and which spread along the little stream that formed the boundary of one of the sides of this elegant country seat. The whole property extended over about 30 acres, situated on a sloping ground, at the foot of which ran a beautiful rivulet that separated it from the adjoining residence. All the rest was enclosed by a high stone wall of 8 feet. The dwelling, or chateau, which contained 22 rooms, was built of stone and brick, was on the highest part of the ground, and overlooked a pleasant landscape. In front was a beautiful jardin anglais, of which considerable extent, and comprising every variety of rare floral productions. The magnificent tulips especially are fresh in my mind. In the center of this was a bower of lovely form, which was the frequent evening resort of our assembled family, and running the whole length of the chateau and flower garden were several rows of shady plantains or plane trees, whose smooth bark had often been disfigured by the carved ditties of loving swains. The whole formed a level terrace of about 4 acres, and a stone abutment encircled one side of it, which was elevated 20 feet from the gardens below. In the rear of the main dwelling was an extensive lawn, around which were situated the outhouses, also of stone, and comprising first the dwellings of our peasants, then the wine buildings, stables, and granaries, which formed 2 sides, and on the 3rd side were extensive accommodations for poultry, whose dwelling, surmounted by a fanciful pigeon house, was in a yard furnished with cherry trees for their especial benefit. There were also an aviary and apartments for rabbits, guinea pigs, and other small quadrupeds. Extending from the rear of these buildings were 11 acres of vineyard, from which were made annually about 30 casks of wine. Then by the side of the aviary, but below the terrace, was an extensive orchard, which was furnished in abundance every variety of delicious fruits of that sunny clime. Immediately adjoining was a large vegetable garden, and the whole remainder of the lands consisted of parks, fields, and meadows, enclosed by beautiful alleys cultivated with great care. One of these, Allée Antoinette, was particularly curious, The trees, regular on each side and uniting in an arch, were trimmed so artistically that scarcely a leaf ventured to grow beyond its limited barrier. Here no ray of sun could penetrate on the warmest day. And then there was the Allée d'Amour, another romantic walk, besides a number of others partaking of the same peculiarity, and affording shade in almost every direction. At the foot of the slope were a cluster of trees, a bosquet of wilder character than the rest, and this was called Calypso's Grotto. In the center, covered with green moss, were seats, one more elevated than the others. In the quiet of this secluded spot, no sound to break its sylvan solitude but the warbling of wild birds, who in happy security had chosen this favorite home, and the constant murmur of a cascade in the rivulet I have already mentioned, which flowed beneath the grotto, one could almost fancy that Calypso with her nymphs had indeed dwelt there, and there sat listening to grave Mentor, whilst her eyes were beaming with love for the youthful Telemachus. But I must not forget one of the chief beauties of La Castagna, its whole length being traversed by a watercourse, originating in a clear and beautiful spring, covered over with an arched dome of masonry, a lovely place that Narcissus might have made his constant resort, surrounded as it was with beautiful lilies, which, reflected in a limpid fountain, seemed to remind one that the melancholy youth had in truth been there, and there pined away. The water thence flowed through a stone canal to a circular pond of considerable depth. This place, called the lavoir, was deposited to useful purposes, and was the particular resort of ducks and washerwomen. Thence a canal led across the gardens to the opposite extremity of the grounds, where it emptied into another and more extensive pond, forming a sheet of water about 400 yards in length and 1/3 the breadth. But this was devoted exclusively to pleasure. Its banks were supported by stonework and ornamented with statuary of much taste. A sailing boat was ever ready for water excursions, and several weeping willows afforded a pleasant shade for the angler. It abounded in several species of fish, particularly the carp. Running through a diminutive forest, the water thence emptied into the rivulet spoken of before. During our residence at La Castagna, there was but one winter cold enough to form ice in the pond. This, once it lasted several days, and afforded good skating, a recreation quite novel to the citizens of Bordeaux. La Castagna became then the resort of most of the English and American residents of the city, and the pond presented a scene of liveliness and fashion seldom equaled. There were good skaters even among the ladies, and our southern neighbors of Begel's were particularly charmed with this rare sport. I will not undertake to describe the many joyous scenes of our country life, such as the harvesting, the May Day and birthday festivals, or our Christmas frolics, but one of these annual customs deserves a passing notice, and that is the vendanges, or wine-making. It was usual in the month of September, according to the maturity of the grapes, to fix a day when our neighbors were all informed that our vendanges would commence. When this day arrived, the peasants of all the neighboring country seats flocked to La Castagnes, and all were diligently employed in the business of wine-making. The women and a portion of the men sallied forth merrily into the vineyards with their baskets, and carefully gathered the grapes. As each basket was filled, it was brought in on their heads, balanced as only these peasants can balance their burden. And there was an actual immolation as to which could most frequently return with his or her basket filled. Another portion of the men would be occupied in pressing or rather trampling the grapes. Barefooted and their trousers rolled up, they danced about in a large reservoir, which was the receptacle of the contents of each basket as it successively arrived, and the gleeful song kept time with the wine-stained legs, as the juice of the grape flowed beneath the tuneful tramp. Often I have joined this merry party, and, barefooted, helped to express the wine. The advantage of using feet is that they yield to the stem and seeds, and the grape only is crushed, without their bitterness mixing with the pure juice. From this reservoir the wine is constantly carried into large cuves, where it undergoes fermentation and is in time further prepared for the table. This gay scene with us usually occupied 3 days, and all who came to assist were entertained with a plentiful collation, serving on long tables on the green lawn, where the day was closed with the happy peasants' dance, the fiddler being a regular attendant at each vendange. As the neighboring estates each had in turn their festival, our peasants went to assist them, and were treated with the same joyful cheer till the round was completed. Next to La Castagna, some of our pleasantest reminiscences are of Saint Foy, a small fortified town encircled by a high wall, with its ancient cathedral and its antiquated college, and situated on the romantic banks of the limpid Dordogne. We had numerous pets at La Castagna, and those I can well remember. The ones most prized by me chanced not to be of a very poetical class, no other than a certain young family of guinea pigs, whose number had an indefinite increase. Fortunately, there were deaths now and then amongst them, and I have a very distinct recollection of the funeral obsequies paid to these very beloved favorites. We were then 5 brothers and 7 sisters. We used to form ourselves into a procession of mourners. 2 of the boys carried on their shoulders a rude box for a coffin containing the dead body of the favorite, covered with a white pall over which were strewn fresh flowers. The procession was headed by our 3rd brother, Charles, who carried a huge bell, which he tolled with considerable violence as the procession moved on. At the grave the box was placed in the earth, and the bell toller, who was quite celebrated amongst us for his powers of oratory, delivered a flowery and moving address, to which we listened with profound attention, making all due efforts to shed tears at the proper places. The earth was then shoveled in, and we all ran off to play, or perhaps to look forward with some excitement to the decease of the next favorite. We had one custom amongst us, I presume of French origin, which has also left a deep impression. On the anniversary of the birthday of our parents, we all assembled early in the morning to await their entrance into the breakfast room. Every child had a little cadeau to offer. The elder ones generally presented scrolls containing verses, sometimes copied, sometimes original, and the younger ones bouquets of violets. The verses were inscribed on large sheets of papers, surrounded by drawings of wreaths of flowers and other devices, and were styled les compliments. When our parents appeared, we went up to them in turn, according to our ages, proudly offering our compliment, and receiving kisses and words of encouragement in return, praises which made the day a jubilee. I remember, when I could not have been more than 5 years old, growing very weary in an effort to copy verses in a large round hand to be presented on one of these birthday anniversaries. After a deal of blotting and scratching and beginning anew, They were finished at last. I can see them now as they lay before me, written on a huge sheet, nicely rolled up and tied with gay ribbons, ready to be offered. Baby almost as I was, I experienced a sensation of pride and delight which has not often been surpassed after many years. The performance of private plays seems to have been the favorite amusement of my elder brothers and sisters. I can only remember one of these occasions, the one on which I made my own debut. The play represented was Othello, translated into French. My eldest sister enacted Desdemona, my eldest brother Othello, the second sister Emilia, the second brother Cassio, doubling the part with that of the uncle, the third brother Iago, doubling the part with that of the judge. The other brothers and sisters filled the remaining characters. In the French version, however, the dramatis personae are not the same as in the Othello of Shakespeare. The variation from the original text are, in some instances, of the most comical nature. A difficulty occurred about the judges in the trial scene. Our dramatic corps proved insufficient to furnish judges. To supply this vacancy, the 4 younger children were summoned, dressed in red gowns and white wigs, made to sit on high benches, and instructed to pay great attention and not to laugh. Of these children I was the youngest, and at 5 years old, in the sedate and solemn character of a judge upon a mimic stage, I made my first appearance in the profession of which it was the permission of the divine providence that I should one day in reality become a member. The festivities of that night were in honor of my father's birthday. The evening commenced with the christening of the youngest child. The play succeeded, and a ball closed the night, or rather ushered in the morning. On the same night, a similar version of Othello was enacted at the Theatre Royal of La Font, the great successor of the great Talma. One of our friends attended both representations. The Iago of our troupe confidently asked this gentleman whether the performance at the Theatre Royal at all approached our home delineations. The exact answer returned is not on record, but the ambitious young questioner presumed that there could but be one reply. I cannot recollect the performances of my elder brothers and sisters, but I have heard that they displayed remarkable dramatic talent. This talent does not appear to have been inherited. My father merely appreciated theatrical performances without having a passion for them. My beloved mother was brought up in a school too rigid to inspire any particular love for the stage. She enjoyed a good play in common with other persons of cultivation and taste, but never joined in any private performance, nor appeared very frequently in public. I have often tried to discover the source whence sprang the power of representation which seems to run through one branch of the family, but without success, nor can my father throw any light upon the subject. Before leaving France, the family removed to Bordeaux, but I can scarcely call to mind that city. I only remember the public gardens where we used to play, the deep grass-covered hollow in their center, called Le Bassin, around which we daily danced in a ring with a host of little French children, and I recollect some of our merry French games, but nothing else. I was in my 7th year when we embarked from Bordeaux for New York in the ship Brant. Even at this day, I cannot think of that dreadful voyage without a shudder. The terrible crash with which we were early one morning waked from sleep still sounds in my ears. The ship was pitching so violently that we children could scarcely hold ourselves in our berths. One little sister was thrown out and bruised against the great dinner table. The water was pouring down the companionway and threatened to flood the whole cabin. My brother Charles, at my earnest request, furnishes me with his recollections of the voyage and shipwreck, which I insert. We left St. Foy to join the remainder of our family on our return to America. We sailed from Bordeaux in the ship Brant, Captain Steinauer, and on the 17th September we left the river and passed the Tour de Cordovan at the mouth of the Gironde, a place we had before visited in some of our summer excursions to the seashore. The Tour de Cordovan is built on a rock far out in the sea, and for 6 months of the year is often unapproachable on account of the boisterous waves that wash its base. The family living there, and who have charge of the revolving light, have then no communication with the external world for a length of time. In summer the rock is dry and is often visited. The building, which is of square stone, was erected during the reign of Henri IV, and is 400 feet above the level of the sea. The lower part contains apartments for every sort of artisanship, and a spiral stairway of 365 steps, relieved at intervals by large Gothic chambers, conducts to the top, where one can examine the curious mechanism of a revolving light of intense brilliancy, that sends its warning for many and many a league to the adventurous mariner in that fearful Bay of Biscay. On one side the view extends far over the fertile valley of the Gironde, whilst on the other it reaches only the infinite blue of this turbulent bay. We had the usual quantity of storms and boisterous weather in making our way out of the Bay of Biscay. The Brant was a good ship, though perhaps too deeply laden. There was a large saloon on the after deck, where all our meals were served, and which was our social hall. Our family on board consisted of our parents, 7 sisters, one of whom was married, and 3 brothers. There were, besides those, other passengers. On the afternoon of 30th September, being then nearly off the Western Islands, we experienced a tremendous gale from the northwest. That evening we were all assembled in the salon for the last time. All night the storm continued with increasing violence. On the 1st of October, our 2 younger brothers, one 10, the other 12 years of age, who slept in the stateroom with me, having, like all others on board, spent a restless night, rose at the dawn of day and went on deck. The officer on duty bade them not to remain there, and they went into the salon, where it was thought there was at least safety. At about 6:30 there was a terrible, deafening crash, the sound of which, breaking upon drowsy ears, still reverberates in my mind. The vessel had been struck on the larboard bow by a tremendous wave, which, crossing her from stem to stern, rent up everything, and completely swept our decks, whilst it threw the ship with her beam ends in the sea. The caboose, longboat, and water cask, cables, and everything amidships, her bulwarks, and every particle of the salon were violently shattered and washed away, and the deck around the companionway and the forecastle hatch completely torn up, making the whole ship a wreck indeed. The mast alone were uninjured. Fortunately, she soon righted. My thought was, of course, for my brothers, knowing that they had gone on deck, and as soon as possible I rushed up, half-clad, up the companionway. Here a scene of desolation presented itself I should in vain attempt to describe. The naked decks, with nothing but the mast standing, the rig flying in, every direction, the bulwarks destroyed, and presenting no barrier to the sea, which, with every roll of the vessel, washed over the deck and down into the cabin, Then the waves mounting high and with foaming fury that seemed every moment to threaten destruction, whilst the gusty blasts, howling through the rigging, were a fit dirge for the impending fate. I could not reach the deck. Struck with awe and wonder, I looked around for some living being to tell me of my brothers. Too soon, alas! The sad tale was revealed. A sturdy seaman, our second mate, whose honest heart had made him a friend with us, was seen cramped to the rigging, about midships, and drawing something out of the sea. Presently our youngest brother appeared, and, as the mate reached me, and placed his almost inanimate form in my arms, he pointed astern and said, "The other is lost." I looked, and on a crested billow, fast receding, and already far from us, I caught a momentary glimpse, the last of poor Gabriel. I subsequently learned from the mate that, when the vessel first righted, he saw Gabriel in the sea, having hold of a fragment of the jolly boat. He seized a rope and threw it to him. The boy let go his boat and swam to the rope, but it sank before he could catch it. He then turned to his boat again, and was beyond the reach of assistance before any could be rendered. The mate then saw the youngest brother also overboard and clinging to the main sheet, which was hanging over the side, every roll of the ship taking him under water. His effort to save him was successful, though to loosen his hold he had much difficulty. Besides these, 5 men were washed overboard, but were all providentially saved by the efforts of the counter wave, and but 2 seriously injured. One had broken his leg. A sad duty had now devolved upon me, as I appeared below with the half-drowned boy in my arms, and met the affrighted members of the family, who by this time had collected in the main cabin. To their anxious inquiries, and to those of a distressed mother, it was my painful task to repeat the awful words of the brave sailor, "The other is lost." I cannot depict the anguish of that moment. Though our cabin was deluged with water, and threatening danger seemed each instant to hurry us all into eternity, one loud lamentation for him, who perhaps had only for a brief period gone before, escaped every bosom, and sorrow absorbed the sense of peril. But all thoughts now turned to the fond mother, whose agonized heart more keenly than any other felt this poignant loss. Her big swollen grief surpassed the power of utterance. She stood aghast, nor had she speech nor tears to give relief. Excessive woe suppressed the rising grief. Throughout the day the storm continued with unabated fury. Our disabled vessel lay to, the sport of every wave. For a while we scudded. As night set in, she was again struck by an immense sea, which, taking her in the stern, stove in our dead lights, and deluged the cabin again, whilst on deck it severely injured several persons, almost killing the helmsman, besides breaking the wheel. The ship was again hove to, and through that long night, and part of the next day, each hour appearing more fearful than the last, wind and wave seemed to contend with undiminished violence as to which should strike the fatal blow that would end our struggles and completely demolish our already unsafe vessel. At length, after 48 hours' continuance, the storm abated. Once more a bright sun appeared, and hope smiled upon us through its cheering rays. Some time was spent in such repairs as could be made, and it was decided, the wind being westerly, that we should put back for the nearest port in Europe. All our livestock and fresh provisions being washed away with the entire supply of cooking utensils, it was fortunate that, among the private stores in the cabin, we had a quantity of French conserves, pâté de Périgord, de foie gras, and so forth. But these luxuries became exceedingly distasteful when they constituted our chief food for several days. On the 5th day we encountered a craft that supplied us with some bread and a barrel of potatoes, as well as an iron kettle. Never shall I forget the delightful relish that those potatoes proved to have after we had remained so long without the means of cooking anything. The wind being favorable as we entered the British Channel, we continued our course and reached Havre on the 9th October. The Brant was reported at Havre, and the anxious surprise of our elder brother, who was residing there, soon brought him on board. The meeting with an afflicted mother opened afresh her lacerated heart. No word was spoken. Our dismantled ship and the one missing form too plainly told the sad tale. The Brant was necessarily abandoned, and on the 15th October we sailed for New York in the packet ship Queen Mab. We had a long passage of 40 days, with much boisterous weather, but nothing worthy of particular note occurred, save the loss of one of our crew. It was ere the dawn of day, a western gale had partially subsided, and the wind came only in gusts. 2 men were ordered to let out a reef in the spanker. One of them, a sailor whose fine appearance and handsome, happy countenance had often attracted the attention of the passengers, was on the extreme end of the boom, when it suddenly jerked by a fitful blast so violently as to throw both men off, the one at the end falling into the sea. Immediately the cry ran through the ship, "All hands ahoy! A man overboard!" and, ringing through the cabin, sent a thrill in every heart that made each slumberer leap to his feet. The captain was quickly on deck, and many half-clad passengers, rushing from their berths, followed him. The ship was hove to as rapidly as possible, and the mate, with 2 seamen, jumped into the stern boat. There was no hesitation. The word was given, "Let go," and the frail bark struck the sea. It was a noble sight to see these 3 men periling their own lives in a rough sea to save a fellow creature. They plied their oars in the wake of the ship and were soon out of sight. Silently and anxiously we watched for them upwards of an hour. At last, when the morn began to wave her purple wings, we descried the boat returning. As soon as they were within sound, they were hailed by the captain with an "All well?" Breathlessly we listened for a reply. A mournful "No" was echoed back. And as the brave fellows ascended the deck, an emotion of sympathy was felt for their noble daring, and a silent tear moistened the eye for the fate of their former companion. New York was in future to be our permanent abode. For a time everything seemed strange to the younger children. We could understand but very little English, and American children, with whom we could not converse, seemed dull companions in comparison with our merry little playmates of Les Jardins Publics. My thoughts were always wandering back to the pleasant places we had left, and I longed to exchange the red brick walls for the green trees and beautiful gardens. "Shall we never return? Must we live here always?" were questions often asked with childish eagerness, but never satisfactorily answered. Then came school days with their busy round of joys and cares, joys less perfect than those of after years, and cares that press heavily on the child's unstrengthened heart, as life cares on that of matured but courageous womanhood. So at least I thought and still think. Soon after our arrival in New York, we were placed at Miss O'Kill's boarding school, and there I appeared for the second time on a mimic stage. It was in a little French play, I do not even recollect its name, performed after a public examination of the scholars, for the amusement of the parents and guardians. My sister Matilda and I were entrusted with important parts, and won many praises. For a long period I did not entirely recover from the consequences of the sea voyage and its terrible excitements, and my school days were frequently interrupted by fits of illness. I was, however, permitted to read as much as I chose, and availed myself amply of the privilege. I read anything and everything I could find. Of poetry I was never tired, and at 10 years old I had read the whole of Shakespeare's plays many times over. My reading was not guided. I was allowed to take any book I chose, French or English, from my father's library. When I look back on some of the works which I perused with avidity at that early age, I can hardly believe it possible that a child could have waded through them, or culled out meaning enough to render the subjects interesting. I amused myself by writing also, and fancied that I wrote poetry because I made the ends of the lines rhyme. Every marriage or birth or death or exciting circumstance that occurred in the family invariably furnished me with a subject. All my deeper feelings spontaneously expressed themselves in verse. I used to sit for hours stringing doggerel together, and longing to show it to somebody who would be sure to say that the verses were very beautiful. I seldom had the courage to exhibit these infantile productions, but laid little plots to secure their being seen. Sometimes I would leave a copy of the verses on the floor in some of my brother's rooms, or on the nursery mantelpiece, or write them on the walls in the garden, which at one period were covered over with rhymes. I seldom got praise for any of these effusions, and I doubt whether they deserved any praise, though I, at the time, imagined them very fine. One day I let fall a little poem, as I designated it, in the room of one of my brothers, and soon after perceived him coming out of his apartment with the paper in his hand. He went downstairs, and, unperceived, I stole softly after him. When he entered the drawing-room where my father was sitting, I dropped down the last step, where my heart was beating so painfully that I could scarcely breathe. I could hear him say, "Just read this, Papa. It is some of Anna's nonsense." I sat still, too much agitated to move, but not able to overhear what passed, until the words came to me in my father's voice, "I wish you would call her." I sprang up to betake myself to flight, but my brother had opened the door before I could disappear. I was summoned. I entered the room like a culprit who had been guilty of some heavier crime than that of murdering English and perpetrating bad poetry. "Did you write these lines yourself?" inquired my father in his usual kind tone. "Yes," I answered. "Are you sure that nobody helped you? Are you sure that you did not get them out of some book?" I replied indignantly that they were my own. I was beginning to be elated by the idea that probably I had produced something wonderful after all. "They are not very good grammar," said my father, "but they are quite pretty for all that. Who knows what my little chicken may turn out one of these days," he added, caressing me. These were the very first words of praise that had ever been bestowed upon what I wrote. I felt inclined to cry for joy, but my brother took the lines and began pointing out the flagrant mistakes in meter, in grammar, in sense, and I snatched the paper out of his hands and ran away. My childish heart was full of conflicting emotions, delight at my father's approval, vexation with my brother, shame at my own ignorance in writing so incorrectly. For a long period after, I kept everything I wrote carefully locked up, and made a bonfire when my store accumulated beyond my bounds. At school I was too wild, too ungovernably gay, to gain the highest honors. I learned with great rapidity anything I fancied, but the good marks I got for my studies were too often counterbalanced by the bad marks I received for talking, making the other girls laugh, or disobeying rules. I and one of my younger sisters were constantly convicted of being ringleaders in all mischief, which had merriment for its end. I was generally at the head or very near the head of classes for reading, recitation of poetry, mythology, history, physiology, mental philosophy, etc., but invariably at the foot of grammar, arithmetic, algebra. The multiplication table I never succeeded in learning. Sums in the rule of three and French verbs were my childhood's misery. I considered them invented for my own particular torment. I got into the more deep disgrace on these points because I was tolerably bright in other respects. During a portion of our school day probation, 2 sisters and I were placed at a boarding school in New Rochelle. There I was really unhappy. I had but one source of consolation and delight, the little garden which I was permitted to plant and call my own. We each were given a bit of ground about 4 foot square, and allowed to work there a short time every day. These were the only happy hours I can remember amongst the many lonely and miserable ones that made up that year. Nor were these miseries imaginary. We were harshly treated, punished for the slightest infringement of the most severe rules, inadequately fed, and deprived of all pleasures but a formal walk every afternoon, a short intermission twice a day, at which we were forbidden to make any noise, and the much prized and delightful garden digging. When I was 12 years old, we were summoned home. Our father's house seemed paradise indeed from the contrast. We once more became day scholars in good schools and merry as uncaged linnets. Our favorite amusement continued to be the enacting of plays and reciting poetical dialogues. I soon became the stage manager and director of all these dramatic performances, and was called upon to write fresh scenes, add in new characters, or alter the denouements according to the fancies of our whimsical little corps. Sometimes we invented the plots of these plays, or selected them from incidents in history, chose characters, dressed for them, and improvised the dialogues and the scenes during the performance. We did not care particularly for audiences. They generally consisted of our schoolmates or any accidental visitors, and very often we had no audience at all. These plays merely took the place of other childish games, and afforded an intellectual excitement as well as an amusement. I was 14 years old when I conceived the project of preparing some grand celebration in honor of our father's birthday. We should enact a standard play, a real play. It should be studied and produced with great care. The friends of our elder sisters and our parents should be invited as well as our own. For once we would act before grown-up people, and on a great occasion. The play selected, because it required no scenery, and only such characters as we could readily fill, with the assistance of some school friends, was Voltaire's Alzire, translated into English. All our male characters were represented by young girls, for our brothers had passed the days when they could have been persuaded to wear the sock and buskin amongst juveniles. Our parents would not have allowed us to supply their places with anyone but those of our own sex. A great difficulty arose in procuring costumes for the Spanish and Moorish heroes, a difficulty which came near ruining our project. Mr. Simpson, the excellent and gentlemanly manager of the Park Theatre, with his delightful family, lived opposite. We had no acquaintance with them beyond bowing to the children when we met in the street. It was proposed, however, that 3 or 4 of the most confident of our number should pay a visit to Mrs. Simpson and beg her to use her influence with her husband to lend us certain costumes from the wardrobe of the theatre. Mrs. Simpson received us very kindly. I was made spokesman on the occasion, and, but for her sweet face and gentle manners, should have found some difficulty in making known the wishes of our youthful committee. Evidently much amused at our enthusiasm, she promised that we should have the dresses. In return, we invited her children to be present at the performance. We had a great many rehearsals, some before our parents and elder sisters, who, after witnessing one of these, consented to invite their friends. When the play concluded, the evening was to end with a ball. The performance was to take place in the back drawing room. To supply the place with scenery, it was hung round with crimson curtains, through which we were to make our entrances and exits. The audience were to sit in rows in the front drawing room. We had a drop curtain and a prompter, who stood ready with his book and bell, or rather her book and bell, for she was a young lady, to mark the division of acts by the falling of the curtain. Of course, there would be no change of scene. The audience was supposed to courteously imagine when we were talking by moonlight in a wood, or by torchlight in a prison, or by daylight in a lady's boudoir. The eventful evening so anxiously expected by our little troupe came, and with it a host of visitors. They were presented with a neatly written program at the door, and seated in a manner to allow the old people and children a close proximity to the stage. A program had been written by a talented friend, Miss Anna L. Putnam, the sister of the publisher, to be spoken by our youngest little sister Julia, then scarcely 4 years old. She was my pupil, and I had cause to be proud of her. I think I was more anxious that she should acquit herself brilliantly than I should perform my own part with éclat. Her talent for the stage, even at that age, was a marvel. She did not speak with parrot-like precision, as though the words had been taught to her, but uttered them as though she comprehended them and knew their full value, and gave them a meaning of their own. The curtain rose, and she came tripping forward, unshadowed by the touch of fear, a round, rosy, lovely child, with a look full of intellect, and a grace which no art could teach. On her fair, curling hair we had placed a wreath of rosebud and leaves, and she wore a little white dress, looped up with pink ribbons. Her recitation of the prologue seemed to me perfection, and those who were better judges and still remember it say that no poem could have been more effectively delivered. Her presence of mind must have been something remarkable, for, the curtain not falling at the right moment, she prettily repeated over the last lines, kissing her hand and curtsying 3 or 4 times as she backed up the stage with the knowledge of a veteran artist. This had not been taught to her. As soon as we could catch her in our arms, she was almost smothered with kisses. But she was a calm, self-possessed little creature, free from all vanity, and did not appear in the least excited. She had played her part well, and only wanted to escape into the drawing-room to sit on her mother's knee and watch the others perform. The play went off with great éclat, as the tears of the audience, bestowed as freely as their applause, amply testified. I enacted the part of Alzire, and succeeded in losing my own identity in that of the heroine. My father came behind the scenes when the play was over, and his words of commendation sank deep in my heart. I wondered if I really deserved them, and if other people would say the same. Our stage dresses were quickly laid aside for the ball costume, and the evening ended in dancing and great hilarity. Strange to say, up to this period I had visited a theater but once, and that only a few weeks before our birthday fete. For some years our parents and their children had all attended the church of Dr. E., now Bishop E. I went to Sunday school with my sisters twice every Sunday, at first as pupil and then as teacher. I had a species of enthusiastic admiration and reverence for Bishop E. I loved to see him enter the Sunday school. I loved to hear him in the pulpit, and was happier all day if he accidentally bestowed upon me a passing word. He disapproved of theaters. He pronounced them the abodes of sin and wickedness. It never occurred to me to inquire what he really knew of theaters, but I entrusted him implicitly in his supposed information. I determined that I never would enter such a dreadful place. My sisters went now and then with our father, but in spite of my decided passion for plays and for acting, the thought of the imaginary monsters of evil, which I was certainly to behold, kept me away. Fanny Kemble was then taking her farewell of the stage. Her name was on everybody's lips. Her praises echoed from all sides. I read critiques of her acting in the papers, and heard her talked of as a most devoted daughter and a truly excellent woman. I could not help longing to see her, but the old objections were strong within me, and I was afraid of being laughed at if I confessed that my interest in the woman made me willing to enter such a place, as I supposed the theater to be, to see the actress. Her last engagement was drawing to a close. My sisters had witnessed several of her performances and constantly mentioned them with delight. One morning my father overtook us as we were walking to school. He accosted my elder sister with, "I am going to take seats to see Fanny Kemble tonight in The Hunchback. Would you like to go?" She, of course, answered in the affirmative. I looked at my father, longing for him to ask me, but I had too often cried down the theater with childish violence, and quoted Dr. E. as an authority. I dared not request that my father would take me. Just as he was leaving us, he said carelessly, "And so you, Anna, are never going?" I could not resist the temptation, and answered in a faltering voice, "I should like to see Fanny Kemble just once." "Oh, you have changed your mind. Very well, I shall take a seat for you tonight," was his reply. That day few were the studies to which I attended. I could think of nothing but the theater, and do nothing but long for evening to come. It did come at last, after a day that seemed like a week, and to the theater we went. When we entered the boxes, my first sensation was that of bewilderment at the crowd, the lights, the music, the sea of expectant faces beneath us in the pit, and mounting in waves around us and above. Yet I did not quite forget that there must be some sin and wickedness which I could not comprehend, and I believe I even asked my father to have the goodness to point out the harm. He might have told me, what I learned in after years, that the harm consisted in the perversion of good to evil, in abuses which have nothing to do with the drama itself, in the poison which evil minds, like spiders, draw from the rose when the bee sucks nothing but honey. The curtain ascended, and I was all eyes and ears. Fanny Kemble appeared in the second scene, and I thought I had never beheld any creature so perfectly bewitching. The tones of her voice were richest music, and her dark flashing eyes seemed to penetrate my very soul. Her "Clifford, why don't you speak to me?" made me start from my seat. Her "Do it" to Master Walter electrified me, as indeed it did the whole audience. The play was a reality from beginning to the end, and I laughed and wept immoderately. After the drama, the two Mrs. Wheatley danced a pas de deux, and though I have since beheld the finest European ballet dancers, none ever made the delightful impressions that those chastely graceful girls left upon my mind. I little thought that in after years I should have the pleasure of becoming acquainted with them, no longer children, but most refined and accomplished ladies, exemplary wives, one of them a mother, and both gracing the high sphere in which they move. Their stage garments have long since been laid aside, but the stage needs no better defense than the blameless lives of these two admirable and lovely women and their mother. All my prejudices against the theater melted into thin air with this first night. But I went very seldom, not more than 3 or 4 times, I think, while I remained at school. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. I must go back to my 13th year to relate one of the most important incidents of my life, the one which was to govern my whole future existence. My eldest sister Charlotte, with her 2 little children, passed the summer at Rockaway for the enjoyment of the sea bathing. Among the guests at Rock Hall was James Mowat, of New York, a young barrister of education and fortune. He was much charmed with my sister, imagining her to be a youthful widow. This mistake she never discovered until his admiration was expressed in open terms. When informed that he was addressing a married woman, his chagrin was so great that she laughingly consoled him by saying, "Oh, I have plenty of young sisters at home, and one of them very much resembles me. Call upon me in New York, and I will make you acquainted with her." In a few weeks she returned to the city. Mr. Mowat made no delay in paying his respects. The school which 4 of us children attended was directly opposite our residence. While we were in the midst of our studies one day, a messenger came to say that the eldest of the schoolgirl's sisters must come home. She was the one that strikingly resembled our sister Charlotte. I asked the servant if anything had happened. She replied, no, that there was only a gentleman in the drawing-room who entreated that my sister might be sent for. I had heard Mr. Mowat much talked of in the family, and felt a childish curiosity to see him. Without permission, I accompanied my sister home, and watched her while her beautiful hair was recurled, and her school dress laid aside for a more becoming attire. She was ushered into the drawing room, and I, of course, dared not enter. After waiting about a half an hour, I remembered that I had received no permission to leave school, and certain visions of black marks rising up before me, I thought it judicious to return. But to go back without having seen this much talked of beau, I could not do that. I would enter the drawing-room on some pretext. After hesitating a while, I opened the door, ran across the room, threw down my satchel of school books upon the center table, as though that must be their proper place, gave one look toward the sofa, and ran out again. "Who is that?" I heard the gentleman exclaim. "Only one of the children from the nursery," answered my eldest sister. "Do call her back," he urged. My sister came to the door and called out, as I was flying up the stairs, tolerably frightened at what I had done, "Anna, Anna, come back and speak to Mr. Mowat." "I don't care for Mr. Mowat," was the saucy reply that reached his ears, and away I went. A servant was sent to summon me, but I refused to comply. I waited until I heard the gentleman take his leave, then hurried downstairs to return to school. Mr. Mowat was standing at the foot of the street door steps, and placed himself in front of me with extended arms. There was no retreat, and he kept me prisoner for some time. I was, indeed, wayward, bold, and wild, a self-willed imp, a grandame's child, and half a plague and half a jest, was still endured, beloved, caressed. And I answered his many questions with saucy, merry frankness, every now and then imploring to be freed. Finding he would not consent, I watched my opportunity, suddenly slipped beneath his arm, and ran across the street to school. I well remember the expression of his face as I looked back, laughing heartily at the astonishment of my discomfited jailer. I have very many times heard Mr. Mowat describe this first interview to his friends, particularly to Mary Howitt of London, and I only regret that I cannot convey his impression in the same language. Soon after he left the house, he encountered an intimate acquaintance. The subject turned upon courtship and matrimony. His friend asked him how long he intended to remain bachelor. "Not long," he replied, "if a little girl whom I saw today would only grow up." He then related what had taken place and added emphatically, "I feel as though I should never marry unless I marry that child." I have often heard him repeat his having used these words and quote in connection with them Moore's beautiful lines: "Oh, there are looks and tones that dart an instant sunshine through the heart, as though the soul that moment caught some object it through life had sought." From that moment he conceived the project of educating me to suit his own views, of gaining my affection, and, the instant I was old enough to be considered marriageable, of taking me to his own home, his child wife. His visits to the family became very frequent. He always inquired for me, but I was generally at school or studying my lessons or having gone to bed, and he was constantly frustrated in his desire to see me, but his perseverance comprehended no discouragement. Our school was now changed. We were placed at Madame Chagari's, to be instructed in higher branches of education. On our way to school, which was about a half a mile distance from our home, we regularly encountered Mr. Mowat. He would walk beside me, carry my books and slate, and question me about my studies. Sometimes he made them clearer to me, and very soon, under the stimulus of his suggestions, my ambition to become an accomplished scholar was aroused. Now and then I would propose to my sisters, for mischief, to take a different road that he might miss us, but after a couple of days he discovered the stratagem, and stationed one of his clerks to watch which street we took. He was always thus instantly apprised if we were going different ways. I thought it very grand to have so devoted a lover, and played the tyrant at 13 and 14 to my heart's content. Yet I owed almost entirely to Mr. Mowat the rapid progress which I made in my studies at these ages. He directed my reading, furnished me with books, examined all my compositions, and, what I thought most delightful of all, supplied me with an endless quantity of flowers, as a species of reward for my industry. He was present at my performance of Alzire, and was naturally the most enthusiastic where all were enthusiastic. The next morning he determined to offer himself, although I was not yet 15. It was Saturday, and there was no school. He called very early and asked particularly for me. While my sisters were making their toilette, I hastened to the parlor in my morning dress. I was eager to listen to the praises of my past night's efforts, but I was not more disappointed than astonished when the gentleman awaiting me commenced a serious conversation, without making the slightest allusion to the play. I only comprehended enough to be alarmed. I did not reply, but, jumping up, called to my sister Charlotte to come downstairs quickly. She did so, inquiring what was the matter. Of course this was an unanswerable question, and the situation of two of the parties concerned must have been particularly ludicrous. When Mr. Mowat left, I told her what had passed. She laughed, and said he was making sport of me because I was such a forward child. But the sport proved earnest, and what I refused to listen to that day was conveyed to me by letter the next. A schoolgirl of 14 pondering over a love letter, an offer of marriage from a man many years her senior. It was in itself an amusing situation, yet I found it a painful one. I carried the important document to one of my sisters, the next to the eldest, and, making her a promise secrecy, placed the letter in her hands. She read it without comment. "Well, and what are you going to do?" she inquired at its conclusion. "Get you to help me write an answer and tell him I am too young to marry anybody, and say something about friendship and all that sort of thing, because I do like him very much." She told me I must write the letter myself, and she would correct it. She could do nothing more. I went to the nursery, for ludicrous as it sounds, I still belonged to the nursery, slept there, and there kept my books and writing materials, and to the nursery I took my love letter. I began an answer and tore it up, and began another, and at last succeeded in writing a page of nonsense, which I thought very good sense. I took it to my sister to read. She pronounced that it would do, and the letter was sent by post. Its effect, however, was very different from what we anticipated. Mr. Mowat merely laughed at what he considered girlish shyness. He increased rather than diminished the number of his visits, and assumed the bearing of an accepted instead of rejected lover. This went on for some time, and he took frequent opportunities of assuring me that he would never be made to comprehend the meaning of the word no. It was a safe way to woo a child, and when I was within a few weeks of 15, the no was forgotten, and a yes had taken its place. My father's consent was asked. He could find no objection to Mr. Mowat, and made my extreme youth the only barrier. He replied that, if we both remained of the same mind until I was 17, he would give his sanction to our union. Meantime, Mr. Mowat might continue his visits and see me as often as any other gentleman. This answer did not satisfy a lover whose principal object was to direct the whole education of the girl he married, but I resisted all entreaties to give any other, especially as I was the most sickly of his children and greatly needed a mother's care. At 15 I left school and took drawing and music lessons at home, only studying whatever Mr. Mowat requested. The next winter I was, with an elder sister, to be introduced into society. This was his particular dread, and he made up his mind that I should become his wife before that winter arrived. For 6 months his arguments to persuade me to leave my father's house were used in vain. Once I very nearly consented, and upon that half consent he built such confident hopes that the next morning all arrangements were made at the house of his sister-in-law for the performance of the nuptial ceremony. The necessary witnesses were assembled, and a carriage stood at the door to be dispatched for the clergyman the moment I arrived. A young friend who was to act as bridesmaid came for me, but in spite of her persuasions and remonstrances, she had to return alone and dismiss the expectant bridal party. September came, and the ball season was shortly to commence. A party was to be given again this year in honor of my father's birthday, October 17th, and we were to enact another play. The mourning bride was selected, but there being no character in which the talents of our gifted little sister Julia could be displayed, I was called upon to write a part. The only way I could devise was to furnish Queen Zara with a child, which child certainly proved a most wise, energetic, and talkative personage. The author would, I fancy, have been somewhat astonished and amused at the novel introduction. For weeks scarcely anything was talked of but costumes and rehearsals and scenic effects, and I found more pleasure than ever in conducting the stage management. I was to enact one of the two heroines, but our merry preparations were doomed to have a sudden interruption. I was pained to find that Mr. Mowat no longer enjoyed his daily visits. He had become gloomy and discontented. He did not like the prospect of my entering into the gay world. He was convinced that, with my lively and excitable temperament, I would soon abandon my studies and be wholly engrossed by social gaieties. I would either be lost to him or so completely spoiled by my too early an intercourse with society that his hopes concerning me could never be realized. Then he was no favorite with my family in general. They did not approve of my premature engagement. He was constantly subjected to slights and annoyances, to which a man of spirit could ill submit. He made me feel that he was unhappy, and daily becoming more so. More earnestly than ever he entreated me to become his wife without further delay. I proposed that we should again attempt to obtain my father's sanction, but that Mr. Mowat pronounced useless. For a long time I resisted his persuasions, but at last, when he had ceased to entreat me, I was so much grieved by the painfulness of his position and the sight of his deepening melancholy that of my own free will I gave him a promise that we should be united within a week. Young as I was, and totally incapable of appreciating the importance of the step I was taking, I did not come to this determination without much suffering. But once having resolved, once having promised, nothing earthly could have shaken my resolution. I did not dread my mother's anger, for I had never seen her lovely face distorted by passion. I had never heard her voice raised to an angry tone. I was sure of her tenderness, sure of her pardon. I had more fear of my father. But I was a favorite child. He had ever been most indulgent. He was seldom vexed with me, and I trusted to his love, and believed that he would easily be reconciled to me in spite of my disobedience. I was not marrying a man to whom he had refused his consent. I was only anticipating the 2 years during which he thought it necessary for me to wait. I readily argued myself into the belief that I should be forgiven. The play for which we were nearly prepared, and the ball, those had to be given up. But I could not relinquish all thoughts of them without great regret at the disappointment which I knew my sisters would experience. What was I to do? And who was to aid me? I could not leave my father's house alone. I could not be married without a bridal wardrobe. These were huge barriers to be surmounted, but I went resolutely to work, determined to overcome them. I first confided my secret to a young nursery maid in the family, to whom I was much attached. I entreated her to accompany me when I left my home, and she consented. Then I went to my sister Matilda, with whom I was most intimate. After making her solemnly promise that she would not betray me, I told her that I intended to be married privately within a week. She was very much startled and overcome. She used arguments, entreaties, prayers to dissuade me. She tried to convince me that I would not be forgiven, that I might reprint through my whole life the step that I was so rashly taking. My only answer was, I have promised, and I cannot break my word. You have promised and cannot betray me. Finding that I was not to be moved, she concluded that the wisest plan was to lend me every assistance in her power. Reluctantly and sadly, against her better judgment, she promised me her services. We were sorely puzzled how to procure a wardrobe, and a wardrobe seemed to us indispensable. The first difficulty was how to obtain the money to purchase one, and the next how to have the materials made up when they were bought. I had a few valuable diamonds and emeralds. I did not care for jewelry. Why should we not try to sell them? And my gold watch. We had heard of 3 golden balls hanging over shops where people went to pledge various articles for money. We would hunt out one of those places and pawn the watch. We preferred that course to selling it, because it was an ornament I prized, and thus could be reclaimed. Early in the morning we started on our errand to raise funds. The diamonds and emeralds were easily disposed of at about 1/10 part of their value. The jeweler who bought them scanned us very narrowly and asked a few questions. Indignant at his implied doubts, I looked him steadily in the face and said, "They are my own, sir, and I can do with them what I like." Whether he believed me or not, he was silenced. He took the jewels and counted out the money. I have forgotten the exact sum, but we thought it a fortune. After this we strolled down the Bowery in search of a pawnbroker's. A sign of the 3 golden balls soon told us that we had found one. Scarcely had we entered the gloomy-looking shop, the shutters of which were half closed, when we both became dreadfully frightened. We should have hastily retreated, but the Jewish-looking man who kept the place rose up from behind a dark counter and accosted us. I held out the watch, too much alarmed to utter a word. "Do you want money on this?" he asked gruffly. "Yes." "How much?" "As much as possible." The man laughed and asked if $30 would do. Anything would have done that we might get away, and we both replied, "Yes, yes." He examined the watch very closely and said, "Come in here, young ladies," pointing to an inner apartment. We hesitated. "Don't go, don't go," whispered my sister, and we neither moved. "Come in that I might give you a receipt, and you may sign your names in my book," continued the man. He had the watch, and we felt that we must comply. Very tremulously, and holding each other's hands, we entered the room. My sister being the elder, he gave her a pen and told her to write down her name and address. She stood a moment perfectly bewildered at the necessity of making known our names, and then handed the pen to me. I tried to assume a great deal of dignity, and seating myself at the table wrote Mrs. James, which in a few days would be a portion of my name. I forget whether or not I invented a local habitation for the anticipated name. The man read the name, looked at the little girl who wrote it, and seemed very much inclined to burst into a fit of laughter. He, however, restrained himself, gave us the money and a receipt for the watch, and we hurried out of his shop with far more rapid steps than we had entered. All the necessities for a wardrobe were next to be purchased. It was raining in torrents. We were very much fatigued, and, feeling quite rich, hired the first carriage that could be found. For several hours we drove about shopping as long as our money lasted, and filling the carriage with our purchases. Amongst other things, I insisted upon buying a large wax doll to comfort little Julia in my absence, and a huge basket full of sugar plums for the other children, which I hoped would have a similar consolatory effect. Rather juvenile bridal purchases. We could not drive home in the carriage without being questioned. We left our parcels at a confectioner's very near our house, dismissed the carriage, gave orders that the bundles should be sent to our number, addressed to the nursery maid, who was to accompany me on my bridal expedition, and walked home. The next question was, how could the newly purchased wardrobe be made up? There was no resource but to make it ourselves, with the assistance of the nursery maid. But at what time could this be accomplished without our being seen? It must be at night. We must work instead of sleeping. My sister slept alone in a small room beneath the nursery, and there we proposed to meet. We arranged to retire early, and as soon as the house was quiet, the nursery maid and I would steal cautiously to my sister's room, and we would sit up until daylight and sew. Another difficulty sprang up. My mother was in the habit of visiting the nursery once or twice every night, and seeing that the children were well covered and rested quietly. If my little bed in the corner should be found empty, search would, of course, be made for me. But we were not baffled yet. We made a figure of rags, dressed it in my night clothes, put a cap on the head, and turned the face to the wall, taking care that the shoulders were nicely covered. My mother would think I was sleeping and not disturb me. The plot succeeded. Night after night, for 5 or 6 nights, we 3 sat up, cutting out, fitting, sewing, making our needles fly with a scarcely credible rapidity. We were too much excited to grow sleepy, and accomplished an amount of work which now seems wonderful. At daybreak we went on tiptoe to our beds, after carefully concealing the lay figure, that my weary limbs might take its place. At length the 6th of October came, the day on which I proposed to be married. My slender wardrobe was completed, all our arrangements made. The day dawned magnificently. Everything looked propitious. It might well be said of that day, as of the new life which it commenced, her dawn was bright with sunbeams, whence was drawn a sure prognostic that the day would not unclouded pass away. There had been some difficulty in procuring a clergyman to perform the ceremony. Mr. Mowat first approached Bishop Onderdonk, but he knew my father well. He had children of his own. It was not a good example to set them. He preferred that some other clergyman should be selected. I desired that Dr. E., whose church I attended, and in whose Sunday school I had been a scholar for some years, and was then a teacher, should be asked. He also refused. A third refusal came from Dr. J. Mr. Mowat, nothing daunted, then applied to the Reverend Mr. V., the French pastor. This gentleman's own had been a runaway marriage, therefore he could not object. He consented. The bridal party were requested to assemble at his house at 10 o'clock. My sister dressed me in a plain white cambric dress. My little straw bonnet chanced to be trimmed with white ribbons, and the veil and white gloves which we had purchased she carried rolled in her handkerchief. They were not to be put on till we were out of sight of the house. I kissed my father before he went out, but felt myself becoming so agitated that it was well he was in haste and did not notice me. Just as I was opening the street door, my mother came into the entry, and I kissed her also. She remarked my white dress, and asked if I were not too lightly clad for such a cold weather. I answered that I felt quite warm, and she allowed me to depart. My poor sister, I think, suffered even more than I did. The blame was all to fall on her. She had done her utmost to dissuade me, and now had to assist in depriving herself of a beloved companion, for, being next to each other in age, we were very closely united in affection. I could not thank her at the time, but her unselfishness touched me deeply. We left the house, and, turning the first corner, she threw the bridal veil over my bonnet, gave me the white gloves, and begged me to try and look composed before I met Mr. Mowat and his friends. Wonderfully composed I was. Of the future I did not even think. My only grief was at leaving my parents, my sisters, my home, leaving the love which had still been true, for the love which was untried and new. What could a girl of 15 know of the sacred duties of a wife? With what eyes could she contemplate the new and important life into which she was entering? She had known nothing but her childhood, had scarcely commenced her girlhood. What could she comprehend of the trials, the cares, the hopes, the responsibilities of womanhood? I thought of none of these things. I had always been light-hearted to a degree that savored of frivolity. I usually made a jest of everything, yet I did not look upon this matter as a frolic. I only remembered that I was keeping a promise. I had perfect faith in the tenderness of him to whom I confided myself. I did not in the least realize the novelty of my own situation. At St. John's Park we met Mr. Mowat and his 2 groomsmen. I took his arm, and we walked to the house of Reverend Mr. V., my sister, and the gentleman following. We were ushered into the drawing-room. Mr. V. entered in his robes. He, of course, did not know which of the sisters was the bride. He took his seat, opened a large register, and asked the names and the ages of the parties about to be married. When I replied in giving my name, he looked at me steadily and with some surprise. "Your age?" he inquired. 15. He put down his pen and repeated the question. For a few seconds he seemed doubtful whether he ought to proceed. I was thought to look younger even than my years, and I was dressed in a childlike manner, which probably made me appear younger still. The law sanctions the marriage of a girl of 15, and he could not make any reasonable objection. The names were registered. Mr. V. rose with the prayer book in his hand. We rose also, and the ceremony was performed in French. At its close he delivered a beautiful address, intended for the bridegroom's edification, rather than for that of the childlike bride, wished us both much happiness, and we took our leave. The groomsmen had just left us. We hardly walked a square when we encountered my father. My sister and I were greatly confused. My father joined us and entered into conversation with Mr. Mowat. All at once he exclaimed, looking at me, "Why, how like a bride you look! One of these days, Mowat, she will grow up to be quite a fine girl." I could not repress a terrified exclamation at the word bride, and trembled from head to foot. Fortunately, my father was just leaving us and did not notice my agitation. We returned home, and I passed the rest of the day in gathering together my little possessions and in writing to my parents. I was to leave New York the next morning and pass a few days in the country. The parting with my youngest sister, my sweet pupil, I felt more deeply than with all the rest. She was but 5 years old, yet even at that age her word could be trusted, and after making her promise not to mention what I was about to confide, I told her that I should soon leave her, that I was married, that we should live together no more. Nothing had shaken my self-possession as did her passionate burst of grief. She clasped her little arms around my neck, sobbing out, don't go, sister," and cried until she fell asleep in my arms. When she awoke, I consoled her by the promise of my speedy return, and probably a description of the large wax doll which she was to possess after my departure was not without its composing effect. But though she clung to my side for the rest of the day, and now and then looked up into my face as though her heart were breaking, she kept my secret faithfully. Mr. Mowat passed the evening with us as usual, but little Julia's grief greatly depressed me. When he left and I retired to the nursery, I could not help sighing to think that I should no longer be looked upon as one of the children. I began to have strange forebodings of the future, and again I repeated to myself, "Oh, if this were only a dream, and I could wake up." The next morning, immediately after breakfast, I was to join Mr. Mowat, and, accompanied by the nursery maid, we were to take the steamboat for Nyack. His sister-in-law was residing there, and to her he proposed taking me. When breakfast was over, I made some laughing excuse to kiss everyone present, controlling, with a strong effort, the agitation which I could not but feel. As I stooped to kiss my father for a second time, I had already been at his bedside and kissed him before he rose, my courage nearly gave way. In another instant I should have told him all. He looked at me anxiously and said, "What ails you, child?" I did not reply. I could not have answered nothing. I hastened from the room, put on my bonnet and shawl, and with my sister hurriedly left the house. Little Julia had followed us to the street door. As I turned to look, she was standing with my mother on the steps, and kissed her hand when she saw me look back. Let us run, I said to my sister, for all my courage was melting away, and I could trust myself no longer. And we did run, rapidly and without speaking, until we reached the spot where Mr. Mowat was waiting for us. There I had to bid adieu to my faithful sister. She must go home and bear all the blame, see all the sorrow occasioned by my act, and know in her own heart that no fault was hers. She had only aided, through sisterly love, a step which she could not prevent. Luckily, our parting was hurried. I had only time to thank her and beg her to deliver my letter to our father and to write me immediately. With a heavy heart she returned home and broke the news to an elder sister. They went together to my mother and, after some gentle preparation, told her that I was married and gone. She was at first half stunned by the information, but, quickly recovering, made earnest inquiries concerning me, remembered my delicate health, and expressed many fears that I was not provided with sufficiently warm clothing to protect me against the cold, which was becoming severe. Anger had no place in her heart nor in her words. She was full of tender solicitude, but neither chided my sister for the course she had taken, nor pronounced severely upon my own. My mother soon after visited the nursery, and found upon my dressing table a sprig of geranium that I had worn in my hair, with a white rose, the day previous. She planted the geranium, it grew, and she tended it carefully for the short remainder of her life. She called it the bride's flower. It was different with my father. He was indignant with the whole party, with me, with my sister, and most of all with Mr. Mowat. My letter failed to pacify him. He at first declared that he would never forgive me, and it was 3 days before a letter was received begging his pardon. Those days seemed like a never indeed to me. I began to believe that I had offended beyond forgiveness. I was almost heartbroken at the idea of losing my father's love, upon which I had drawn too largely. My thoughts through all the thoughtful past went sorrowing, and I could not bear to dwell upon a future of which he did not form the principal feature. But the pardon came, and an invitation to return home. I begged that our visit in the country might be shortened, and we returned in a week. My father, mother, all welcomed us with open arms, and without one chiding word. It was the true way to make me conscious of my own shortcomings. I might have nerved myself to meet rebukes, but could not bear unmoved the tenderness I had not deserved. Mr. Mowat they received less cordially, but still with kindness. Great disappointment was expressed that the play of The Mourning Bride could not be enacted on my father's birthday. He told us that we should have a bridal ball instead, and, as I was still to be the heroine, I might enact The Laughing Bride. The ball took place, but I fear that, in my bridal robes, I appeared to be assuming a part quite as much as I should have done had we carried out our original intentions, and I had worn the costume of Alamira, the mourning bride. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The bearing of a new name and the wearing of a ring made very little alteration in my mode of life or in the manner in which I occupied my time. I resumed my studies almost immediately. Mr. Mowat himself instructed me in French and in the higher branches of English. I took music and singing lessons 3 times a week, and only abandoned drawing because a stooping position was found injurious to my health. In this latter accomplishment, several of my father's children had shown a marked proficiency, which none had exhibited in music, and I laid aside my pencils with regret. I was excessively fond of the country, and early in the spring Mr. Mowat took me to reside in Flatbush, Long Island. The house in which we boarded was a large, old-fashioned mansion, built before the Revolution, and had belonged to General Giles. There were dark and spacious vaults beneath the kitchens, where it was said that English prisoners had been confined, and there was a secret chamber above the great ballroom, to which no access could be found save by a small window. The neighbors affirmed that a young girl had been purposely starved to death in that chamber, and that her ghost wandered at night about in the house. Indeed, this report had gained such credence that nothing could have induced many of the older inhabitants of the village to pass a night beneath the haunted roof. The house stood back from the main road, embowered by magnificent old trees. The property consisted of 20 acres of land, in a high state of cultivation. I became so much attached to this place that Mr. Mowat purchased it for my gratification, stipulating, however, that I should content myself in passing the greater portion of the year in the country. I gladly consented. The house was repaired and refurnished, the gardens and orchard enlarged and planted with an innumerable variety of fruit trees and flowers, a greenhouse built, a long arbor erected where I could walk at midday, quite shaded from the sun, and a summer house reared in its center, in which I could sit and write or study. I had numberless pets, birds, dogs, pigeons, rabbits, a goat and kid, and a beautiful Arabian mare for my own especial use. We named her Queen Mab. At 16 years old, I found myself the mistress of this mansion, without a wish ungratified. After a time, my father kindly allowed a dear and gentle sister, some 4 years younger, to reside with me, that I might not be lonely. My time was occupied in studying, taking care of my pets, riding about the country, and instructing my sister May in whatever I learned myself, French, Spanish, music, etc. Brilliantly happy were the days we passed together. We neither ceased to be children nor gave up our childish sports. Our morning amusements were trundling a couple of huge hoops through our favorite arbor, dancing with the skipping rope, or floating round the flying course, which had been erected to promote our healthful exercise. Sometimes we ordered ladders to be placed by the cherry trees loaded down with fruit, and spent our mornings in the branches, gathering cherries, and reading when we retired. An easy saddle horse was placed at my sister's disposal, and we took long rides together, accompanied by the gardener or the coachman, Mr. Mowat not being fond of the exercise. We also had a commodious carriage and a fine pair of coach horses, but May and I preferred horseback exercise. Driving seemed too quiet an amusement for our exuberant spirits. From every book which I read I made extracts, and wrote down my impressions of the work. These extracts and critiques I kept in the form of a journal. During several years this journal testified that I had read and commented upon between 90 and 100 volumes yearly. Every possible means was taken to strengthen my constitution through abundance of exercise, and thus to ward off the illness to which I was subject. For this purpose Mr. Mowat taught me the use of the gun. He was himself an admirable sportsman. I had many fears and some scruples to conquer, but after a time I took aim so accurately that I could shoot swallows on the wing. Many and many a morning, with a light single-barrel gun on my shoulder, dressed in half-Turkish costume, and followed by our dogs, I rambled with him for miles through the woods, filling the game bag which hung at my waist with birds of both our shooting. It now appears to me a cruel pastime, and birds no longer stand within my danger. But in those days I seldom saw with my own eyes or judged with my own judgment. The first real sorrow I ever knew fell upon my heart as I stood beside the deathbed of our mother. She was summoned away within a year after my marriage. For a time it seemed as though all I prized on earth had gone with her. Her last hours were ever present to me. The couch where she lay, surrounded by her weeping children and their father, her exquisitely chiseled feature, perfect in their beauty, becoming more and more marble-like as her breath grew fainter, her transparent hands that lay passively in ours, her glazing eyes, which, just as she breathed her last, beamed with a sudden look of intelligence that fell upon her youngest child, Uya, and the seraphic smile that settled upon her countenance when the last pang was over and the angel bore her spirit away. Sleeping or waking, these were ever before my eyes. My pen lingers while I write of her, but what she was no pen can truly describe, a being indeed all dipped in angel instincts, breathing paradise. Happy he with such a mother. Faith in womankind beats with his blood, and trust in all things high comes easy to him. We gave to our place the name of Melrose, not from any likeness that it bore to Melrose Abbey, but on account of the abundance of roses of every description that filled our greenhouses and were scattered over the ground. There was an Episcopal church in the village which we attended, and May and I contributed our services as Sunday school teachers. In our little classes we took the deepest interest. Then there were 2 fairs for the benefit of the church, held upon the magnificent grounds of Mr. C. My sisters presided at a table filled with our own work. Little Julia sold flowers and recited poems. I was constituted a fortune-teller. They erected for me a bower formed of branches of evergreens. Over the entrance, in letters made of flowers, were the words, "Temple of Fate." Within was a large wheel of blue and gold, covered with numbers. Beside the wheel, somewhat fantastically dressed, I stood, with a golden wand in one hand and the Book of Fate in the other. I had written fortunes in verse, and adapted them to the histories of certain persons who, I was sure, would be present. By pressing the wand skillfully upon the wheel as it turned, I could stop it at what number I pleased, and thus I created great amusement by the happy hits directed at those who sought to learn their destiny. The Temple of Fate proved highly productive to the interests of the church. My fondness for rhyming continued undiminished. I was tired of fugitive pieces, and determined to write a poem of some length. What subject would I choose? I was reading, with great avidity, Schlegel's Lectures on Literature. Schlegel remarks that poetry's original end and highest grade he believes to be epic. I would write an epic poem. I chose a subject from Spanish history, and was soon thoroughly engrossed with my new and, to me, delightful occupation. In the evenings I amused myself by reading aloud to Mr. Mowat what I had composed in the morning. I wrote with juvenile rapidity, and had not yet learned the great art of blotting. In a few months the poem was completed. It was entitled Pelayo, or The Caverns of Covadonga, a poetical romance in 5 cantos, founded on the history of the first king of Asturias. Mr. Mowat, of course, listened with partial ears, and I believe I had a way of making versification sound more musical than it was, of creating a sense through certain modulations of voice which did not exist in the words themselves. He proposed that Pelayo should be published. The idea startled me. I was not then ambitious. I had thought more of feeding birds and taming pigeons than of winning fame. I loved to think that I possessed a household harp that would make pleasant music for the ears of kindred and friends, but I shrank from playing my part of imperfect musician before the world. Yet I was easily persuaded. The authorship of Pelayo was to be kept a profound secret. I assumed the name of Isabel, and the book was published by the Harpers. Its existence was as ephemeral as it deserved to be. As readily exterminated by the critics as a butterfly could be crushed, it died an easy death. I alone suffered in its expiring agonies. The roseate veil of maternal love which shrouds the eyes of most young writers when they look at their own productions had not yet fallen from mine. I considered myself a very injured individual, a sort of literary martyr, and I assumed a Spartan courage in bearing my wrongs, which must have been particularly ridiculous. Years afterward, I found an old copy of Pelayo and read a few lines. Very few they were, for I closed the book in mortified astonishment that I could ever have written such unmitigated stuff. Nor could I comprehend how the blindest affection could have allowed me to render it public. The preface to Pelayo contained a bombastic threat that I would reply to any attacks made upon the book. I hurled a Lilliputian defiance at the giant critics. They were forewarned that I was prepared to defend my poetical offspring to the death. Byron's English bards and Scotch reviewers was probably running in my head, for from the ashes of Pelayo sprang up a satire, and I use the word because it is on the title page, entitled Reviewers Reviewed. The title is sufficiently explanatory in setting forth the object of the book. The following extract from the preface betrays the impetuous spirit in which it was written. Pelayo, the first rude effusion of a warm, though untutored heart, was presented to the public with all that rainbow hope, that unmingled buoyancy, which ever attends the joyous visions of expectant youth. I studied not the science of poetry, I heeded not its rules. In the enthusiasm of the moment, I felt only that nature formed her poets before nature's scorners shackled them with their modern trammels. Little did I dream, while tracing the carelessly light-toned preface of Pelayo, of that literary ordeal to which it was offered, and in some unfortunate allusion to critics, my imagination scarcely painting them as other than ideal beings, I naturally gave vent to the playful exuberance of spirit which might have amused a circle of my own friends. But if I hoped to find amongst the wrath-dispensing race a friend, if I thought to ward off or beguile the tempestuous hurricane of critic censure, I but experienced the same disappointment thousands have before encountered, thousands must meet again. The most inoffensive badinage was interpreted into scorn, and excuses for my conscientious deficiency translated into self-esteem. Had a just, even though severe, criticism been awarded me, had they quoted one line of mine and displayed its excessive faultiness, had they used my own language and proved its absurdity, had they shown how egregiously false was my versification, how imperfect my rhymes, or from whence my ideas were stolen, for of all these negligences and ignorances they bestowed on me a bountiful share, I would have submitted thankfully to the scourge which brought improvement with its sting But on the contrary, they gathered from the preface that Pelayo was written at the early age of 16, that proper attention had not been devoted to its revision, and that I myself was conscious of its innumerable defects, and without further examination they made the above sweeping allegations. I do not, cannot deny their truth. I am at variance only with the spirit that dictated them, and their want of demonstrative proof. Another objection was urged against Pelayo, which, not from me alone, but from the lips and soul of every patriotic American, demands reply, namely, the extreme folly of publishing poetry when its age was on the wane. In the old world, where the muse's glory has reached its meridian height, her power may well decline. But are not we of the New World, and shines she here, or has she ever shone, in full maturity and splendor, arrayed in laurels from which time has plucked no leaf? How revolting to our national pride, how humiliating, to believe that America should only produce a sickly poetry fire, expiring at its birth. Can poetry be on the wane while such men as Halleck and Bryant are in their prime? Though its infant pinions yet are weak, may they not one day soar beyond even proud Albion's constellated host of bards? One word in extenuation of the above extract. I was hardly 18 when it was published. Reviewers Reviewed attracted some attention. The book had a larger sale than Pelayo, and was now and then favorably noticed, probably through the sympathy of some critic who had himself been lashed by his contemporaries. I wrote no more under the signature of Isabel. My greatest desire now was to preserve my incognita. I did not suppose it possible for the day ever to come when I should confess with perfect sang-froid the youthful indiscretion of perpetrating such books as Pelayo and Reviewers Reviewed. As a child weeps over the fall of its card houses, so I mourned over the demolition of my first poetic castles, but cherishing the conciliatory hope that mansions of after years would have surer foundation. We still resided at Melrose. Occasionally I visited my family and friends in New York. Now and then we attended the theater and other places of amusement, but my principal delight was in receiving guests at home. We gave numerous fêtes, but never mere dancing parties. They were either of a poetic, musical, or dramatic character. One of these, and the most worthy of mention, was in celebration of my 17th birthday. 4 of my friends had offered to write me birthday poems and recite them in the evening after our guests were assembled. Without hinting my intention, I determined to surprise them with versified replies, though, of course, I could only guess at the subject matter of their effusions. I passed a happy day in decking the house with garlands, and robbing our own and our neighbors' greenhouses of all the flowers that they could yield. In a little rustic basket, covered with geranium leaves, lay 4 exquisite bouquets. To each bouquet was attached a tiny scroll. These were designed for the 4 poets. The scroll contained the verses addressed to the different parties. Evening brought a merry throng of guests. After refreshments and some exquisite music from a friend who never failed me, an armchair was drawn into the center of the room by Mr. L., the chief of my birthday poets. He advanced to lead me to my temporary throne, but, declining his hand, I stole out of the room, and before he had recovered from his surprise at the apparent rudeness, returned with my basket of bouquets. I took the vacant seat. The 4 minstrels gathered around me, and Mr. L. commenced reciting a very beautiful original poem, which was listened to with breathless attention. At the line, "And thus we crown thee, Cora, queen," he drew forth a concealed wreath of natural flowers, made in the form of a regal crown, and placed it on my head. For this coronation I was quite unprepared. When he ceased to speak, the applause and the congratulation of the company expressed their delight. Ungracious as it seemed, I sat perfectly still until the silence was restored. Then, selecting the bouquet, or breast-knot rather, which I had prepared for him, uttered my thanks in verse, and presented the flowers. The general surprise may well be imagined. The three poetesses then addressed me in turn, and as each one finished, I replied, presenting the bouquets and scrolls. The rustic basket was not yet quite emptied. There remained another paper of plain white, folded like a letter. "Is that for me? Is that for me?" asked many an eager voice, as I broke the seal and prepared to read. When the curiosity of the company reached its highest pitch, I read aloud the name of one person present who, I was sure, least expected that he had been made the subject of a poem. A plain, kind-hearted, merry old gentleman of the ancient school, the oldest, truest, most attached friend of Mr. Mowat. How he started from his seat when he heard the words, "To J.H." One might have thought a leaden and not a paper bullet had entered his ears. The poem was read and presented and praised, and long life was wished to the Queen and many another such birthday. The music recommenced, and we chased the rosy hours with flying feet. So passed my 17th birthday. Almost every week, my sister May and I, with the assistance of little Julia, who made us frequent visits, got up some rural entertainment, principally for our own amusement and that of Mr. Mowat, who invited his friends or not, just as he felt disposed. Very often he formed our sole audience. We dignified these entertainments by the name of concerts, and always had written programs of the performance. The songs were intermingled with recitations and scenes from tragedies. Music was one of our chief studies, but, with the fullest appreciation of its beauties, we were devoid of any decided musical talent. I except little Julia, who had a naturally good ear and sweet voice. I also possessed a voice which my teachers pronounced more than ordinarily fine, but I had a faulty ear, and the slightest trepidation made me sing false. For years I labored to conquer this defect, but I never could learn to sing before strangers to my own satisfaction. Perhaps, I should add, to theirs. Besides our weekly burlesque concerts, we frequently prepared exhibitions of tableaux vivants for our friends, which were eminently successful. Then we several times enacted for different assemblages of guests an original play. This was my first positive attempt as a dramatist. It was called The Gypsy Wanderer, or The Stolen Child, an operetta, dedicated to my sister Julia. The play, or dramatic sketch, was written in blank verse, and interspersed with numerous songs. Little Julia was, of course, the heroine. As our corps dramatique consisted of but 3, it required some ingenuity to invent a play the interest of which should be sustained by 3 characters. The plot was very simple, and yet proved effective in acting. I personated Lady Ivon, a broken-hearted young widow, whose infant child had been stolen some years previously by gypsies. My sister May enacted Lucille, the niece and confidante of Lady Ivon. Little Julia was Florette, the stolen child. The scene opens with Lady Ivon and Lucille. Lucille induces Lady Ivon to relate the history of her sorrows, through which means the audience is, of course, apprised of them. Suddenly their conversation is interrupted by the voice of a gypsy child singing without, who begs for charity in her song. Lucille desires to turn her from the doors on account of her obnoxious race. Lady Ivon objects. The little Fleurette enters, dressed as a gypsy, with a bundle of small brooms slung over her shoulders, a bunch of lavender in one hand, and a basket of flowers in the other. The ladies question her, and she answers with snatches of old ballads, now with "Over the mountain and over the moor, hungry and weary, I wander forlorn. My father is dead, my mother is poor, and I mourn for days that will never return." And then with "Buy a broom," presenting her tiny brooms, or with "Come buy my lavender," distributing her lavender. Lady Ivon, of course, traces a likeness between this child and the one she lost, and is greatly agitated. The little Fleurette makes known all she can remember of herself, and Lucille discovers a mystical circlet bound over her arm. Fleurette entreats that this may not be removed. It is a charm placed there by a gypsy prophetess of her tribe, and she has been warned that evil will befall her should it ever be loosened. Of course her prayers are unheeded. The band is hastily torn away. It concealed a natural mark by means of which Lady Ivon recognizes her child, and the dramatic sketch ends in a tableau. Its representation occupied an hour and a half. About this period I began to write fugitive pieces, which were published in various magazines under the signature of Cora. The first to which I allowed this my own name to be attached was a bridal address to my sister Emma. When the bride and bridegroom, after the ceremony, returned from the church to our father's house, little Julia came forward and greeted them with this address. Her delivery, and not the poem itself, produced a deep impression. Dr. H., who had officiated, was much moved, and his were not the only eyes, unused to weep, that found themselves involuntarily moistened by the pathetic tones and earnest delivery of a child of 8 years old. While my little pupil was speaking, I scanned the countenances of those around, and what I read there gave me more intense delight than ever did, even in after years, the most enthusiastic applause that pealed in my ears. My health had been for some time failing. I was no longer allowed to study. I was forbidden to write. Physicians pronounced me consumptive, and recommended a sea voyage. My newly married sister and her husband were about to visit Europe. It was arranged that I and an aunt to whom I was warmly attached should accompany them. Mr. Mowatt's professional engagements prevented his leaving New York. The first parting from home, and the loved ones left behind, was naturally a severe trial. Had I been less seriously indisposed, I should have rebelled at the banishment, but excessive weakness enabled me to bid farewell with a tearless eye, and a sensation of icy calmness, which even the passionate grief of my beloved companion, my sweet sister May, could not disturb. In a poem, written in third person, composed on board of the ship, descriptive of the parting, the following lines occur in allusion to this sister. They portray the closeness of our union. She for many moons had been the loved companion of her lonely hours. They dwelt together from the self-same page, had read, laughed gaily o'er the same light tales, sang the same songs, or strove perchance to sing. For each had more of music in her soul, and harmony in her love, than melody upon her lips. Arm softly linked in arm, each sunny morn had they strolled lovingly forth, to take unmarked their pleasant rambles through the little village where the elder dwelt, and where the younger felt her home to be. We sailed in the ship Roscus, under the command of Captain Collins. I remained very ill for the first 2 weeks, but, before the voyage was completed, began to make rapid strides towards health. My cough had nearly disappeared, and I was more free from suffering than I had been for months previous. We reached Liverpool in 3 weeks, and hastened to London. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. We spent but a week, one delightful week, in London. How little I then thought that it would be my lot to return there to pass years, to return no longer the thoughtless, happy girl, passing unnoticed in the crowd, and enjoying every moment of her existence, but the grief-tried woman, standing where all eyes were fixed upon her, with duties, cares, professional responsibilities, and the lives of others bound up in hers. My glowing impressions of the first week in London are conveyed in the following hasty journal addressed to Mr. Mowat. 1 week in London. We arrived late on Thursday evening, wearied out with our 11 hours' journey from Liverpool, but dashing along the smooth roads after we had left the train, sleep was soon banished from our drooping eyelids. The gaslight shed around us a flood of radiance, which gave the city the appearance of an illumination, and every object was as distantly visible as at midday. That freshness of feeling which belongs to the inexperienced traveler imparted a zest to our slightest enjoyments. Trivial objects, which would have been glanced at unheeded by the most sophisticated, call forth from us exclamations of wondering astonishment. That we might present a somewhat more civilized appearance in this land of splendor and gaiety, we devoted Friday to shopping. A private carriage was ordered, and, with what our friend J.H. would call a very wide-awake expressions of countenance, we set out on our first drive. There were so many attractions on every side that I, at least, soon became too bewildered to know which way to turn. Aunt would cry, "Look, look, look here," putting her head out of one window of the carriage, while Emma ejaculated, "Quick, quick, or you will miss seeing this," and forced her slight figure half out of the other, while I was trying to accomplish the impossibility of looking both ways at once. I, part of the time, saw nothing. Every moment of our attention was riveted by something new. The wide and cleanly streets, through which 6 carriages not unfrequently flew by abreast, the velocity with which the gaily colored flys and cabs, so unlike any of our vehicles at home, dashed along the macadamized roads, the liveried coachmen and footmen, who apparently form 1/3 of the populace, and, when not behind their masters' carriages, lounge idly about the doorsteps, the palace-like shops, magnificent without and sumptuous within, rooms devoted to millinery and mantua-making, furnished as gorgeously and as tastefully as drawing-rooms at home. Everything in turn awakened our astonishment and admiration. We could hardly say with what we were most charmed, unless it was the splendid buildings with which London is as thickly studded as the Queen's crown with jewels. A particular delight to me were the little sparrows and swallows, which, in spite of all this pomp and splendor, hopped tamely about in the streets, chirping most musically as they gathered straws or threads to build their nest within the roofs of the houses. I amused myself by flinging bits of worsted out the window and watching the fearless little creatures as they alighted, almost at the feet of some passer-by, to pick up these treasures. The attendance in London is excellent. You are always at liberty to fancy yourself a princess, for you are treated as one, but you must pay as princesses do, or are supposed to do. Before your coachman can jump from his seat, the door is opened by some little rogue, the steps let down, and his hat touched significantly. If you take no notice of this, he plainly asks you to spare something for the drinking of your health. His manner very markedly implies that thus alone can its preservation be secured. 3 or 4 waiters in tights and pumps attend you to your carriage, but you are expected to slip some silver in their hands for handing you in, or even picking up your handkerchief. The very playbills at the theaters are sold by men who run beside your carriage, and crowd around to force them upon you before you alight. Everybody is fed, and for the slightest service you must cross the doer's hand with silver. We spent the whole of Friday in making purchases and strolling through bazaars and shops. I must give you some idea of the expedition of London dressmakers. At 5 o'clock we drove to a court dressmaker, that I might be measured for a dress to be worn the next evening at the opera. In 8 minutes, 3 of which were passed in astonishment at my giving my name as a married woman, I was fitted and in the carriage again. The dress came home the next morning and became me à merveille. Friday evening we visited the Olympic Theatre. With Madame Vestris we were all of us charmed. I now understood why she is not appreciated in America. This is her sphere. She is the planet around which her satellites move. Drawing light from her, they shine themselves, and thus add to her luster. She is nothing alone. She must have a certain entourage to develop and set forth her powers. One could discern a woman's taste and a woman's hand in all the most minute arrangements of this theatre. There is just enough light to give proper effect. The scenery and dresses were historically appropriate. Every character of the play, even down to the postilions and waiters, were well sustained. The illusion was thus rendered perfect. The entertainment consisted of a series of light pieces, by turns serious or comic, each, like Miss Edgeworth's Tales, with its moral, and filled with patriotic and loyal sentiments, which drew down thunders of applause from the attentive audience. Madame Vestris herself sang a little ballad, commencing "Here's a health to Her Majesty," in the most bewitching manner. A large portion of the audience stood while she was singing, I presume in token of their loyalty, and she was again and again encored. The theatre is very small, but a perfect bijou. The only light, excepting those on stage, proceeds from one large chandelier suspended from the ceiling. Here, as at the entrance of every other place of public amusement, Her Majesty's officers are stationed and prevent disturbance. On Saturday morning we drove around Somerset Square, a magnificent edifice, formerly a palace, but now degenerated into law offices. When the building was in progress, a watch fell from the pocket of a mason on the roof, and lodged between 2 stones near the 3rd-story window, and yet remains distinctly visible, but beyond reach. We then wended our way to St. Paul's Cathedral, second only to St. Peter's at Rome. Where shall I find the words to describe to you this stupendous pile? Here followed a long account, which I shall omit. St. Paul's has been so frequently and so much more ably described. From the cathedral we drove to the Tower. With the latter I was greatly disappointed, perhaps because the impressions left by the former were still so fresh upon my mind. I thought the Tower bore a strong resemblance to some vast museum. We were conducted about by an attendant warden in the Queen's livery. There was a golden crown with the letters V.R., Victoria Regina, embroidered on the back of his coat. He made his explanatory remarks in the set phrase and monotonous tone of an automation. This tower was formerly a royal residence, but since the reign of Elizabeth has been occupied as a state prison, royal arsenal, and a place of safety for the jewels of the crown. From the tower we drove to the tunnel. I should like an estimate to be made of the number of steps which we ascended and descended that day. It could hardly fall short of 1,000. A sort of exercise which gives one a capital idea of the treadmill. You are aware that the tunnel is a capricious roadway excavated under the Thames. The descent is long and wearisome. The tunnel is now 870 feet in length, and its entire length is to be 1,300 feet. The river has several times broken in and much impeded the progress of the work. We had no time to remain there, for it was late in the afternoon. We drove back to the hotel, dined hastily, and then made our toilettes for the Italian opera. The opera company only play twice a week. Strange to say, Saturday is the most fashionable night. The audience were all en costume de bal. The opera house is about 3 times the size of our Park Theatre. It has 5 tiers of boxes. The audience are mostly an assemblage of nobility. I do not quite understand how it is their boxes can be hired. By paying a sufficiently exorbitant price, we obtained the Duchess of Grosvenor's box without difficulty. The Queen was present, but our Republican curiosity was not gratified, for she sat directly beneath our loge. The opera was Lucia de Lammermoor, which you are very familiar, but you are not familiar with the almost inspired tones of Persiani, that charm and electrify her audience by turns. Her mad scene was painfully powerful, terribly beautiful. 1 or 2 of the airs have haunted me ever since. We have heard no such voices in America as those of Tambernini or Rubbiani. The next day, being Sunday, was indeed a day of rest. We attend St. Martin's Church. Early on Monday morning, we started anew on sightseeing expeditions. Our first visit was to the Colosseum. The panorama, which represents a view of London from the top of St. Paul's Cathedral, is very superb. After spending some time in a minute examination, we were taken up to the top of the Colosseum, in the curious ascending room which rises from story to story without any perceptible motion. Afterwards we visited the Salon, where there are many exquisite specimens of sculpture. Then the conservatories, the Swiss cottage, the Alpine glen, the waterworks, and the gardens. In the Swiss cottage we sat upon the chair which was made for Queen Adelaide when she was about to visit the Colosseum. In the same chair Victoria has reposed. Through the zoological gardens we rambled for nearly 4 hours, and were forced to leave without feeling as though we had seen all that was worthy of attention. From the gardens we drove to Hyde Park to see the Queen. A large concourse of people were assembled at the gates for the same purpose. We were disappointed in seeing Her Majesty, but fully repaid by the scene itself. I believe no resort in London affords so excellent an opportunity of reviewing the fashionable world. The spacious gravel roads were covered with ladies and gentlemen, mounted on magnificent horses and followed by their grooms. Our simplicity-loving eyes were almost dazzled by the fanciful and sometimes fantastic liveries, and the rich coloring of the gorgeous equipages that roll by in endless succession. Many of these carriages were of 2 different hues intermingled. Others were of the most delicate pink, blue, light maroon, and I have even seen scarlet. The arms of the nobility to whom they belonged are painted on the panels, and their crest embroidered in gold on the hammer cloth. Some of the coachmen and footmen wore white powdered wigs and cocked hats. They all looked to me as though they had just started up out of Cinderella's pumpkin. Opposite the central arch of the grand entrance to Hyde Park is a colossal statue of Achilles, erected by the English ladies in honor of the Duke of Wellington. We had left the hotel immediately after breakfast, but only returned home in time to dine by candlelight. We then visited Madame Tussaud's exhibition of wax figures, and spent the evening in promenading through her large and brilliantly illuminated salon. One group of statues consisted of the royal family and other celebrated personages. Victoria is represented as she appeared at her coronation. She is seated on a throne, the crown on her brow, in one hand the scepter, and in the other a golden ball. The Lord Bishop of Canterbury is imploring a blessing, Lord Melbourne holding the sword of state. The Duke of Devonshire, His Highness the Duke of Cambridge, and the Duchess of Kent, and all other members of the nobility are grouped around. In the midst of another group stands the lamented Princess Charlotte of Wales. Her face wears an expression of the most angelic sweetness. Another group is composed of Mary, Queen of Scots, refusing to sign the document by which she renounces her crown. Baron Ruthven, in a ferocious attitude, is attempting to compel her, the good Sir Robert Melville endeavouring to appease his wrath, and a venerable monk gazing with indignation at the brutal baron who insults his mistress. Among the statues were those of Shakespeare, Byron, Scott, Kemble, Mrs. Siddons, and Malibran. One of the greatest curiosities is the figure of the beautiful Madame St. Amareth, who rejected the disgraceful solicitation of Robespierre, and thus became the victim of his fury. She is stretched upon a couch in a dying attitude. Her bosom gently heaves to and fro like that of an expiring person. You might almost fancy that you felt her breath. Several of the statues moved their heads so naturally that we at first mistook them for human beings. A mistake of precisely the opposite character occasioned us some confusion and no little merriment. An elderly lady was seated near the figure of Voltaire, intently gazing in his face. I placed my hand upon her shoulder and said to Emma, "Oh, look at this one. It is capitally executed." The supposed statue turned its eyes upon me and rose up to a terrible height, as I thought, with an annihilating expression. I did not sink into the earth, as a tall gentleman seemed to imagine that I was bound to do, but as soon as I could recover from the sensation of half-frightened surprise, I hurriedly begged her pardon. She swept by us without a word. Who could have helped laughing? The adjoining room, a veritable chamber of horrors, represents the interior of the Bastille. It is filled with heads of persons taken after their execution. The first was Marat, who was put to death by Charlotte Corday. Then came the heads of Robespierre, of Stuart and his wife, Barrière, etc., all of them taken a few hours after execution. A model of the guillotine completed this most detestable exhibition. You will probably remember that the fatal instrument was invented by Mr. Guillotine, a French physician who actually died of grief caused by the horrible use made of his invention. Tuesday it stormed, and we devoted the morning to letter writing. In the afternoon we visited the National Historical Gallery and Miss Linwood's exhibition. In the evening we attended St. James Theatre. The theatre itself was worthy of all admiration. Not so the performance. The actors were monkeys and dogs. I confess that even the novelty of the exhibition could not lend it a charm. Our first visit on Wednesday was to the new House of Lords. The old one was burned in the late fire. We saw the throne which Victoria occupies when she opens Parliament. Set on the woolsack, and a very comfortable, good-natured sort of seat it is, appropriated to the Lord Chancellor, and examined the steps where the Duke of Essex stumbled on approaching the Queen. From the House of Lords, with our expectations raised to the highest pitch, we crossed to Westminster Abbey. I shall not even attempt a description of what appears to me indescribable. I will only tell you of the monument that made the deepest impression. It was that of Lord and Lady Nightingale in the chapel of St. John. The expiring form of Lady Nightingale lies in the arms of her agonized husband, while grim-visaged Death steals from beneath a tomb and aims his unerring dart at the bosom of the dying woman. Her husband extends one arm imploringly to the King of Terrors, and with the other folds his fragile wife to the bosom which he cannot protect her from that one foe. We lingered a long time in the Poet's Corner and talked of the illustrious dead, and we sat on the chair in which Her Majesty and preceding sovereigns were crowned. From the Abbey we drove to the celebrated British Museum, a vast receptacle of millions of wonders, both of art and nature. Here the rest of the day was profitably consumed. We had only time to take a short drive through Hyde Park before dinner. We were too much fatigued to visit any place of amusement in the evening, and retired early. Early on Thursday morning we drove to Kensington Gardens, which adjoin Hyde Park. There is a lovely quietude about these beautiful gardens, which contrasts strangely with their noisy and more fashionable vicinity. Kensington Palace, to which the gardens are attached, was the former residence of the Duchess of Kent and Princess Victoria. It has little pretensions to grandeur. It is built of old-fashioned looking brick and reared with neither elegance nor taste. From the gardens we drove to Richmond. Enchanting Richmond! Thomson's Seasons were in our minds and on our lips, and their delightful association enchanted the charm of every prospect. I think this was the most agreeable drive I have ever yet taken. We all declared that there was no place we cared to visit after Richmond, and there we spent the remainder of the day, wandering about in a state of dreamy delight, and chiding the setting sun, which we viewed from Richmond Hill, for warning us to return homewards. On Friday we were occupied in packing. We were to leave for Hamburg in the evening. As we stood in the midst of an army of trunks, in the very heat of battle, a battle waged against the impossibility of making them contain more than they could hold, H. entered hastily and told us that the Queen was expected to visit the National Gallery of Paintings. A crowd had already collected at a short distance. If we made haste, we might see her. Our toilettes were rapidly completed, and we formed a portion of the expectant crowd. For an hour and a half we stood patiently waiting, listening to the doubts expressed by some and the confident assurances of others that Her Majesty would shortly pass. We then walked to St. James's Square, more than a mile off, in hopes of seeing her there. Again disappointed, we returned to our former station, but after remaining there another hour, we were forced to return to the hotel to finish our packing. The Queen passed 3 hours afterwards. On the loveliest moonlit night I have ever beheld, we bade adieu to London, with the earnest hope that we might one day return. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. 24 hours after our departure from London, we reached Hamburg by steamboat. Our passage across the North Sea was smooth and pleasant. In Hamburg we remained 1 week, visiting all places of interest and public amusement within our reach. We were so constantly on the wing that I had no leisure to keep any record of our swallow-like flights. From Hamburg we proceeded to Bremen, traveling part of our way by Schnell post. One of our party, who did not comprehend German, remarked that probably Schnell post meant snail post, judging from the slow and tedious mode of progression. She was partially indignant when the swiftness implied by the word Schnell was translated to her, but consoled herself with the reflection that the expression was probably used in irony. In Bremen resided the parents and relatives of our new brother-in-law. An amusing incident took place when he first presented them to his young wife. A servant who resided some time in his father's family concealed herself behind the street door to catch the first glimpse of my sister. During the tender embraces with which she was welcomed by her warm-hearted relatives, the servant could not see her face, which was shadowed by a profusion of long, dark ringlets. But when the greeting was over, she was conducted into the drawing-room, and her bonnet removed. The girl had a full view of her countenance. As her mistress passed out of the room, she rushed to her, exclaiming in German, "Oh, she's white. She's not black, only her hair. I thought Master H. had married an American woman, and you brought home a black daughter-in-law." More intelligent individuals than this German Mädchen were possessed with the belief that America produced only a race of Negroes. In Bremen, our time passed most delightfully. My sister was feted and courted for her own sake, as well as on account of her husband's position as a popular and influential merchant. My aunt and I shared in the hospitalities offered to them. At the first large dinner party given to my brother and sister, when the healths were proposed, a gentleman rose and recited to them a poem in German. There was a great deal of applause. Their glasses were touched by all present, and their healths drunk. Immediately afterwards, the health of the Dichterin, poetess, was offered. What was my astonishment when all eyes were turned upon me! I could only look with a questioning stare into the face of the gentleman who, having proposed the health, addressed me in a then unknown tongue. My surprise and confusion were not lessened when I perceived a host of outstretched hands, every one holding a wine-glass towards me. I looked at the challenging wine-glasses in amazement, then at my own, which I did not attempt to lift to meet theirs, then at my brother-in-law, petitioning in a dumb show that he would explain what was expected of me. He was seated at some distance, but made a sign for me to touch my glass to the offered glasses. I did so, and the health of the Dichterin was drunk. I joined in and stupidly drank my own health, for I had not then discovered that I was the Dichterin. A gentleman at my side, who could only speak a few words of English, enlightened me by saying, "Dichterin, that is you. You pretty poem write your sister. Mr. B. make German of." The bridal address, which was recited at my sister's nuptials, had been translated into German without her knowledge or mine. These were the verses addressed to her when her health was proposed. Our kind German friends were very enthusiastic in regard to the poem, for which I was probably indebted to the translator. As for the original, it could have only been to them like inarticulate breathings from a shrine their fancy took for granted was divine. Soon after this, to my great surprise, the bridal address appeared in the London Weekly Gazette. It was inserted, at least I believe so, by the editors, without the influence or knowledge of any of my friends, as an American production worthy of being quoted. All which to a youthful authoress was sufficiently gratifying. From that moment, the self-mistrust, which had always chilled me when I was persuaded to make public what I had wrote, began to melt away. I continued to write on various subjects in poetry and prose, and sent home occasional articles, which were published in the popular magazines of the day. The following, which appeared in the Lady's Companion, gives my impressions of the manners and customs by which I was surrounded. Usages and Manners of the Northern Germans. There is perhaps no entertainment where so much tediousness and enjoyment, so much vivacity and dullness, are incongruously mingled as at a German dinner party of the present day. Enjoyment, because sufficient wit and humor are congregated to speed time on the wings of pleasure. Tediousness, because even pleasure tires at length of using her wings, and leaves time to hang heavily about the shoulders of those she forsakes. For even 5 hours passed at the table is considered no unusual sitting, and charm must the voice be if its tones sink not into the monotony of heaviness, and bright the wit if its flashes, tested through this weary ordeal, lose none of their brilliancy. The name of each invited guest, written on a slip of paper, is found on the plate designated for his use, and in this manner the hostess reserves the privilege of joining those whose characters and fancies assimilate, and separating such as are at variance or of uncongenial temperaments, thus the ever-needful assistance of the peacemaker tact ensuring the harmony of her entertainment. When dinner is announced, each gentleman promenades a lady round the table until her name is discovered, then leaves her to seek the seat assigned to himself. And though nobody enjoys the privilege of changing his place, a timely hint to the hostess is not without its influence in securing the most agreeable one. The festive board is gorgeously spread with vases of most costly china, perfuming the air with the brightly hued plunder of the greenhouse and garden, garlands of flowers, baskets of luscious fruits, and a profusion of tempting preserves and fanciful confectionery to delight the eye, while the other senses are gratifying themselves with the smoking and highly seasoned viands, carved by the servants at side tables, and handed separately round the general board. The company once seated, a stranger is attracted by the courteous custom which makes each person turn with a smiling countenance to his neighbor, and, bowing, wish him einen guten Appetit. For there is a good-humored politeness in this social usage, which inspires a kindly feeling towards those in whose society you are thrown. You meet together to while away a few jovial hours, to make acquaintances of strangers, or draw closer the bonds of friendship round acquaintances already made. And your intercourse commences with a friendly wish, responded by every lip, which seems to give you, even though strangers, some emotion in common, some desire, which, being mutual, assists in establishing that ease without which enjoyment may be assumed but never really felt. It would be in vain to attempt describing the order of courses, which vary from 15 to 20, and are principally remarkable for the present mode of serving pudding before meat between each course, an interval which would be long unshortened by the agreeable converse of those around is permitted to intervene. In the avowed land of melody, it would appear useless to mention that the most exquisite songs and finest instrumental music form a delightful part of this, as of every festivity. A number of toasts are usually drunk, accompanied by speeches from their proposers, each glass, when filled, being raised and lightly touched to the one nearest on either side, is made to send forth a musical, ringing sound, peculiarly merry and pleasant to the ear, and so dexterously is this ceremony sometimes performed that the simultaneously joined glasses, circling the table, seem to form symbolic links of the social chain that unite those who hold them, which, as they generally drink claret, in lightness and rosiness may be further compared to these emblematic fetters. If the health of one of the company, as an especial honor, is proposed, every glass is touched to his, and gentlemen seated at a distance from the person toasted ordinarily rise and approach him, that their glass may come in collision. The health of the host and hostess, with an acknowledgment of their hospitality, is never omitted, and the beautiful or humorous sentiments expressed in these toasts are an unbounded source of entertainment. After a number of courses have been served, the host leaves his seat and, slowly making the tour of the table, pauses beside each guest to whisper kind wishes or make some civil inquiry or lively jest, which soon spreads amongst the company. I once saw a charming old gentleman, the snows of many a winter wreathing his brow, who was promenading round his convivial board, when he reached the chair of his still blooming wife, and she raised her good-tempered face, which had been smilingly turned towards her guest, like a sunbeam shedding light all round, feigned to be too occupied to stop, but suddenly and playfully stooping, snatched a kiss from the lips so temptingly approached to his, with all the enthusiasm a young lover might have infused in the act. Nor was this little incident, or accident rather, considered as an evidence of ill breeding, or made the subject of severe comment, as in any more form-loving land it inevitably would have been. After the 101 courses have wearily run their course, if the family live in the good old-fashioned style, richly ornamented pipes, of ludicrous length, are introduced, and generally not without making the better acquaintance of every gentleman present, who freely indulges in the luxury of sending forth fantastic wreaths of smoke to circle the fair one by his side, without the remotest fear of a distasteful frown deepening on her brow, and she, if fatigued, or preferring a more poetic garland, may soon disappear, almost unperceived, amid the clouds of smoke which darken the air, and refresh herself with the perfume of the carefully tended garden, which is oftener sought than the boudoir or parlor. But in general the company rise together, and, bowing to each other, or cordially grasping hands, conclude the ceremonies of the table by wishing the hearty "Gesegnet Mahlzeit," may your meal be blessed to you, which a foreigner, who has witnessed the abundant and varied repast of which they were pressed to partake, may secretly imagine is needed to ensure its digestion. After a promenade in the garden, the company reassemble in the parlor, and well may the politeness of an American lady be beguiled into the vulgarity of amazement to see her German friends quietly seat themselves and composedly draw forth their needlework, as though busily engaged beside their own little work tables at home. The more elderly knit, the young embroider, and the needle is plied to the merry music of their tongues, for their employment assists rather than precludes conversation. A German lady cannot conceive the possibility of passing an easy and pleasurable hour with her fingers unoccupied. To so great an extent does she carry this industrious mania as to play Penelope even while receiving morning visitors, who, if they come to pass a few hours, are prepared to follow her example. I heard the naive excuse of a young wife who, being questioned on this subject by a foreigner, laughingly reply, "We are weaving into substance again the smoke which our spendthrift husbands are puffing to the wind, lest their extravagance should ruin us. They waste, we save, so the balance is kept even." The Germans are remarkably fond of the open air, and after dinner coffee is served, sometimes at small tables in the garden, which often faces the street, sometimes in vine-covered bowers, in the graceful balcony, or even unsheltered on the open walk, when the house is pleasantly located on the ramparts, or in an open square, or in a wide street. The ladies, while sipping their coffee, do not relinquish their needles, taking a stitch ever and anon to refresh themselves, with the comfortable assurance that they are not idle. Nor have the surrounding gentlemen parted with their pipes, which bear them affectionate company, unobjected to by the ladies, for they all seem, with Halleck, to have discovered the free and happy spirit that unseen reposes in the dim, shadowy clouds that hover o'er us when smoking quietly, and to tolerate, even hail, that spirit's presence. If the residence of the host is not distant from the public gardens, they frequently are sought by the company to listen to the delightful band of music ordinarily stationed there. On returning to the house, tea is served, and the young people amuse themselves with games and dancing, the elderly continuing their employments. A light supper is handed round, and the party breaks up, rarely earlier, seldom later than 10 o'clock. On leaving the house, it is customary for each person to present the servant, stationed at the street door, with a piece of money, equal to 5 or 6 shillings, and this drinkgeld, as it is called, which is obtained in various ways from the guests of the master, is always carried to the mistress of the mansion, and kept by her until the end of the year, when it is distributed amongst all the domestics of the family, and often amounts to so considerable a sum that a servant, before making an engagement, regularly asks whether much company is received, that an estimate may be formed of the lucrativeness of the situation. The funeral obsequies of the Germans vary in their different cities, and are generally marked by some striking peculiarity. In Hamburg, full wigs of long, curling, flaxen hair are usually worn by the pallbearers and attendants at the funeral. In Bremen, where I had more frequent opportunity of witnessing the last ceremonies in honor of the dead, the coffin, exposed on an open hearse, is preceded by a long procession of hired attendants, clothed in the deepest mourning, wearing 3-cornered hats and flowing cloaks, fastened from shoulder to shoulder, and followed by a train of friends and relatives, sometimes with bared heads in respect to the departed. The instant death claims its earthly victim, an attendant in the above-mentioned costume is dispatched formally to announce the event to the connections, friends, and neighbors of the deceased. This custom has given rise to some ludicrous mistakes when foreigners have been near residents of the house of mourning, as was evinced by a party of American gentlemen who were disturbed in their evening conviviality by the sudden appearance of one of these sable-clad messengers, begging to inform them, in the name of a wealthy and beautiful lady of the neighborhood, that she had just become a widow. The wondering strangers, having often in their promenades paid homage to the loveliness of the unknown lady, cordially thanked the messenger, crossed his palm with silver for his trouble, or for the good luck's sake, and bade him present their compliments to the afflicted lady. Then, congratulating themselves on the evidence of her preference in thus speedily communicating her situation, commenced calculating how soon they might pay her their consolatory devoirs, and decided that civility should be acknowledged without delay. But, happening to boast of their fortunate adventure to a friend somewhat more au fait to the customs of the country, the extraordinary meaning that they had given to an ordinary form was, much to their disappointment, discovered. The body of the deceased, for many days after the spirit has been disenthralled, is watched over with all the care and tenderness which were given to the couch of the living, and remains unconsigned to its parent earth until dissolution has rudely banished any hope of revival which lingered round the cherished clay. In Vienna and several other cities of Germany, An elegant building, conveniently arranged, is especially devoted to the reception of the dead. Thither, on soft litters, they are gently removed, placed in a comfortable bed and heated chamber in winter, with a bell rope attached to their hands, that, should animation return, assistance might be instantly summoned, and thus the mourners, clinging to a fragile hope, by long contemplation of their affliction, become familiarized with its presence before they yield to the reluctant conviction of its reality. Thus they rob the first bitter pangs of their poignancy, and, as Gelladon of the East, who, when the favorite slave of his idolatry expired in his arms, commanded her to be borne to her sumptuous couch, forbade her death to be mentioned, inquired daily after her health, and regularly ordered her meals to be prepared and served. Like him, they soothed their sorrow by blinding themselves awhile to the certainty of its existence. A churchyard is never in Germany, as so often with us, the shunned and deserted spot, the mere necessary receptacle of lifeless flesh and crumbling bones, where nothing but the senseless marble and as cold and meaningless inscription, in the words of Körner, says, "Der Gieß der Tränen toten nicht." In the beautiful calm of a summer's evening, or in the memory-waking stillness of a moonlit night, let the traveler seek the silent shades that shroud the unforgotten dead. Whom does he see kneeling, with forehead bowed in prayer, on the flower-strewn sod? The wifeless father. His little ones cling to her side, their young hearts swelling as they would hear of her who sleeps beneath, who lives above, and they learn at the grave of the mother whose hand would have guided them to immortal happiness, the path by which they may rejoin her on high. Proceed a step further. You will see a young widow bending over a shattered column, and with gentle hands training the ivy at its base to wind round that sculptured emblem, even as her thoughts and affections intertwine the memory of the departed. Still on, a limner's group of rosy children, checking their youthful merriment in this sacred spot, are silently wreathing the tomb of their parents with fresh garlands, or planting new flowers amid the already blooming parterre that conceals yet marks their graves. If one form reposes in that hallowed ground whose memory has ceased to dwell in the hearts of those who live to weep, your eye selects its resting place at a glance. The straggling bushes of long-neglected flowers struggle with the ranks and choking weeds that overtop them. No wreath hangs in graceful memorial over the costly monument, or hides in the rude stone. The path around is grass-grown and untrodden by the feet of memory and love. It is a desert spot, where the beauty has withered as affection decayed. Schiller says truly, "Die Klage sie wirklich die Toten nicht darf." And to mourn is indeed unavailing, but should forgetfulness be sought as the comforter of affliction, and consolation be found alone in Lethe, which banishes the loss from our thoughts? Death, which proves what dust we dote on when 'tis man we love, should rather be the test of how perfect and changeless is that affection which, cherishing the soul, not merely its mortal tenement, survives with that death-defying spirit forever. In alluding to the habits and peculiarities of the Germans, I cannot forbear to mention those with which I was most charmed, their betrothal and bridal ceremonies. These form the subjects of the following article, written from Germany, and published in one of the periodicals of the day. Bridal customs of the Northern Germans. There still exists, even at this time, when imagination has been dethroned by cheerless reality, and form and fashion have utterly banished romance from the circle of domestic happiness, a charm interwoven with the nuptial ceremonies of the Germans, which preserves the warm and social emotions of the heart in their primitive brightness and purity. When a young girl is once betrothed, were the Hindu tali, whose bond death only can dissolve, around her neck, she could not feel herself more irrevocably joined to him whom her plighted faith has been blessed. She is, therefore, moved by no calculating motives for concealment. She is not coquette enough to court the attentions of other men, whom her unacknowledged vows might mislead, and a faithless lover, a jilted lady, and a broken engagement are phenomena in her land too rarely heard of to be dreaded. Thus, she does not blush to proclaim to the world her pure, open, prosperous love, that pledged on earth and sealed above, grows in the world's approving eyes, in friendship's smile and home's caress, collecting all the heart's sweet ties into one knot of happiness. Her acquaintances are soon made partakers of her happiness. From this hour to that of her marriage she is called bride, resigning the name the instant she becomes a wife, and regarded as a being on whom every testimony of affection and every kindness of friendship are to be lavished. Her friends and connections select her as the queen of their fêtes, and at the dinner parties given in her honor, the seats of the bride and bridegroom grace the head of the festive board. Their plates are wreathed with garlands of natural flowers, and bouquets of the most exquisite buds and blossoms bloom in the vases beside them. The first health proposed is the bride's, often accompanied by a feeling and beautiful address to the happy pair. It is usual for the bridegroom to express his thanks in an answer. A week before the nuptials, the most intimate friend of the bride invites her young companions to a festival called the binding of the myrtle wreath. On this occasion, no married person is admitted. The myrtle wreath, which is to mingle with the tresses of the bride at her nuptials, is woven by the hands of young maidens, and the gentlemen are excluded from their presence until the ceremony is completed. The evening is then divided between dancing and amusing games. When the bridal morning arrives, bright-colored flags float gaily from the windows of the bridegroom's friends and business acquaintances, and a profusion of cadeau flowers and poetry is showered upon the bride. At the altar, her brow is encircled by the myrtle wreath, whose binding she witnessed a few days previous, the emblem of that everlasting faith and constancy implanted in her heart. During the evening there is always a sportive attempt to pluck the leaves from her garland, over which, to prevent these depredations, the bridegroom becomes a guardian, and his hand alone, when her friends withdraw, removes the wreath from her brow. A serenade beneath their windows closes the ceremonies, and though, when the young bride goes from her father's hall, she goes into love yet untried and new, she parts from love which hath still been true. She seldom, in that happy climes, parts to weep over changed affections and unrealized hopes. 25 years after the day of their union, should both parties be so fortunate as to reach together that advanced period, another festival celebrates the virtues of the wife, who again receives gifts and tokens of affection and congratulatory poems. Some I have seen printed on satin from her friends. Seated on a chair of state at the appointed hour, her 2 youngest children, if she have any, approach her, bearing a basket heaped with newly gathered flowers, among the leaves of which glitters a silver crown. Presenting their beautiful burden, they recite some verses, generally composed by the elder children. Their father, who stands by her side, receives the crown and places it on the head of his wife, whose thoughts perhaps wandered back to the eve when the myrtle wreath lay freshly there, and over the years that have since fled, which start up one by one before her, while she asks her heart, if it has been as true and as fond as it vowed to be, or whether there is not yet some evidence of love unshown, some sacrifice of affection unoffered, by which she can add to the felicity of her husband and of his home. When half a century has rolled away, and the bride of 50 years ago has survived to be the beloved wife of half of 100 years, and of tried and unchanging affection, an event so extraordinary and so unfrequently witnessed is celebrated by the golden Hochzeit, or the golden wedding, at which a crown of gold is presented the reverend matron. A clergyman, addressing the aged pair, rehearses the blessings which have been granted to them in the long life they have spent together, and revives the emotions of their youth in the remembrance of its bygone pleasures. By some, these customs would be esteemed useless or absurd, but when we reflect that they cherish and keep fresh the kindliest feelings of the heart, constrain those who are honored by them to review their past lives and ask themselves whether the silver and the golden crown, the rewards of constancy and affection, have been fairly won, we may rather lament that these ceremonies should be confined to romantic Germany alone. There are so few objects of very decided interest to a traveler in Bremen that I must not pass over without mention the remarkable cathedral which it contains. I have forgotten the dimensions, as I took no notes of them at the time. The cathedral is immensely high, and resembles some temple of the Greek or Roman gods, rather than any modern edifice. It is filled with gaily colored pictures of Adam, Noah, Abraham, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Esther, etc., etc., habited in somewhat theatrical costumes. The pulpit is in the center of the church. The altar is at the west end, and appears not unlike a bower. It is composed of 4 columns, wound round with gilt flowers, festoons of which are gracefully suspended from the summit. Upon the top stands a painted figure of our Savior. One extended hand holds a golden crown, and the other a cross. At each end of the 4 corners are recording angels, with open books and ready pens. Beneath is the communion table, its rich covering of crimson velvet, worked with emblematical devices in gold by the young ladies of Bremen. A grapevine, loaded with long clustering branches of golden fruit, forms the rear of the altar. The pulpit is supported by little chubby laughing angels, displaying their white teeth to great advantage, and by a ring of merry-looking apostles, whose persons betoken the most indubitably robust health. In the vault of the cathedral, dead bodies are preserved for centuries without decay. The bodies are not embalmed, but literally dried. It is a matter of question and wonder how the vault acquired the singular property of preservation. There have been various speculations on the subject, but no satisfactory reason has yet been given. The coffins were open, and the mysteriously embalmed corpses, wrapped in their decaying shrouds, exhibited to visitors. Some of the bodies were 400 years old. The teeth of Countess of Stanhope, who is supposed to have been a great beauty, were still perfect, and a noble baron by her side yet retained his corpulent appearance. One body, that of a mason, who had fallen from the top of the cathedral and broken his neck. The head was almost completely separated from the body, though both were in a perfect state of preservation. Another body was that of a young student who had been shot in a duel for his lady-love. The hole in his breast where the ball went through was distinctly visible. One of our party profanely severed a lock of hair from the head of this Romeo, robbing the dead of locks which time had spared. Immediately in front of the cathedral is a small stone, upon which a cross is rudely cut, to mark the spot where the notorious Gottfried was beheaded. She is said to have committed upwards of 70 murders. Among her victims were her own husband and children. During our stay in Bremen, the Freimarkt, or annual fair, the greatest jubilee in the year, was held. It is described in the following letter, addressed at the time to one of my sisters. Bremen has thrown aside her sombre garb and sober air of calm monotony and unexcited content. The great annual fair has commenced, and everything is joviality and bustle and confusion. Fancy yourself transported to our side, dear Mary, and we will take you to see the Freimarkt. After your imaginary flight through the air, you find yourself in a large gallery-like room, all doors and windows, with a floor minus the dear luxury of a carpet, but so highly polished that you can see your form reflected as in a mirror, and if you step too quickly you will run the risk of measuring your length. This is our drawing-room. The windows open on to the ever-charming ramparts. Stand at those windows from early morn to dewy eve, and your ears will be greeted by the uninterrupted strains of music, sometimes approaching, sometimes dying away in the distance, sometimes immediately beneath the windows, but music in some shape never ceases. Now you hear the soft tones of a rude harp, now a wild native instrument, with piercing notes, played on by a young voice. Now it is only an organ to which you are listening, but it is managed with skill to us unknown. The organ is surrounded by a troop of songstresses, the pathos of whose rich voices would impart a charm even to a less romantic accompaniment, could such be found. We walk out together. The ramparts, the gardens, the public squares, the streets are all densely crowded. Ladies in their gayest attire, countrywomen in their gala costumes, happy boys filling the air with merry sounds from the castanets on their fingers, crowds of laughing children with wreaths of flowers on their heads, all hastening to enjoy the universal holiday. We pursue our way along the ramparts. See, there is a circus open for these 12 days only. Near it, an uncouth enclosure has suddenly sprung up, where rope dancers are terrifying and therefore delighting the gaping crowd. The road is lined with wandering minstrels, singing and playing for groats. At last we reach the great square and marketplace, where the fair is held. Here the throng is so dense that we must fight our way by means of divers gentle elbowings, quiet nudges, and pertinacious pushings, if we would pass at all. See the gaily colored boats and cars filled with enchanted boys and girls, swiftly wafting through the air. Look at those little urchins bestriding flying ponies that whirl around a miniature railway to the sound of music. Each youthful hero has a mimic sword in his outstretched hand, and strives to secure the golden ring which peeps forth from a small opening at the side of a pole. But no sooner is the prize borne in triumph away than the ring is magically replaced by another. The whole square is covered with booths, fancifully decorated, and fairy-looking houses transported there in a night. These are filled with curiosities exhibited by rosy-cheeked girls from the interior and south of Germany. Some of them are dressed in the picturesque Tyrolese costume. The beauty of others is disguised by the frightful provincial garb of black, with 50 long funereal ribbons hanging from their heads. Some are in Hollandish dress, with wide brass bands encircling their brow, but the larger portion wear the more simple bodice, tunic, striped petticoat, and clean white cap of Bremen. All dwellings that face the square and market, whether private houses or hotels, are rented out for these 12 days to foreign vendors, and rapid and singular is the transformation effected by the latter. No one knows his own home again. But let us not pass those wonder-relating peddlers without stopping. You see they carry about series of pictures pasted on boards. These they erect at each street corner. In a few moments a crowd assembles. Mute and statue-like stand the people, while in energetic language, and pointing to the groups of uncouth figures rudely delineated, this novel historian recounts how a spectre was seen in a haunted castle where murder had been committed, and how a huge sword that hung against the wall dropped blood, and how the people fled, and the skeleton of a beautiful maiden was discovered, and etc., and etc., all to the evident edification of his attentive listeners. Many of them are deeply moved at his sublime descriptions of the beauty of the lady, as plainly evinced by the skeleton, and the ferocity of her murderer, as attested by the blood-dropping sword. Sometimes, during the relation of these pathetic scenes, solemn music is played. Sometimes the tale of horror ends with a dirge, to the memory of some unfortunate pair, or, if the tale be a merry one, with a nuptial song in honor of the happy couple. But the comic relations have fewer listeners. A German crowd are more enamored of the terrible. 12 days, and the fair is over. In a single night the booths, the ferry houses, the circus, the flying boats, cars, horses disappear. Bremen wakes up the next morning from her festive dream, and is her sober, stately self again. After we had passed some weeks in Bremen, my sister and her husband prepared to continue their travels. We expected Mr. Mowat to join us in a few months, and I preferred quietly awaiting him with my aunt. I was particularly desirous of studying the German language, and so excellent an opportunity might not be again presented. We found no difficulty in hiring a pretty furnished house situated upon the delightful ramparts. The hospitality of our neighbors soon made us feel domesticated. My aunt could not speak a word of German. I understood a few sentences, and yet we commenced housekeeping with German domestics, German vendors to market with, German tradespeople to deal with, German friends to associate with, very few of whom understood English any better than we did German. I used to make purchases at the door with a dictionary in my hand. Our fruit and vegetable sellers, to whom I made signs requesting them to be patient while I hunted out the necessary words, stood with distended mouths, gazing at me in mute astonishment. I heard that a feminine dealer in vegetables, while speaking of me to a neighbor, put her finger significantly on her forehead and gave a doleful shake of the head, intimating that it was very doubtful whether all was right with me in that region. My aunt's trials of this nature were even greater than my own. Many were the amusing dilemmas in which she was placed, owing to her ignorance of the language. One day she had gone to the cuisine to enact a series of pantomimic directions to the cook, while I was busy in my own room. By and by she called out to me in great distress, "Good gracious, Anna, what is German for a plate?" "Tell her," I replied, leaning over the stair. "Tell her what?" returned my aunt, not supposing that she had heard me right. "Tell her," I answered back at the top of my voice. "How can I tell her unless you tell me what to tell her?" she retorted in a tone that betokened that she was gradually becoming heated, and indeed the weather was sultry. "Can't you hear me when I tell you to tell her? Tell her?" "That's just what I want you to do, but how can I tell her unless I know what to tell her?" I was laughing so heartily that I could only shout out, "Tell her! Tell her!" But fearing that my aunt might become exasperated, I ran downstairs and for her edification uttered the magic word. Of course the desired plate was produced, and to her great amazement. But she good-naturedly joined in my unrepressed merriment. After the long rest, for I had hardly opened a book since I left America, I returned to my studies with fresh eagerness. The clock seldom struck 6 when I was not taking my morning walk on the ramparts, or with a bevy of children and their nursery maids feeding the swans that floated on the stream which divides the ramparts and the counterscarp. At 9 came my German teacher, a most accomplished lady, and remained 2 hours. She was succeeded by a music and singing master, for I felt bound to return to my Sisyphus labor and renew my battles with the unconquerable music lessons. Our German friends continued to overwhelm us with the warmest hospitalities, and in a very short time I had sufficient command of the language to enjoy their society. Sometimes I took 2 German lessons in a day instead of 1, and exquisite was my enjoyment when the beauties of Goethe and Schiller gradually developed themselves to me. We had passed about 3 months in Bremen when Mr. Mowat unexpectedly arrived. We looked for him a fortnight later. He took all the kindest precautions to guard me against the excitement of a surprise, but an annoying contretemps defeated his intentions. I was practicing at the piano when I heard his step and the sound of his voice, and a second afterwards saw him enter the room. The startled sensation of joy with which I sprang from my seat produced for the first time a hemorrhage of the throat or lungs. I was afterwards afflicted in the same manner for several years whenever I labored under violent excitement. It was some days before I rallied. My newly gained health received a severe shock. Mr. Mowat proposed that we should visit the Rhine and make a tour through Switzerland, Italy, and France, and then return home. The preparations for our journey were nearly completed when he was suddenly attacked by a disease of the eye which almost destroyed his sight. The utmost skill of the 2 most celebrated homeopaths in Bremen did him no good. He passed for a month in a darkened chamber, suffered the most excruciating agony, and deprived of all enjoyment save that of being read to or talked to from morning until night. Thus, day after day, each wearier and sadder than the preceding, passed on, though his affliction was borne with an almost feminine patience. He seemed to rally periodically, and then sink into his former state. During one of these intervals, I persuaded him to attempt a journey to Paris, in the hope that he might obtain more efficient medical advice. Our preparations were rapidly made for fear of a relapse. It was December. The weather was intensely cold, the traveling worse than at any other period of the year, yet we set out with Indian courage. The journey was accomplished in, I think, 3 days. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Most sad was our entrance into that metropolis, where the heart of the great world is said to beat with its merriest pulsations. The strength of our invalid was completely exhausted, and scarcely had we reached Paris when he became dangerously ill. To have delivered the letters of mere fashionable introduction, with which we were abundantly supplied, would at that moment have been a mockery. We should have been desolate indeed had not friends sprung up around us in the kind relatives of a French brother-in-law. He was the husband of that sister who first won Mr. Mowat's admiration, and who has long since gone to the better land. The mother and sisters of Mr. G. were women of high refinement and most lovable character. They at once devoted themselves to lightening our cares for the sick, and cheering us by their agreeable society. Mr. Mowat, however, resisted all persuasions to place himself in the hands of their family physician. His prejudices were in favor of homeopathy. Hahnemann was then residing in Paris, and if the new science could yield balm for the invalid's affliction, we might seek it at the fountain-head. Hahnemann, at that period, had become too feeble to visit patients. He received them at his own residence, Mr. Mowat being confined to his bed. The duty of calling upon the learned doctor and of minutely describing the case devolved upon me. It was scarcely 9 o'clock when I entered Hahnemann's magnificent mansion, but his salons were already crowded, and 1 o'clock struck before I gained an audience. A valet in gaudy livery, who had taken my card some 4 hours before, then approached and informed me that I would now be received into the consultation chamber. I followed him through a succession of apartments, all richly furnished, and embellished with numberless busts of Hahnemann in various sizes. A door was thrown open, and I entered the consultation room. At the head of a long table sat a lady, dressed in the most recherché demi-toilette, with a gold pen in her hand, and piles of books and papers strewn around her. She might have been 40 years old, but I am no judge of ages. Her form was finely rounded, and her face still fresh and handsome. Her brow was remarkably high, and the hair, thrown back from her temples, fell in long light curls upon her shoulders. Her complexion was brilliantly clear, and her blue eyes had a deeply thoughtful expression. She rose to receive me, and it was not until she resumed her seat that a shriveled little old man became visible. He was reclining in a sumptuous armchair, with a black velvet skull-cap on his head, and in his mouth a richly enameled pipe that reached almost to his knees. His face reminded me of a ruddy apple that had been withered by the frost, but the small dark eyes, deeply set in his head, could scarcely have glittered with more brilliancy in his lusty youth. As I took the seat which Mrs. Hahnemann designated, he noticed me with a look rather than a bow, and removing the pipe from his mouth, deliberately sent a volume of smoke across the table, probably in token of greeting. Mrs. Hahnemann addressed me, and wrote down my answers to her numerous questions, but at the conclusion of the interview declined prescribing until the invalid made the effort to appear in person. Hahnemann sat puffing away, as though his existence depended upon the amount of smoke with which he surrounded, and apparently intent alone upon his pleasant occupation. But when I spoke of our long visit to Germany, he suddenly took a pipe from his mouth. "Sprechen Sie Deutsch?" were the first words he addressed to me. I had only to utter "Jawohl," when a species of Promethean fire seemed to shoot through the veins of the smoking automaton. He laid down his pipe and commenced an animated conversation in his own language. He spoke of Germany and her institutions with enthusiasm, asked me many questions concerning America, and expressed his admiration of the few Americans with whom he was acquainted. As soon as politeness permitted, I led back to the subject to the point from which we had originally started, Mr. Mowatt's illness in Germany. At the first medical question, the pipe returned to its former position, the expanded countenance shriveled up again, the distended muscles relaxed, the erect form sank back into a withered heap, and was quickly enveloped in smoke. He was the wearied-out old man again. Mrs. Hahnemann answered my question with much suavity, and then gracefully rose. This was her signal of dismission. I promised to return with the patient as soon as possible. She touched a silver bell, the door was thrown open, and the liveried valet escorted me to my carriage. I afterwards heard the history of Mrs. Hahnemann. She had been cured by her husband of a disease which other physicians pronounced necessarily fatal. Through gratitude she bestowed her hand upon the man who had saved her life. Her husband taught her the science of medicine. She made rapid progress, and he soon pronounced his wife as skillful a physician as himself. When he became infirm, his practice was left almost entirely in her hands. A few days after the first visit, I returned, accompanied by Mr. Mowat. Again we had to wait several hours in the antechambers, and, when admitted, the interview was unsatisfactory. After but a short trial of the medicines prescribed, his sufferings were so intense that homeopathy was abandoned, and Madame G's family physician called in. 4 months passed on and brought no relief, but succor came at last from the hands of an eminent American surgeon, Dr. M. of New York. 1 fortnight from the day when he first undertook the case, Mr. Mowat was able to exchange his darkened chamber for our lightly curtained drawing room. What a day of joy was that, on which he took his first walk with unbandaged eyes upon the Champs-Élysées! What a moment of happiness when, looking over my shoulder at the volume I was reading aloud, he discovered that, for the first time for many months, his eyes could distinguish print. With a keener sense of enjoyment than I have ever yet experienced, I now mingle with the gay world, and became thoroughly fascinated with Parisian society. A portion of every morning was spent in visiting antique palaces, galleries of paintings, and various curiosities, and in the evening we often attended 2 or 3 balls on the same night. We also frequented the theatre, opera, concerts, as often as our social engagements would permit. Mr. Mowat seldom ventured to trust his eyes to the blaze of ballroom chandeliers, but insisted upon my aunt and myself accepting every agreeable invitation. He used to say that he derived more amusement from listening to our humorous descriptions than he could have derived from being present. The constant habit of repeating for his diversion everything we had seen and heard soon rendered us quite accomplished raconteurs. I insert the following description of a fancy ball given by the American millionaire Colonel T, which has declared to be the most charming of the many we attended. The account was written by me at the time for the Ladies' Companion. Of all the magnificent entertainments which Paris has this season witnessed, the bal costumé given at the residence of Colonel T on the second night of the Carnival for the splendor and concentrated variety of amusements bears away the palm. Long before the palace-like mansion of Colonel T could be reached, the interminable line of equipage with their coronets and coat of arms, the livery coachman in front, and fancifully dressed chasseurs behind, announced what guests would grace his entertainment. On approaching the hotel, some 50 gendarmes, well mounted, guarded the brilliantly illumined and spacious courtyard, while the canopied porch and whole front of the mansion were thronged by the attendant domestics of the visitors. Alighting, you are received by some 20 footmen and ushered into an antechamber, the center of which is occupied by the at present fashionable ornament, a handsome billiard table. Passing through this apartment, you are loudly announced at the door of the reception room, where stands the ever graceful and affable hostess, whose very smile makes welcome, and whose courteous greeting sheds ease on all around. 12 gorgeous salons were thrown open. Where the uncouth door once had been, costly drapery was suspended, tastefully gathered in folds or festoons, the carpets of velvet, the divans, ottomans, and couches were all that could be imagined of luxurious and beautiful. The walls were fluted with gold or rich silks, and hung with the works of the first masters. The ceilings painted in 1,000 devices. One apartment, raised above the others, overlooked the ballroom, and was lined with a row of draperied arches, from which the dancers were viewed to the greatest advantage, their light forms reflected in the bright mirrors opposite, which covered one entire side of the dancing apartment. The 1,000 lights shed a flood of brilliancy which would almost have eclipsed sunshine. The sparkling of diamonds and many-colored gems threw a luster around almost painfully dazzling. And the varied, the charming, the voluptuously beautiful costumes, when fashion, whose rigorous sway clothes the hunchback and the sylph in the same garb, forsook her throne, what taste, what art, were expended to set forth every grace, and show beauty robed in all her charms, heightened by adornments which only displayed what they seemed intended to conceal. There were sultans and sultanas, queens and courtiers, knights templar and ladies in tournament robes, the goddess of night, wrapped in her glittering silver stars, and the crescent on her fair brow, one bed of diamonds, naiads and nymphs of the woods, Anna Boleyn and Madame Pompadour. Even Joan of Arc herself forsook the rude field to enjoy the soft pleasures of these princely halls. There were costumes of every clime, of every land where woman smiles or sighs. It would have employed the eyes of Argus to have scanned them all. Soon as the midnight hour arrived, the swell of music stole upon the ear from the exquisite band of 50 musicians, and a general rush was made to the ballroom, until then unopened. A large circle drawn in the center of the apartment was the magic boundary not to be passed, but the throng around it was inconceivably dense until the sound of horses' feet was heard, when all with one accord drew back as 4 fairy steeds, mounted by Cinderella postilions, drawing a Queen Mab chariot of crimson velvet with golden wheel, flew twice around the ring. A pair of lovely shepherdesses, placing their flowered wreath crooks upon the ground, sprang lightly from the chariot, and, as the car and its outriders disappeared, moving gracefully round in a fanciful pas de deux, amidst the noisy plaudits of admiring spectators, the guests elevated themselves on sofas and couches, sometimes 3 or 4 crowding together on the small and delicately shaped chairs, at the imminent risk of losing their balance, while a host of crushed unfortunates on tiptoe behind, clinging to those raised by chance, as so often happened in the world, above them, made extremely perilous the position of both parties, thus adding much to the excitement, and, according to the rule that pleasure is enriched by sharing with her sister pain, to the enjoyment of the scene. The pretty shepherdesses, after finishing their graceful evolutions, were put to flight by the entrance of some 15 or 20 Turks, knights, and Highlanders on horseback, who, after going through a ludicrous contredanse, galloped noiselessly away amidst peals of merriment, which must have drowned the trampling of their horses' feet, for, strange to say, none was heard. Then entered Madame Pompadour, Louis XIV, and his court, with their powdered wigs and magnificent jeweled robes. They performed with much spirit the old-fashioned dances of their age, amongst which the stately courtesying minuet called forth the most unbounded applause. It were in vain to attempt a description of the series of dances in character which followed. Each and all were executed with mingled taste and skill, and at their close the giddy waltz and gay quadrille were merrily joined in by the company in general, and brigands flew round, encircling their fair captives. Christians, unmolested, stole the pride of the Turkish harems, and shepherdesses looked happy with lords. When dancing had tired the unwilling feet of many an enraptured fair one, the droll queries of a strolling manager and pertinently stupid answers of his clown, forming a set of enigmas or charades, gratefully varied the diversions. A handsome supper table, filled with a confectionery, was accessible the whole evening, and a little past midnight the rich curtains which concealed a spacious apartment were thrown back, disclosing the most sumptuous banqueting board, spread with every delicacy that could gratify the palate or satisfy the appetite, heavy with the service of gold, bright with the dazzling radiancy of costly candelabras, and the mellow light of moonlit lamps, which lined the gilded walls, rich with such ornaments as the genius of Paris alone could execute. The table itself was so spacious and long that, reflected in the large mirror at its foot, the eye refused to reach its farther end. When graced on either side by fair women who seemed to have been gathered from every land, lovely relics of every age, relieved by the background of brave men, like the setting to jewels, what more splendid sight could be imagined? The morning had far advanced before the courteous host and hostess found their banquet halls deserted. It proved indeed, no sleep till morn, when youth and pleasure meet, to chase the glowing hours with flying feet. But a gayer festival, with more agréments and less alloy to the general enjoyment, may seldom again be witnessed. The cost of this ball is currently estimated at $8,000. One lady present wore so many diamonds, said to be valued at $200,000, that she was escorted in her carriage by gendarmes for fear of robbery. Colonel T.'s fancy ball was given on the second day of the carnival. The celebration of the Parisian carnival does not, of course, approach that of the Italian, yet it is worthy of some mention. For 3 days Paris empties its populace into the streets, and every willing head wears Folly's cap and bells. The carnival procession consists of a cavalcade followed by infantry in the uniform of their respective lands. Amongst these the Chinese are the most singular. Then comes the boeuf gras, an immense ox, fattened almost to the size of an elephant, led by 3 butchers. 2 of them are dressed as Romans, crowned with laurel, and bear glittering axes. The 3rd is costumed as an Indian chief. All 3 of them look as though they had successfully tried upon themselves the experiment to which their contented-looking victim is indebted for its enormous proportions and present distinction. The horns of the ox are gilded and wreathed with flowers, and its huge size caparisoned with a golden cloth wrought with fanciful devices. Following the boeuf gras, a car of white and gold is drawn by 4 white horses, with wreaths of flowers about their necks, and on their backs saddle-cloths of silver and gold. The car is filled with young girls, youths, and lovely children in the garb of pagan deities. Old Time, with an infant in his arms, drives the horses. As the car passes our door, a rosy Cupid was playfully aiming silver arrows at his youthful, half-nude mother, Venus. Apollo was lying at the feet of one of the Muses. Pan entertained another with his rustic pipe. Vulcan was busily preparing an iron net to entrap the lover of his wife, and Mars was laying his helmet and shield at the feet of Venus. A rich canopy suspended over the car shielded the mythological group from sun or rain. The procession ends with a heterogeneous mass of carriages, wagons, and market carts, all filled with masqueraders dressed according to their eccentric fancies. The boeuf gras pays a visit to the king and certain of the ministers, and then to the stall of the butcher, to whom he owes his honors. The stall is hung with tricornered ribbons and flowers. In front of it the procession halts, and the health of the butcher is drunk in champagne, and responded to with cheers. While this ceremony is taking place, a bountiful supply of cakes is flung into the streets, and noisy urchins scramble for their possession. From early morning until late night, the boulevards and all the public streets are thronged with masqueraders, who delight the crowd with ludicrous feats and sometimes enact comic characters with great esprit. The dominoes are generally supplied with bags of flour, from which they pelt indiscriminately every passer-by. But when a carriage graced by ladies stops the way, bonbons and bouquets are showered at the windows. The masquerade balls commence at 12 o'clock, and though attended by the aristocratic portion of the community as well as by the middle classes, they are too often the scenes of intrigue and boisterous mirth, though never of open indecorum. During our stay in Paris, General C was the residing American minister. He and his agreeable family were alike popular with the French, the English, and their own countrymen. Their entertainments were strikingly informal and unostentatious, and therefore all the more delightful. We could not but enjoy the touches of republicanism which were now and then intermingled with aristocratic usages. The attractions must have been great elsewhere that ever induced us to forego our ambassador's reception or balls. Through constant mingling in Parisian society, we became acquainted with various distinguished persons, whose characters and peculiarities I should delight in sketching, but I only feel at liberty to mention those who are in some way connected to my own history. My history at this period was simply that of everyday fashionable life, and the interchange of civilities alone threw us in contact with those who had won fame and honors from a fastidious public. I saw Rachel in her principal characters, and I retain the most vivid recollections of her thrilling impersonations. There was something terrific, something overwhelming in them all. From the moment she came upon the stage, I was always under the influence of a spell. Her eyes had the power of a basilisk on me, and flashed with an intense brightness which no basilisk could have rivaled. I never expect to see that acting equaled. To surpass it in impassioned force and grandeur seems to me impossible. Accident made me acquainted with the two young sisters of Rachel. They were then at school, and were receiving a liberal education at the expense of their elder sister. They spoke of her with enthusiastic affection, and evidently looked forward to becoming her successors upon the stage, the legitimate inheritors of her genius. So many incidents have occurred since our 7 months' visit to Paris that various events of deeper interest have very nearly obliterated my first impressions of the gay metropolis, of its 1,000 works of art and of science, and of its beautiful environs, Versailles, St. Cloud, etc., and I do not therefore attempt to embody them in the form of a description. The following extract from a letter addressed to a younger sister during the early part of our sojourn in Paris may not be without interest to our youthful readers. What surprises me most in Paris is that, with its innumerable luxury, it lacks the air of comfort which characterizes England. It is difficult to get accustomed to the atmosphere of inconsistency which pervades everything. Wealth and poverty, mirth and misery seem to walk hand in hand. Paris reminds me of a fine woman magnificently attired, with soiled gloves, rent stockings, and worn-out shoes. There is always a striking incongruity in the accessories of a Parisian magnificence. Napoleon, more than any other monarch, adorned and enriched this city. He planned and executed, finished what had been begun, and altered what was badly done. He did not confine himself to the erection of public buildings, to the making of roads and raising monuments, but he cultivated the arts and sciences, and fostered the genius of his countrymen. The facilities for acquiring knowledge and receiving a thorough education can nowhere be greater than in this metropolis. Public lectures on all subjects are daily delivered free of cost, and liberal instruction is bestowed on those who would devote themselves to the fine arts. The Maison Royale Saint-Denis is devoted to the education of the sisters, daughters, and nieces of the members of the Legion of Honor, and hundreds of young girls yearly receive a classical education at the expense of the government. Their discipline is said to be particularly gentle. They wear a uniform of black. Poverty is not here considered to be nearly a crime as it is with us and in England. Talents, education, manners, even personal attractions are placed before riches. Admission into good society may be commanded by these, while with us the entrance is too often purchasable. The customs and fashions which we imitate as Parisian are not unfrequently mere caricatures of those that exist in Paris. For instance, it is the present mode not to introduce persons who meet at parties or in visiting, but the custom is intended to obviate the ceremoniousness of formal introductions. Everyone is expected to talk to his neighbor, and if mutual pleasure is received from the intercourse, an acquaintance is formed. The same fashion in vogue with us renders society cold and stiff. We abolish introductions because the Parisians do so, but we only take this first step in our transatlantic imitations. Few persons feel at liberty to address strangers. Little contracted circles of friends herd in clannish groups together, and mar the true object of society. As yet, we only follow the fashions. We do not conceive the spirit which dictated them. So in our mode of dressing. Expensive materials, worn here only at balls, are imported by American merchants and pronounced to be very fashionable in Paris. They are universally bought by our belles, who, instead of wearing them at the proper seasons, parade the streets in what is meant exclusively for evening costume. Are we not as yet merely a nation of experimenters? Houses are built in a few weeks, to fall in a few more. Fortunes are made in a day, to be lost in another. We are like children working their samplers, who make hundreds of mistakes and destroy their work many times before they can perform it aright. You have always heard and read that the French nation were noted for their suavity of manners, gaiety of heart, and extreme politeness. But since the turbulent bouleversements that have agitated France, and especially since the last revolution, this spirit, it is said, has changed. The men in particular are not so gay as they were, because their pursuit is not now so entirely that of pleasure. They ponder public contingencies more deeply, and France is not happy. All, both men and women, are politicians, and maintain their ground with a firmness which leads to long discussions. Both parties become easily excited, and courtliness of speech and manner are too often forgotten. The king, Louis Philippe, is not beloved. So fearful is he of another attempt upon his life that he is scarcely ever seen in public. Paris is divided by the river Seine. On one side is the palace of the Tuileries, where the king resides. On the opposite side dwell the proud scions of the noble families of France. This society, called the Saint-Germain, is much more select, and far more difficult of access than the court itself. In the circles of the Saint-Germain, the old style of address and ancient ceremonies in the splendid age of Louis XIV are still adhered to and revered. It strikes a stranger in Paris that half the city is composed of magnificent shops. The private dwellings are above them. Every family hires a floor, and this manner of living is considered perfectly respectable, even fashionable. I was amused with the fanciful titles given to these magazines, such as Aux pauvres diables, à la balayeuse, à la pincée, à la jeune Anglais, etc. Les passages, with which the city abounds, are the most pleasant places where one can shop on foot. The houses are built over long arches, beneath which runs a sheltered promenade, lined on both sides with boutiques. These promenades are called passages. They are more or less splendid, according to the quarter of the city in which they are situated. Of all the beautiful squares with which the city is adorned, the first and most magnificent is the Place de la Concorde, or La Place Louis XV, as it is generally called. Many terrible catastrophes have rendered this spot famous, amongst them the execution of Louis XVI, and hundreds of other unfortunates known to fame and history. From every side of this place there is a charming view. Standing in the center, you can behold two majestic buildings, with an arcade walk running in front of them, formed of Corinthian columns, and in the distance appears the chaste and lovely Church of La Madeleine. To the east are the Champs-Élysées, and between the noble avenues of the trees rises the triumphal arch of Napoleon, called l'Arc de Triomphe de l'Étoile. On the west is the garden of the Tuileries, and on the south may be seen the Chamber of the Deputies, also a line of costly edifices running along the banks of the Seine, and, peering above them, the dome of the Invalides. In the center of the square is the obelisk of Luxor, which stood before the Temple of Thebes, and was introduced by the French government from Egypt. It is an immense pyramid-like column, slightly broken at the top and covered with hieroglyphs. It took 800 men 3 months to remove it from its former station. To accomplish this, a road to the Nile had to be made, and numbers of Arab dwellings, which intercepted its path, or were built against its base, had to be leveled to the ground. On either side of this venerable monument are 2 ingenious fountains, not quite completed. The square is filled with statues, and in the evening brilliantly illuminated by a quantity of gilded lamps raised on fluted columns of glittering fretwork. The Place Vendôme is another celebrated square, and in the center of which shoots up a triumphant pillar, erected by Napoleon in honor of his German campaign of 1805. It is built in imitation of Trajan's pillar at Rome, and is said to have been formed of the cannon taken by Napoleon in battle. On the pedestal are represented in bas-relief the victories of Napoleon, and on top stands a statue of the great emperor. A winding staircase leads to a terrace above the column, which, being 130 feet high, commands a fine view of the city. The ascent is totally dark, and each visitor carries a lantern, presented to him by one of Napoleon's veteran soldiers who guards the entrance. The Place du Carrousel is named after a grand tournament held there in the golden age of Louis XVI. It was here also that the infernal machine exploded in 1800. I was particularly charmed by the fountains, which are scattered all over Paris, and that supply the city with water. They play at certain hours of the day, and the water is caught in buckets and barrels, and sold by the poor to the rich. The Fontaine de Leda represents Jupiter in the shape of a swan approaching the pleased and astonished Leda. The water flows from the beak of a swan. The Fountain of Mars represents the goddess of health holding a draught of water to the lips of a dying soldier who revives as he drinks. The fountain in the Place du Châtelet is a circular basin, from the center of which springs a palm tree, encircled by statues representing justice, strength, prudence, and vigilance. On the shaft of the column are inscribed the names of Napoleon's conquest. The water issues from cornucopiae, which terminate in Fish's Head. Above are the heads representing the winds. In the midst is a globe, supported by a gilded statue of Victory. I have mentioned those of the fountains which particularly struck me. There are many of equal beauty. I must not pass over without mention what we took delight in passing under a few days ago, the Arc de Triomphe de l'Étoile, a vast central arch, 90 feet in height, graced by piers on either side, supporting an entablature and attic. Upon a pedestal from each of these piers rise groups of allegorical figures. On the internal sides of the piers are inscribed the titles of victories won by France. The arch is pierced by a transversal arch, engraven with the names of great warriors. This arch was commenced by Napoleon and finished by Louis Philippe. Within the monument, a staircase in each pier leads to 3 stories of apartments, as yet unappropriated to any use. After the nuptials of the Emperor with Marie-Louise, the arch not being completed, an immense model in wood and canvas was erected, decorated, and illuminated. The Emperor, entering Paris, drove through in triumph with his bride. Paris is surrounded by barrières to prevent the introduction of contraband goods. Some of them are very splendid edifices, resembling in form the Arc de l'Étoile, also called Barrière de l'Étoile, but these will scarcely interest you. The garden of the Tuileries, with its vast groves, its charming flower gardens, its fountains, its groups of statues lining every walk, you must often have heard described. I will but mention the classic groups before which we most frequently pause. One is composed of the chaste Lucretia, supported by her horror-stricken husband. Her young children are clinging to her robe, while she, with expiring breath, recounts her wrongs and draws the dagger from her bleeding breast. My other favorite is Atalanta, flying before Hippomenes. He flings the golden gifts of Venus at her feet to retard her flight, and wins the goal and the coy nymph for his own. With the Champs-Élysées, I was somewhat disappointed. To be sure, there are vast avenues of noble trees which form pleasant and sheltered promenades. But the old women with their cake and apple stands, and the old men with one arm, supposed to be amputated, hidden in their coats, and a large black patch over one eye, and the numerous little terrestrial-looking cafes, remind one that this Elysium is but of the earth. The Bois de Boulogne, the famous rendezvous for duelists, is a large forest, always gay, with splendid equipages and richly dressed promenaders, and is the most fashionable drive in Paris. In spite of the gay life which we led in the French metropolis, my habits of study were not wholly abandoned. An Italian teacher paid me visits every morning, and the previous night's dissipations never prevented my taking a lesson before breakfast. Nor did I cease to find pleasure in writing. I commenced a little drama in 6 acts. The peculiarities of the plot made 5, as I thought, an impossible number, designated for private representation. We were to give a fête on our return to America, and the play was to be enacted at Melrose by my sisters and myself. It was written in blank verse, or at least what I imagined to be blank verse. The scenery was painted by Parisian artists under my direction, and some of the principal dresses, which were exceedingly rich, were made by Parisian costumers. The play was entitled Golzara, or the Persian Slave. It was nearly completed when we left Paris. At Havre, we took passage in the ship Ville de Lyon, under the command of Captain Stoddart, and sailed for America. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Our sojourn in a foreign land had not rendered America less dear. Our own home never looked to me more beautiful than when, as I learned from the carriage window, I beheld it through the long avenue of trees. After our 15 months' absence, I pass over the joyous greetings of kindred and friends, and come to the fête, which was to celebrate our return. The play was rapidly completed, but I had had some formidable difficulties to overcome in its construction. We objected to admit gentlemen into our corps dramatique. To say the least, their presence was an inconvenience, yet our youthful company wished to avoid assuming male attire. I must write them a play without heroes. To suit these caprices, I invented a plot, the scene of which was laid within the walls of a harem. Sultan Suleiman, the hero, is absent in the wars, and though he in reality plays an important part in the drama and is kept constantly in the minds of the audience, he never appears. His newly purchased slave, Golzara, is the heroine. The other characters are his daughter, Zulika, Fatima, her companion, Katinka, an attendant, and Aisha, the villain of the piece, who has received a great wrong at the hands of the Sultan, and during his absence seeks revenge. The only male character is that of the Sultan's son, Amurath, a boy 10 years old. This character was written for little Julia, and I expended all the ability I possessed in making the part one that would afford ample scope for the display of her brilliant talents. It was a part in which she could fairly compete with Golzara, which I enacted, and, as the sequel proved, could bear away the palm. To facilitate rehearsal, our little corps dramatique were invited to take up their residence with me for a month previous to the representation of the play. Many amusing incidents broke in upon our preparations. During the rehearsal of certain scenes, we were invariably interrupted by sudden fits of laughter from the actors, and I could never get them through other scenes, one in particular, without allowing them to pause and weep. And These were not stage tears, but genuine outbursts of girlish feeling. Screaming musically and fainting gracefully, we at first pronounced impossible accomplishments, heights of histrionic excellence not to be reached. To avoid alarming the rest of the family, we practiced these portions of our art in an old barn at a distance from the house. Each one in turn would give a long, loud shriek. The clearest sound was to be imitated by the character who had to scream. Then the fainting must be practiced. We could fall upon beds of hay, but dared not trust ourselves to sink into each other's arms, for fear of a fall indeed. Amid shouts of laughter, we were one day making experience in the most effective manner of becoming insensible, when an unexpected peal of merriment, mingling with ours, sounded above our heads. We looked up and beheld in the haylofts an assemblage of laborers who had been enjoying, unperceived, our dramatic exercises, and could no longer restrain their mirth. With one accord, our whole party took flight, and were seen in the barn no more. It was my desire that the fete should be given upon our father's birthday. Flatbush was 4 miles from New York. We were obliged to wait for a moonlit night, that our guest might not have a country drive in the dark. Our Parisian scenery worked admirably. It was changed for each act. The most critical observer could hardly have found fault with the miniature theater. We had all the appurtenances of the stage, even to footlights, and regulations, I insisted, were tolerably systematic. I seemed to possess some intuitive knowledge of the mysteries of stage management. The night before that on which the play was to take place, we had a dress rehearsal, and every one was, in stage parlance, dead letter perfect in her part. The fete day came. With the assistance of my young dramatic company, the house was profusely decorated with garlands of flowers. Bowers were formed out of forest trees cut down for the purpose, and vases placed in every possible and impossible niche or corner were filled with the plunder of the greenhouse and garden. Numerous friends contributed largely to this floral exhibition. When we commenced our labors in the morning, several tables were literally heaped with mountains of flowers. At night, the avenue of trees leading to the house was brightly illuminated, and the moon we had politely waited for, in return, courteously lent us her light. The guests assembled at an early hour, and were received by their host. The hostess was busied transforming herself into a Persian slave, and adorning the other inhabitants of the seraglio. At the hour designated in the program, which had been enclosed in every invitation, an overture was played by a full band of music stationed in the hall. We had to alter the usual locality of the orchestra. The curtain rose upon a chamber in the harem, where sat Zuleika embroidering, and Fatima at her seat. It seemed to me 5 minutes, though it probably was not more than 1, before our Zuleika, my sister May, could gain courage to utter the first words of her part. When at last she spoke, it was in a low and trembling voice, scarcely audible. I held my breath until the sound fell on my ears, and drew it again with a sensation of inexpressible relief, as her self-possession gradually returned. There was no laughing, as at our rehearsals, and when the actors persisted in crying, the audience kindly kept them company, and I did not chide as on former occasions. Everyone played beyond my expectations, but the gem of the evening was the exquisite performance of our little Julia as the Sultan's son, Amurath. Almost every sentence she uttered drew down genuine bursts of applause, and with the skill of a thorough artist, she made us laugh or weep at will while she retained her own composure. I exerted myself to the utmost in scenes where we played together, but my judgment told me that Amurath threw Gulzara into the shade. As I stood upon the stage, the audience were so near us that I could see my father's noble form, his majestic forehead and snow-white hair. I could see his eyes fixed intently upon his children in turn, and more than once my heart beat high as I saw him smile and bow with a flattered expression as some of our guests leaned forward to whisper their comments in his ears. Whenever Julia spoke, his face lighted up with an expression of almost rapture, and when I had impassioned lines to deliver, he would gaze at me thoughtfully, drinking in each word as though he were weighing my power against hers. The play lasted about 2 hours and a half, and then came to a happy termination. No untoward accident marred the smoothness of the representation. The scenery was rapidly removed, the theater converted into a reception room, the ballroom thrown open, and less than a half an hour from the time when the curtain fell, the occupants of Sultan Suleiman's seraglio were merrily threading the dance, without a trace of their late sorrows visible upon their countenances. The play was afterwards published in the New World. Several very complimentary criticisms appeared, but as they were written by parties present at the performance, I must attribute them to the couleur de rose medium through which friendship is apt to look. There was one, however, written by the editor of the New World, which I quote as the most gratifying to me at the time, inasmuch as the writer was unacquainted with me, and, as I flatter myself, could have no bias inconsistent with critical impartiality. The drama of Gulzara, or The Persian Slave, was written by a young lady, lovely and accomplished. There is a unity and simplicity in its design and execution which cannot fail to give sincere pleasure. It is pervaded by rare and delicate thought. Many passages are strikingly beautiful, and the impartial critic will think, with us, that the drama would do credit to a much more experienced writer. The ball I have just described was the last ever given at Melrose. The glorious sunset that closed on the days of our happiness ushered in but storms with the tomorrow. From the time of our return to America, Mr. Mowat was forced to abandon his profession on account of the affection in his eyes. He could neither use them to read nor to write except for a few minutes at the time. He always had a fondness for speculations in land, stock, etc., which, in the absence of other employment, grew into a fatal passion. He made great ventures, sometimes reaping large profits, sometimes meeting with heavy losses. Of these speculations I at first knew little or nothing, but I could not help noticing the fitful changes that came over his mental horizon. At times he suffered from deep depression, not natural to his temperament, while at other times he was elated to a degree that equally astonished me. In one of those crises which convulsed the whole mercantile world, I use the language which I heard him use to Mary Howitt, he was utterly ruined. Almost the whole of his fortune was swept away in a few days. At first he concealed from me the serious nature of his losses, and it was long before I divined their extent. But our expenses must be retrenched, our mode of living altered. Our country home, to which I was so devotedly attached, must be sold. This intelligence was communicated to me in the most gentle manner. As soon as I could recover from the first bewildering shock, my earnest question to Mr. Mowat was, "Is there no possible means of saving this house?" "None that I can imagine," was his dejected answer. How long may we remain here? A month, perhaps, certainly not longer. And where will we go? Heaven knows. I had never before heard the sound of despair in his tones. Misfortune sprinkles ashes on the head of the man, but falls like dew upon the heart of the woman, and brings forth germs of strength of which she herself had no conscious possession. That afternoon I walked alone for a long time in the lovely arbor that had been erected for my pleasure. It was a magnificent day in autumn. The grapes were hanging in luxuriant purple clusters above my head. The setting sun could scarcely penetrate their leafy canopy of darkest, richest green. They seemed to typify abundance, peace, prosperity. Eve's "Must I leave thee, Paradise?" found its echo in my innermost heart. I sat down in my favorite summer house, and strange thoughts came into my head. At first they were vague and wild, but out of the chaos gradually grew distinctiveness and order. I thought of my eldest sister Charlotte. Her gift was for miniature painting. When the rude storms of adversity had shipwrecked her husband, she had braved the opposition of her friends, of the world, and converted what had been a mere accomplishment into the means of support for herself and her children. In the Academy of Drawing at Paris, she had been awarded a high prize amid hundreds of native competitors, although her name was unknown. Toiling ever, but ever with a cheerful spirit, she had gone on her pilgrimage rejoicing, overcoming trials with patient endurance, and reaping a priceless reward in the midst of many struggles. Were there no gracious gifts within my nature? Had I no talents I could use? Had a life made up of delightful associations and poetic enjoyments unfitted me for exertion? No. There was something strong within me that cried out, it had not. What, then, could I do to preserve our home? I had talents for acting. I could go upon the stage. But that thought only entered my mind to be instantly rejected. The idea of becoming a professional actress was revolting. The elder Vanderhoff had just given a successful course of readings in New York. I had been present on several evenings. His hall was crowded, and his audiences were highly gratified. I could give public readings. I had often read before large assemblages of friends. That required not a little courage. With a high object in view, I could gain enough additional courage to read before strangers. True, I could not judge what actual powers I possessed, what amount of talent, but the praises to which I had listened could not all be mere flattery. I would not allow my thoughts to dwell for a moment on the possibility of failure. While I still sat in the little summer house, a bold resolution was suddenly formed. I reflected that, not fortune's slave is man. Our state enjoins, while firm resolves await, on wishes just and wise, that strenuous action follow both. I would read in public. I had long enough been the child of indulgence, ease, and pleasure. I would wake up and be doing. Life's heroic ends pursuing. It was almost dark when my dreamings ended, and I returned to the house. There were deep shadows upon the faces of Mr. Mowat and my sister May, who was still the beloved companion of our home, as we three sat down to the tea-table. But I was more than usually merry, and now and then succeeded in calling a smile to the lips of one or the other. Several times Mr. Mowat looked at me in astonishment. It was for my sake far more than for his own that he lamented his reverses. He feared privations for me, not for himself. He valued his wealth because it had ministered to my comforts, surrounded me with luxuries, and fostered my taste. His own enjoyments were of a simple nature. I answered his wondering glances with mysterious looks, and waited impatiently until my younger sister retired. Then I told him of my musings in the arbor, of my hopes, of my convictions, of, could I but gain his consent, my fixed determination. His surprise was at first too great for him to offer any opposition. I made good use of this vantage ground gained, and overwhelmed him with arguments until my confident spirit had so thoroughly infused itself upon his that he suggested but one objection: the delicacy of my health. I combated that by declaring, and with truth, that I felt an inner strength hitherto unknown. I was sure that strength would sustain me under all emergencies. Midnight found us still discussing my new project, but before I rose to retire, I had gained his consent. My slumbers were as peaceful that night as at the close of the calmest and happiest of the many happy days that had seen me sink to repose beneath that beloved roof. Once determined upon my course, I lost no time in carrying my intentions into execution. The very next morning I had made selection from my favorite poets, many of them the same that I had heard Vandenhoff read, and commenced strengthening my voice by reading aloud for a couple of hours each day in the open air. I allowed myself one fortnight to make all necessary preparations for my new and hazardous career. I shrank from appearing in New York in the midst of my own extensive circle of relatives and friends. I did not desire the support which they might have yielded through personal sympathy. My powers could only be justly tested among strangers. Boston had been pronounced the most intellectual city of the Union, the American Athens. There is always more leniency towards the efforts of a novice where there is true taste. I would make my first appearance in Boston. A literary friend, to whom Mr. Mowat confided our intentions, furnished us with valuable letters of introduction. Their influence, while it could not ensure my success, would command for me a favorable hearing. Every day I practiced my voice, reciting aloud for hours in a vine-covered arbor, where I had cast aside the dark mantle of despair, and put on the life-giving robes of hope. I was greatly encouraged to find how rapidly every tone was strengthened, with what increasing enthusiasm I read, and how a confidence in my own success sprang up at these auguries. It was a most trying duty to make my intended debut known to my family. My sister May was, of course, the first in whom I confided. She was of a gentle and timid nature, and shrank in alarm from the proposed public step. She could not discuss it without tears and violent emotion. "You cannot go through with it. I am sure you cannot," were her weeping exclamations. "We none know what we can do until we are tried," was the truism with which I answered her objection. "What will our friends say of you if you make a public appearance?" she urged. "What will our friends do for us in case I do not? Will they preserve us this sweet home? Will they support us? Will they even sympathize with our adversity? But you will lose your position in society." "If I fail, probably I shall, but I do not intend to fail. And what is that position in society worth when we are no longer able to feast and entertain? How many of those whom we feasted and entertained at our last ball will seek us out when we live in poverty and obscurity? If you would only look at all the obstacles—" "No, I am looking above and beyond them, and I see only duty in their place." Young as my sister was, she saw the force of my arguments and sorrowed in silence. The sight of her anguished affected me so much that I had not the courage to seek my father and make the necessary communication to him. His opposition, should he oppose my wishes, would inevitably paralyze my strength. I wrote to him and entreated that he would not dishearten me, not throw a clog upon my efforts by his disapproval. This letter was not to be delivered until the day when we started for Boston. That day soon came. About an hour before the time it was necessary for us to leave, I went into my sister's room and found her greatly agitated. "Come, May, let us bid good-bye to the dear old place, and pray that we may soon return and be as happy as ever." She put her arms about me, and we walked into the garden. For the last time we gathered flowers from our favorite plants, many of which we had ourselves put in the earth and helped to tend. From the garden we went to the greenhouse. Near the door was a heliotrope some 2 feet high, which had grown from a sprig that had been taken by Mr. Mowat from my hair. It was covered with deliciously fragrant blossoms, and from them we added to our bouquet. Then we walked through the arbor to the summer house, and sat there for a few sweet minutes, then strolled to the orchards beyond, into the lane that ran by the grounds. Then we went to the stables and caressed our ponies, especially Queen Mab, and bade farewell to our dogs and our many pets. Through every room of the house we passed, and with lingering looks of love we bade each adieu. My sister was weeping, but I could not shed a tear. I had been full of hope until this moment, but now a solemn sensation came over me and whispered this farewell was our last, for I should never enter that house again as its mistress. I never did. We were standing in the old-fashioned room where our little play had been performed, and talking over the pleasures of that eventful night, when the carriage came to the door. Hurriedly we took our seats. "Take care of the flowers," was the parting injunction to our faithful French gardener, who, with a sad face, stood waiting to bid us adieu. "Que le bon Dieu vous bénisse," was his fervent reply, and the carriage drove rapidly away. We left my sister, with a letter she had to deliver, at our mother's door, and, without waiting to see any of the family, drove to the boat which started for Boston. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. As I look back, I can scarcely believe it possible that in Boston, where now I am bound by so many close, strong ties of friendship, I had then but one acquaintance, an acquaintance casually formed in the ballrooms of Paris. Mrs. B. called upon me as soon as my arrival in Boston was published. I had known her merely as a woman of fashion, chasing the butterfly pleasure, even as I was doing in Parisian salons. But now that I had a more earnest, a higher pursuit, all her falser self slipped from her like a robe, and she came to me in her true guise. It was the woman of soul that greeted me, full of tender sympathies and eager earnest, lamenting our misfortunes and ready to act the part of a devoted friend. She encouraged me in my undertaking, enlisting in my behalf the good wishes of her large circle of acquaintances, brought a number of them to introduce to me, and exerted herself to the utmost to ensure a crowded audience to my first reading. She herself took 100 tickets. I was strengthened and cheered by her untiring kindness. Her hearty enthusiasm gave me new faith in my own success. Beyond price at that moment was such a friend, and the impetus which she gave to my first efforts had their effect upon my whole career. Our letters of introduction brought us into communication with many delightful and some distinguished persons. Their interest in my novel undertaking was easily awakened, and their inspiring influence hemmed me around until I seemed to stand in a magic circle, guarded as by a charm from all inharmonious existences. These friendships formed at that period have been among the most enduring and the most valued of my life. We had only spent a few days in Boston when all the arrangements for my first appearance were satisfactorily completed. I was to read at the Masonic Temple for 3 successive nights. The evening of my debut was announced, and courteous editorial notices, bespeaking a fair hearing, appeared in all the principal papers. The day before that on which I was to make my debut, I entered the temple, and with a throbbing heart ascended the rostrum which I was to occupy during the readings. I tried my voice to learn whether it had compass enough to fill the capacious hall. Mr. Mowwatt and an old doorkeeper, who treated me in the most paternal and encouraging manner, were my only auditors. Yet it was with difficulty I could speak in so singular a situation. The words came gapingly forth, and I seemed to have lost all variety of intonation. I grew sick at heart. If my courage evaporated before an imaginary audience, how could I hope for presence of mind to carry me through the duties I had imposed upon myself when I stood in the presence of an actual crowd? I made effort after effort to recite, but my voice was choked. I could scarcely utter a word. I sat down on the steps of the rostrum, overwhelmed with doubts and fears, which rushed like freshets over my heart and swept away all its bright fabrics. I could not weep. I was too miserable for tears, and I could not listen to consolation. "You're only a bit nervous," said the old doorkeeper, comfortingly. "You'll get over that. I've seen great speakers look just as pale and frightened as you do now when they got up on this stand here, but they soon warmed up, and there is nothing to be afraid of." Still, I would not be consoled. I could only remember that if I failed, disgrace was added to our other ruin. The monster, self-mistrust, had entered my mind and was rapidly rooting up all its new and giant growths. We returned to the hotel. Cards, kind notes, and bouquets were awaiting me. One note was from Judge Story, written in the most encouraging strain. Another, from the poet Longfellow, apologized for not calling on the plea of illness. I was dispiritedly putting them aside when a letter was handed me. It was from my father. I had scarcely courage to break the seal. If his disapprobation were added to my present dejection, my failure was certain. The first words reassured me. My father had pondered well upon the course I proposed to pursue, and he gave my efforts not merely his sanction, but his heartiest approval. He bade me never lose sight of the motive I had in view, and with its help my talents, as he was pleased to call them, would enable me to achieve a triumph. He gave me his own blessing, and assured me that, as far I was actuated by a sense of duty, I should win the blessing of heaven also. An indomitable energy and perseverance had characterized all the actions of my father's life. I inherited these traits from him, and with them a faculty for happiness that struck out the slender vein of gold in the drossiest earth of circumstance. As I read his letter, my whole nature was quickened by an influx, as it were, from his strong, never weary, and ever buoyant spirit. All my hopes returned, and from that moment my courage never wavered. The sun shone brightly upon the morning of my debut. The heavens seemed to smile benignly on my undertaking. That nothing might disturb my work, I refused to receive visitors, and passed the day quietly in my own chamber. Evening found me calm and strong of heart. I entered the carriage that bore me to the temple, not more agitated to outward appearance than if I had been hastening to a ball. I had resisted all entreaties to wear any rich attire, and was dressed in simple white muslin, a white rose in my bosom and another in my hair. I wore no ornaments. In the retiring room of the temple we found several gentlemen, the warmest among our new friends, awaiting us. A painful anxiety was depicted in their faces. Well might they have wondered at the almost stony calmness of mine. They told me that the temple was crowded with one of the most fashionable audiences ever assembled within its walls. They entreated me to retain my self-possession, and poured into my ears words of sympathy and encouragement, which, in the abstraction of the moment, I scarcely heard. They remained with us until the clock struck 7:30, the hour at which I was announced to appear. "Do not keep the audience waiting. Bostonians dislike nothing more," said Mr. F., as he shook my hand, and, accompanied by the other gentlemen, left the room to take his seat in the temple. 2 minutes more, and I was within view of the audience. Mr. Mowat led me to the foot of the rostrum, but I ascended the steps alone. I remember curtsying slightly, half stunned by the repeated rounds of applause, the blaze of light, the dense crowd of faces all turned towards me. I sat down by the table that held my books, and mechanically opened the one from which I was to read. I rose with it in my hand. Again came the burst of applause. The hall swam, then grew dark before me. I could not see the book that I held open in my hand. My veins were filled with ice. I seemed to myself transformed into a statue. Although I stood still, I could not, for a few seconds, have been more unconscious in the state of complete inanition. The opening piece I had selected was the introduction to Scott's lay of The Last Minstrel, and the first words I had to utter were, "The way was long, the wind was cold." I could deliver the line feelingly, indeed, for I was shivering violently, and weary and long seemed the way I had just entered. At length, in an uncertain voice, I commenced to read. Long before I had half finished the poem, my self-possession returned. A genial warmth displaced the icy chill. My voice grew loud and clear, and I found it easy to divest myself of all consciousness of the audience. I began also to become accustomed to the applause which at first oppressed and affrighted me. I went through the various selections in order, and without betraying any further emotion. When half the entertainment was over, there was an intermission of 10 minutes, and I was at liberty to withdraw into the retiring room. There I was greeted by a host of friends, all loud in their congratulations, and a note from my faithful ally, Mrs. B., told me of the delight of her party and assured me of my perfect success. With renewed spirit I reascended the rostrum and read the concluding poems with as much ease as I should have done to a select party of friends in my own drawing-room. At the hotel a fresh assemblage awaited me. I was overwhelmed with the new congratulations and prophecies of a brilliant career, a career that would accomplish all that I had so much at heart. My deep joy transported me to the grape-hung bower. I stood there in thought, exclaiming, "Our home is secured. I am mistress here still." It was past midnight before our visitors took their leave and allowed me to retire. When I was once more alone, when my full heart could again offer up its grateful thanks, I could weep again. What woman does not know the delicious relief of tears? the terrible privation, when the eyes remained burning and unmoistened through suffering and trial. They were the first tears I had shed since the day I was told of the complete wreck of our fortunes. The future now seemed so bright before me that, in my ignorance of the world, I anticipated no difficulties, no drawbacks, no rebuffs. I saw but roses in the pathway of life's journey. I had yet to learn that sharp-edged flints are scattered on the road, to lacerate the feet of those who walk not in the trodden ways. The next night I read again to an equally large and enthusiastic audience, and again on the third night to the same crowd, and was greeted with the same unmistakable tokens of approval. I was no longer in the slightest degree embarrassed. I felt as though I were reading to an audience of indulgent friends, who were determined to be pleased with my most imperfect efforts. So, in fact, they were. A spirit of chivalry towards a countrywoman evidently existed among the gentlemen. Mr. W.'s characteristic remark on the subject was, "There is not a man in the Temple who wouldn't fight for you." The critics dealt with me tenderly, as with a spoiled child whom Boston had suddenly adopted and was determined to protect. The papers teemed with notices, but they were eulogiums, not critiques. By common consent, it seemed to be decided that I was to be exempt from criticism. I was warmly pressed to remain and give a second course of readings, but I was now anxious to return to New York. We took our departure from Boston with a promise of a speedy return. In passing through Providence, I read one night to a crowded audience. During a recitation of The Missing Ship, written for me by Epps Sargent, and descriptive of the loss of the steamship President, a lady present was so deeply moved that she was carried from the hall in violent hysterics. This poem proved one of the most valuable in my repertoire, for it never failed to impress an audience. The Light of the Lighthouse, by the same author, which I afterwards frequently read in public, was equally effective in the recitation. I made my selections as often as possible from American poets. From Providence we went to New York, and a course of readings for 4 nights was announced to take place at the Stuyvesant Institute. Curiosity drew me full audiences, but I did not feel as though sympathy sat side by side with curiosity, as she had done in Boston. I found it more difficult to read impressively than I had done before my indulgent New England audiences. The sphere seemed different, the recipients less impressible. I could not feel the same easy abandon, the utter freedom from constraint. I had too many personal friends constantly present, and I thought too much of what the Miss Grundys were saying. My father's delight and pride, warmly and openly expressed, compensated me for the sufferings inflicted by others, sufferings for which I was wholly unprepared. Some beloved relatives, and some who had been my nearest, dearest friends, friends from my early childhood, who were associated in my mind with all the sweetest, happiest hours of my life, now turned from me. They were shocked at my temerity in appearing before the public. They even affected not to believe in Mr. Mowatt's total loss of means. They tacitly proscribed me from the circle of their acquaintance. When we passed in the street, instead of the outstretched hand and loving greeting to which I had ever been accustomed, I met the cold eye and averted face that shunned recognition. I may now revert without bitterness to this sad era in my life, for time, circumstances, and, to speak the whole truth, a succession of brilliant successes have now reunited the bright and once broken links. All those whom I truly prized in the course of years allowed their affection and kinder judgment to overcome worldly prejudices. They generously gave me back the place I once held in their hearts. Nor had I the right to complain, because I was for a season misunderstood. They but followed their convictions, as I mine. My love for them had never varied, and if I had angered any among them, my own life was sore. If I fell from their presence, I clung to their memory more. Their tender I often felt holy, their bitter I sometimes call sweet, and whenever their heart has refused me, I fell down straight at their feet. Under the heavy pressure of mental suffering, added to the exhaustion produced by unusual exertions, my health gave way. After fulfilling the course at the Stuyvesant Institute, I became seriously ill, and was forced to make several postponements of the time announced for my reading before the Rutgers Institute for Young Ladies. When I was scarcely convalescent, I read there for one night. The hall was filled with an assemblage of lovely-looking young girls, and their evident enjoyment inspired me to read with more energy and feeling than I had done since my nights in Boston. The effort cost me a relapse of some weeks. Again I rallied, and gave a course of 4 nights' reading at the Society Library. I met with the same success as before, but my strength was overtaxed. The continued coldness of some of my dearest friends preyed upon my mind, and threw me into a state of morbid nervous excitement. I was attacked with fever and hemorrhages of the lungs. For several months I was considered by my physician, Dr. C., in a state which rendered my recovery very improbable. I had not been treated by the New York press with the same courteous leniency as by that of Boston. Some of the leading papers were warm in their encomiums, others contained most just criticisms, pointing out faults of style of which I was myself gradually becoming conscious. Others condemned in toto the bold and novel step I had taken, ignoring its motive. One article appeared in the Ladies' Companion, written by a lady contributor of high literary standing, severely denouncing my course, and suggesting that, if public readings must be given, I should read before an audience entirely of my own sex. It was a rather comical idea that the gentlemen were to be left at the door with the canes and umbrellas, and yet the lady who wrote this singularly one-sided article is a gifted and estimable person. But if one woman of literary standing wrote thus, another of true genius and well-deserved fame poured the balm of her poetic spirit into the wound. The lamented Mrs. Frances Sargent Osgood, after attending one of the readings, addressed to me the following poem, the genuine expression of her truly womanly nature. To Anna Cora MOWATT, on hearing her read, by Frances S. Osgood. Ne'er heed them, Cora dear, the carping few who say thou leavest woman's holier sphere for light and vain display. 'Tis false as thou art true. They need but look on thee, but watch thy young cheeks' varying hue, a purer hope to see. I too, Cora, sooth to say, when first I heard thy name, in fancy saw a being bold, who braved the wide world's blame. I took my seat among the crowd, in thoughtless glee, to list the gifted poet's song, with little heed for thee. But suddenly a sound, a murmur of surprise, and fresh delight ran deepening round. I coldly raised my eyes. A being young and fair, in purest white arrayed, with timid grace tripped down the stair, half eager, half afraid. As on the misty height soft blushes young Aurora, she dawned upon our dazzled sight, our graceful, modest Cora. The loveliest hair of gold, that ever woman braided, in glossy ringlets richly rolled, brow, neck, and bosom shaded. No jewel lit the tress, no ornament she wore, but robed as simply as a child, she won our worship more. The glowing gold and gems of fashion's proud attire were nothing to her cheek's soft bloom, and her eyes' azure fire. Forth from those pure blue eyes, as from a starry portal, a soul looked out and spoke to ours, with beauty more than mortal. But even applause was hushed, when from her lips of love that voice of wondrous music gushed, now soft as murmuring dove, now calm in proud disdain, now wild with joyous power, indignant now as pleasure, pain, or anger rule the hour. High in the listener's soul, in tune each passion swells. We weep, we smile, 'neath her control, as 'neath a fairy's spell. Oh, while such power is thine to elevate, subdue, believe thy mission half divine, nor heed the carping few. And Cora, falter not, though critics cold may say thou leavest woman's holier lot for vain and light display. My success gave rise to a host of lady imitators, one of whom announced readings and recitations in the style of Mrs. Mowat. I was rather curious to get an idea of my own style, and, had my health permitted, would have gone some distance to have seen it illustrated. At one time there were no less than 6 advertisements in the papers of ladies giving readings in different parts of the Union. My first course of readings in New York was accidentally attended by one of the managers of the Park Theater, who, through a friend, made me a highly lucrative proposal if I would appear upon the stage. I well remember the indignant reply I gave the gentleman who communicated to me this offer. The recollection of that answer has often rendered me forbearing towards those who I have since heard violently denounce the stage, and who were as ignorant as I was that period of everything that related to a theater. Amongst the testimonials of interest which were called forth by my readings, one of those which I most highly appreciated was a complimentary letter from Professor Howes, perhaps one of the most finished elocutionists of the day. My personal acquaintance with that gentleman did not commence until a later period. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Kelly Taylor. The illness which I mentioned in the preceding chapter was of long duration. As a faithful historian, fulfilling a trust, I cannot omit the narration of events which were produced by that illness, but I allude to them with reluctance, a reluctance which has perhaps no reasonable foundation. Dr. C. of New York was called in to attend me. He considered my state dangerous. On the occasion of his first visit, after numerous inquiries in regard to my symptoms, he turned to Mr. Mowat and said, "If she is susceptible to mesmerism, I think she can be relieved more readily than by any medicine that I could administer." Mr. Mowat had not any knowledge of mesmerism, nor had I. We had never seen a mesmeric subject, never had heard a case fully described. He strongly objected to my being made the subject of an experiment. An argument ensued which I did not hear. It ended in Dr. C.'s assurance that I might be greatly benefited by mesmeric treatment, but could not be injured. Mr. Mowat finally assented to the doctor's proposition. I was suffering too much to express an opinion or even to have one. When Dr. C. first proposed to mesmerize me, I was reclining in an armchair. The doctor now placed himself in front of me. I remember his making what are called passes before my eyes. Very soon my head grew slightly dizzy. The room seemed filled with a dim haziness. The objects began to dance and float, and then to disappear. I recollect nothing further. I was afterwards told that in less than 20 minutes I fell into a very deep sleep, from which I suddenly emerged into a state of somnambulic consciousness. A similar deep sleep, I am assured, always subsequently preceded my state of mesmeric somnambulism. It was the drawbridge separating the waking from the sleeping-waking state, over which I had inevitably to pass. Even when I had become so sensitive to the mesmeric influence that I could be put by it into somnambulic state in less than a quarter of a minute, I am told there would be, to outward appearance, an absolute insensibility and suspension of all consciousness for an interval of several seconds, during which, if standing at the time, I would fall to the ground, unless supported. On entering the somnambulic state, thus induced by mesmerism, I am further informed I would be entirely unconscious of the presence of other parties than the magnetizer, until they were put in communication with me by him, and that often I was subjected to much pain, and even thrown into convulsive shudderings by being inconsiderately touched by persons not into communication. It should be stated that from childhood I had been occasionally addicted to natural somnambulism, and had repeatedly been known to walk and talk in my sleep. It is said that persons of this habit are especially susceptible of the mesmeric influence. In regard to my first mesmeric trance, I must rely solely upon the testimony of others as to what transpired during its continuance. I had, and still have, no conscious recollection whatever in regard to its experiences. I can only repeat what I was told by those whose good faith and accuracy I cannot distrust. On being awakened from the state of somnambulism, I felt very much relieved and refreshed. The fever from which I had been suffering had nearly left me, and my head, which had ached incessantly for 3 days, was free from pain. I had slept between 2 and 3 hours. Mr. Mowat and the doctor now amused themselves by relating some of the fantastic remarks which I had made while somnambulic. I began to think that I was the victim of a joke. Was it possible that I had been, but a few minutes previous, in a separate state of consciousness, during which I had talked, laughed at my waking self, I was told, and that of it all I could not bring away the faintest inkling of remembrance? Yet such, I am forced to believe, was the wonderful truth. I could with difficulty be persuaded that my trance was not a merely natural sleep into which I had accidentally fallen. The physical relief produced did not strike me as remarkable, as I had been unable to sleep before for several days and nights. To mesmerism, under heaven, I must believe I was subsequently indebted more than once for relief from a prostration which no other human agency could have prevented from ending in dissolution. Dr. C. attended me daily, and continued to use mesmerism as the most powerful agent in my restoration. I soon grew impatient at this apparent surrender of free will, one of heaven's choicest gifts to man. I was annoyed at being told that I had spoken, done, or written things of which I had no recollection. Numerous poems were placed in my hands which, I was informed, I had improvised as rapidly as they could be taken down, the subjects having been given haphazard by any person present. It was no particular gratification to be assured that I had never produced anything as good before, nor was it any consolation to be told that in sleep-waking I was far more sensible, more interesting, and more amiable than in my ordinary state. With womanly perverseness, I preferred my everyday imperfection to this mysterious and incomprehensibly brought about superiority. For the former, I was at least responsible. To the latter, I could lay no conscious claim. I say conscious claim, though it must be admitted that there may be separate states of consciousness. In the phenomena of this separation, the student of human nature may, I believe, find the clue to momentous truths. The essential facts in ordinary somnambulism will not be denied except by those awfully rigorous inquirers who will accept nothing which they cannot weigh, gauge, and handle, and who are quite as likely to be deceived as the most credulous, inasmuch as the skepticism which admits too little is as liable to mistake as the marvelous propensity which admits too much. But if pretenders to science will not grant it, common experience and common sense will, that a person in somnambulism may hold long and rational conversations and perform acts of which he will have no recollection whatever in his waking state. Let him again pass, however, into somnambulism, and he can recall everything that he ever experienced in that state. It would seem from this common and undeniable phenomenon as if there were an inner consciousness occupying a higher plane than the external, and commanding a more extensive prospect, a consciousness undeveloped in most mind except by flashes, and retiring within itself before the external can distinctly realize its presence. How shall we account for the thick veil of separation, dropped at once by the cessation of somnambulism, whether independent or induced by mesmerism, between the normal and abnormal, the external and internal consciousness? An analogy drawn from intoxication or insanity is not precisely applicable here, for under somnambulism one may be as calm and rational and as completely in possession of all his faculties as ever in his waking state. Nay, those faculties may be considerably quickened and exalted, and yet a wave of the mesmerizer's hand will bring the subject back from the higher to the lower everyday consciousness, where all that he has been saying and doing in his somnambulic state is an utter blank. Another wave of the hand, or an access of natural somnambulism, entirely independent of mesmerism, and lo, all the knowledge of the former state is restored, as if a curtain has been lifted. Townsend mentions an illustrative instance of the wonderful separation of these states in the case of E.A., a French youth whom he was in the habit of mesmerizing. When awake, E.A. entertained infidel opinions of the worst kind. I asked him once, in his waking state, writes Townsend, what he thought became of us after death. His answer was, "Dès qu'on est mort, on n'est plus rien de tout." In sleeping waking, all this was changed. His ideas of the mind were correct, and singularly opposed to the material views he took of all questions when in the sleeping state. Can the soul ever die, I ask? Certainly not. It is the soul which is the only true existence, and which gives existence to all we apprehend. Under mesmeric sleeping waking, all the hard incredulity which characterized E.A. when awake was gone. His willfulness became submission, his pride humility. often would he regret the errors of his waking hours. Instances similar to the above were numerous. Truly, we are wiser than we know. In the mind of the most stubborn materialist, there may be an inner consciousness giving lie to his outward unbelief, a consciousness which may be developed in some tremendous moment, perhaps in the last of the earth, to confound and overwhelm him, and to raise, as by lightning flash, his edifices of intellectual pride and presumption. Georget, a distinguished French physician and author of several scientific works advocating the broadest materialism, was converted to a conviction of his error by witnessing the phenomenon of somnambulism. Dying, he left a formal recantation of his philosophy, and his last moments were brightened by the serenest confidence in a hereafter for the soul. If ever the livery of heaven was stolen to serve the devil in, it may have been done by Miss Martineau and her ally Mr. Atkinson, in their late atheistical work, in which they undertake to make some of the facts of mesmerism and somnambulism subservient to the cause of blank atheism and unbelief. I can say it boldly that, so far as I have been permitted to bring impressions and recollections, which the magnetizer, by an act of his will, may let into the waking consciousness of the somnambule, from my own ample somnambulic experience, far ampler and more extraordinary than any which Miss Martineau, according to her own showing, has either experienced herself or witnessed in other, they contradict most emphatically not only all of her atheistical conclusions, but many of the loosely assumed facts on which these are based. There is one passage in her work which indicates such an extent of fatuity, such an ignorance of the actual phenomena from which she professes to reason, and such an absurd anticipation of great results from a cause ridiculously inadequate and inoperative, that I may be pardoned for quoting it. The knowledge, she says, which mesmerism gives of the influence of body on body, and consequently of mind on mind, will bring about a morality we have not yet dreamed of. And who shall disguise his nature and his acts when we cannot be sure at any moment that we are free from the clairvoyant eye of someone who is observing our actions and most secret thoughts, and our whole character and history may be read off at any moment? Here is a substitute for the omniscient eye, such a substitute, alas, as no healthy mind could ever have seriously suggested, even supposing the capacity of human clairvoyance to be what Miss Martineau imagines. Let conscience, she substantially tells us, once rid itself of a belief in God and a future state, and it will be kept right by the fancy that there may be some obscure somnambulance, we will suppose, in Oregon or Hindustan or nearer home, perhaps some poor feeble little woman who may have the power and intention of scanning our actions and thoughts. What a substitute we have here for a belief in a just and benevolent God! What an agency for bringing about a morality we have not yet dreamed of! Alas, than any person of intelligence, above all that a woman should, from her intellectual pride of place, fall into such a wretched slough of despond as this, and persuade herself that it is a bed of flowers. If Miss Martineau knows anything accurately of clairvoyance, she must know that its recognitions are almost always involuntary, flashing and vanishing like lightning. Instances of clairvoyance originated and sustained at will are so rare that I have heard of no case in which any of the numerous offers of money for clairvoyant readings of concealed writings have been accepted. I could mention many instances in which Miss Martineau has entirely misapprehended or misstated the phenomena of mesmerism, in which she has assumed, from the vaguest and most questionable premises, the most momentous and unwarrantable conclusions, on a subject, too, involving the peace of mind of thousands. But this is not the place for such a discussion. In dragging the facts of somnambulism to the support of her dismal creed, she has recklessly and mischievously turned them from their most obvious and legitimate service. Give me such evidence of powers transcending the mortal senses as they supply, and the whole tribe of atheists, from Lucretius to Atkinson, can no more shake my faith in spiritual things, in a heavenly Father and an immortal soul, than they can persuade me that heat and light proceed not from the sun of our system, but from the ice at the North Pole. Let me commend to Miss Martineau the following true and eloquent passage by one of her own countrymen, the author of Church and State. Try to conceive a man without the ideas of God, eternity, freedom, will, absolute truth, of the good, the true, the beautiful, the infinite, an animal, endowed with a memory of appearances and facts, might remain, but the man will have vanished, and you have instead a creature more subtle than any beast of the field. Upon the belly it must go, and dust it must eat all the days of its life. Ah, no, it is not to such a degradation that knowledge of the real facts of somnambulism would lead us. They have none of the vapor of the charnel house about them which Miss Martineau's imagination would impart. They are all of a cheering, elevating, and inspiring character. They lift our thoughts ever to another and better life, to heaven, and to anticipations of all that is most beauteous imagined there, in a happier beauty, more pellucid streams, an ampler ether, a diviner air, and fields invested with puerperal gleams, climes which the sun, that sheds the brightest day, earth knows, and is all unworthy to survey. The question whether the soul thinks always is decided by Locke in the negative, on the ground that after consciousness is the only testimony we can have of the mind's activity, and that, since we are by no means conscious that we think always, we ought not to assume that we do think always. I believe, with Townsend, that in this notion Locke was fundamentally wrong, for, equally with Townsend's somnambulist, I have the testimony of my fellow beings that the state which, once ended, appeared a blank to me, was, in truth, marked by energy and activity of the highest order. On one point I feel a degree of satisfaction, though perhaps it was only a proof of my natural obstinacy. They told me that I was what is called an independent somnambulist, and that I could, at any time, defeat the will of the mesmerizer, unless I chose to submit. It was also told me that my reasoning faculties were singularly developed under somnambulism, and that I often maintained opinions at variance with those of the mesmerizer and of others with whom I was in communication, especially on religious subjects. These opinions I could not be forced to relinquish by arguments or even through the exertion of a superior will. This brings me to another circumstance of somewhat graver interest. While I was in a somnambulic state, Mr. Mowat often conversed with me alone for hours together. Religion was the subject upon which he most frequently dwelt. His mind had naturally a strong skeptical tendency, confirmed by a system of education miscalled philosophical. In what manner his favorite theories were overturned, and his belief in a revealed religion established, I do not understand. I only know that there was a downfall of the olden fabric, and a new foundation laid for the new. While his religious views were undergoing a total revolution, he encountered in the street Dr. W., an old and esteemed friend. The doctor naturally inquired after my health. In reply, Mr. Mowat related the singular events of the latest few days, his own deep impressions, and consequent change of feelings. "Mrs. Mowat must have read Swedenborg's works," said Dr. W., "for those doctrines Swedenborg promulgates." Mr. Mowat replied that this could not be the case, as all my reading since I was 15 years old had been known to him. He was right. I had never read a line of Swedenborg's writings. I had never heard of his doctrines mentioned. Dr. W. requested Mr. Mowat to ask me certain questions the next time I was in a somnambulic state, and to let him know the replies. I have often heard what these questions were, but I cannot trust my memory to repeat them with accuracy. The questions were asked, and the answers to Dr. W. His reply upon hearing them was, "Those are the doctrines revealed through Swedenborg." Who is Swedenborg? What are his doctrines? Where shall I find a church in which they are taught? How shall I obtain his writing? Were Mr. Mowat's eager inquiries. Dr. W. was himself an earnest new churchman, and gave the required information. The next Sunday, Mr. Mowat went to hear Dr. Barrett, a new church minister, preach. My indisposition confined me to the house. I asked him how he liked the sermon and what it was about. He answered that he hardly knew how he liked it, though he had never listened to a sermon with so much interest in his life. He should certainly attend the new church again. The next day he procured several volumes of Swedenborg's work. They were in a large, old-fashioned print, but Mr. Mowat's eyes were still so much affected that he could only read for 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour at a time. I used to feel troubled to see him, day after day, poring over these huge volumes at the risk of ruining his eyesight. But the knowledge for which he thirsted brought him too much happiness for any remonstrances to be heeded. While I remained ill, I felt an indifference almost amounting to an aversion towards the writings of Swedenborg, and invariably grew weary when they were discussed. As I became stronger, I resumed my usual occupation of reading aloud to Mr. Mowat. He did not care to listen to any author but Swedenborg, and therefore from Swedenborg's works I read. My interest was quickly awakened. I read with avidity, and involuntarily, from an internal conviction, as it were, accepted the doctrines. I never had a doubt to combat. Sometimes it seemed to me as though I had known all that was there to be revealed, believed it all before, only I had never deliberately thought on the subject. With the full acceptance of new church doctrines came the cheerful faith that all which we behold is full of blessings. All things in life wore a different aspect. I realized that the things which befall us in time had no true importance except as they regarded eternity. Whatever we received from above was good, whether it came in the shape of prosperity or misfortune, for it was but a means to fit us for our future selves. It became easy to perceive that the most trivial of our daily joys and pains advance to a divine significance. Life's trials lost all their bitterness. As I have no intention of discussing new church doctrines, I pass over our first acquaintance with ministers and members of the church and other circumstances in the same connection. In 6 months more, we had both made open confessions of our belief and became members of the new church. One by one, 4 of my sisters, but none of them in the slightest degree influenced by me, were baptized before the same altar, and communed at the same table. Our eldest, Mrs. William Turner, who was unquestionably the profoundest thinker and best reasoner, had been for many years a communicant in the Episcopal Church. Great opposition was made by her religious friends to her open change of faith. She made an able defense of her conduct in 2 volumes, published in New York, one entitled Reasons for Joining the New Church, by a member of the Episcopal Church, and the other, points of difference between the new and old church. The latter of these was reprinted in London without my sister's knowledge and had an extensive circulation. To return to my mesmeric experiences, I have seen you, writes a friend, several hundred times in this somnambulic state during a period extending over 3 years. The peculiarities which distinguished it were most remarkable. Your eyelids in this state, when you are particularly animated, would be tightly closed, and yet there would be a luminous expression on your countenance which could hardly have been equaled with the aid of your open eyes. Generally the eyelids would hang loose and slightly open, and then it could be seen that the balls were always so rolled up that they could not be a medium of vision. During the months and years that I saw you almost daily in this state, I could never detect the waking expression on your face. Whatever might occur to startle or surprise, never by accident were the eyes thrown open as they would have been when awake. It was remarked by all that your voice was much more soft and childlike than usual. Indeed, your whole manner would be changed, as if you had become once more a little child. You would always allude to your waking self or material body in the third person, as she. For instance, you would say, "She isn't hungry." Never by any inadvertence, "I am not hungry." It was rather unpleasant to you to be confounded with your physical person. It was sometimes a little embarrassing to others to keep your identities distinct, and they would often confound the two in conversation, but the distinction would never be lost for a moment by yourself. To you, the existence of a spiritual body, distinct from the natural, seemed a consciousness as vivid as that which assures us that we breathe and move. The words of St. Paul, "There is a natural body and there is a spiritual body," were to you something more than a figure of speech. They were a literal truth, not to be explained away or darkened by any ingenuity of commentators or dogmatism of theologians. Your household duties and accustomed function would be discharged by you in the somnambulic state with perfect convenience, and with a promptitude quite exemplary. You would frequently take your meals in this state, and, if your magnetizer were present, you would manifest the phenomena of sympathy of taste in a marked and satisfactory manner, telling whether he were taking salt or vinegar, pepper or mustard, etc., when he might be behind a screen. At night, before the lamps were lighted, you would have a decided advantage over all others in the room in your ability to read, write, or work, while the rest of us might not be able to see our hands before us. I have several specimens of your somnambulic handiwork, in the form of moss and flowers arranged most tastefully on paper, and the whole executed in my presence while it was totally dark. I also have letters which were penned by you in utter darkness, and, strange to say, the handwriting is greatly superior to your usual careless chirography, and would not be supposed to be from the same hand. Your conversation was marked by fluency and confidence, especially on religious subjects, than in your ordinary state. But as I looked mainly to the palpable phenomena of your case, I took little note of your opinions. Still, I was not insensible to the physical phenomena continually presented. They were too numerous to recount in this rapid summary. The merest trifles, says a philosopher of our day, are interesting to suggest to us an action in man independent of his present organization. Now, mesmerism teems with more than slight indications of this, and we should treasure up such glimmerings of futurity, however faint, and however presented to us, as inestimable proofs that we possess a germ of being which God permits us to behold partially unfolded here, in order to confirm our faith as to its fuller development in the hereafter. Most thoroughly do I acquiesce in this sentiment, and most cogently have my experiences in your case commended it to my acceptance. frequently after you had been awakened from a long magnetic trance, during which a variety of incidents may have occurred, and many topics may have been discussed, I have, with the consent of your magnetizer and seconded by his will, brought up, one by the silent agency of my will, to your waking consciousness, any incident or topic which might suggest itself. This I would do by simply touching your forehead with my forefinger, thinking the while intently on the image to be awakened in your mind. The response would be as perfect and accurate as from the keys of a piano. For instance, out of 100 various incidents, I would select that a plate of strawberries having been offered to you, or that of a watch having been wound up, and by a touch on your forehead, the image would instantaneously be brought up, and you would exclaim, "Strawberries," or "Watch," as it might have been. I repeated this experiment so often with success that finally, though so marvelous in itself, it grew to be, like other daily marvels, an occasion for no emotion of surprise. Not only was your philanthropy more catholic and active, but towards the brute creation, especially the more despised, such as insects, spiders, snakes, etc., from which you would shrink affrighted in your waking state, you would manifest a strange and fearless tenderness. You would take them up, if injured, in your hands and remove them to a place of safety. Fond of flowers when awake, you were doubly so in this singular state. You would manifest an intuitive faculty of detecting the seats of disease in persons, often pointing out the part affected, as if from sympathy. I cannot recall, in this hurried letter, half the interesting phenomena witnessed in your case, such as your insensibility to pain of an incision or wound in a magnetized limb, your quick reception of a mental communication without the medium of any sound or sign, your distinct prevision, at one time 6 months in advance, of crises of disease, your detection of the character of an individual by pressing the hand, your ability to choose out of a heap of miscellaneous articles the one magnetized, your many striking developments of faculties and modes of thought distinguishing you in a marvelous manner from your waking self. On one occasion, at a time when you had suffered from many repeated hemorrhages of the lungs, and we all feared that you would not live through the winter, you were kept in the somnambulic state an entire fortnight without being awakened. The reason for this was that while somnambulic, you were far more manageable and reliable in observing all necessary precautions, and that you seemed less sensitive to the cold, and your violent attacks of coughing were much more under control. At the time you were thrown into the somnambulic state on this occasion, there had been a heavy snowstorm, and Broadway in New York, on which thoroughfare your windows looked, was blocked up with snow. There was a rose bush in your room, having a little green bud on it, upon which a faint speck of crimson had just appeared. Your last impressions, when you were thrown into somnambulism, were of the snow without and the rose bush within. A fortnight afterwards, your magnetizer, without preparing you for the change in surrounding objects, suddenly awakened you and led you to the window. Every flake of the immense accumulation of snow had disappeared. He then led you to the well-known rose bush. A little bud was in full, luxuriant bloom. I shall never forget the expression of bewilderment and consternation on your face as you looked upon the changes that seemed to strike you as miraculous. The fortnight was to your waking consciousness but a moment. Such was your excessive agitation that your magnetizer was obliged to make passes at once and restore you to your somnambulic consciousness. He then gave you an ordination to carry into your waking state so much recollection of your fortnight's experience as would prepare you fully for the changes around you. A year or two previously, and a week or two after you were first magnetized by Dr. C., which was while you were stopping at Astor House in New York in the winter of 1842, the illness under which you were laboring assumed a more alarming aspect than it had yet worn, and, while somnambulic, you were charged by your magnetizer to investigate your physical condition. I was not present, but learned, in the same day, that you had predicted a great crisis in your malady at a certain hour in the night, the week following. To the inquiry whether or not any medical relief could be given, you replied, "No drugs. Mesmerism may possibly bring her through." You pronounced yourself uncertain as to the issue of the crisis, but gave great encouragement to Dr. C. to believe that prompt and earnest mesmeric aid could avail in producing the required relief. On the night fixed, at Dr. C.'s request, I accompanied him to your parlor at the Astor House, and you were shortly afterwards mesmerized, and I was put into communication. Mr. Mowat was present, and was also put into communication. While awake, you had not the slightest anticipation of what was expected, and no one had intimated your mesmeric prediction. We engaged in conversation, and had some hope of drawing your mind from the anticipated attack. You were perfectly tranquil, and conversed freely on various subjects. But, precisely at the hour you had prevised and predicted, an expression of the intensest pain came upon your face, and you fell back in the most violent convulsions. Dr. C. bore you to the sofa, but, though a strong man, his strength was unequal to the task of controlling the horrible spasms, which quivered through all your limbs and disfigured your face. At one time every fibre was knotted into a state of iron rigidity. Your writhings were fearful to witness. Dr. C. pronounced the attack congestion of the brain. Your face was purple, your forehead throbbed violently, and your skin was of the highest fever heat. Dr. C. used no other ministration than the mesmeric passes throughout the attack, which lasted with hardly an instant cessation about an hour. At the end of that time there was a sudden relaxation of your limbs, and they seemed to settle into a state of repose. Your countenance became pale, and we half feared your last earthly moment had come. But a smile of inexpressible sweetness broke forth, and your closed eyes seemed to make it all the more luminous, and you whispered in the childlike tone which was peculiar to your somnambulic state, "You have brought her through." "Thank God!" exclaimed Dr. C., bursting into tears with an uncontrollable emotion. After this crisis your health began slowly to improve, though your lungs were still very sensitive, and you were subjected to frequent spitting of blood and violent fits of coughing, which kept your friends continually in a state of suspense as to your recovery. Your exact knowledge of the time in the somnambulic state was a remarkable trait. No chronometer could be more exact. It seemed as if all nature were your dial plate, and that you could at any moment read what its index denoted. I am inclined to believe it is only these somnambules who are naturally pliable and dependent who are under the entire control of their magnetizers. There was certainly no surrender of your will to yours. You were the dictator to him on all occasions as to what you should do. You prescribed your own medicines and diet, disputed, argued, and disagreed with him often, and were entirely independent of him, except so far as related to the keeping up of the magnetic influence by an occasional visit from him and a renewal, without touch, of the passes. He would leave you in the somnambulic state with Mr. Mowat or your sister, and perhaps not see you again for 24 hours. Although in this state you were always cheerful and sometimes jocose, one of your most prominent developments was that of your religious faculties and sympathies. Frequently you would talk, like one inspired, of spiritual realities and the meaning of life. What in your waking state was faith seemed to be sight in your somnambulic. It was no longer a speculation or even a belief that there was a life after death, but a knowledge, far more confident and assured than that which we usually entertain on going to bed, that we shall wake in the morning. In crises of disease, when your physician did not believe that you would live through the week, he would tell you in your somnambulic state his apprehensions, though it would have been dangerous to communicate them to you awake. The perfect equanimity, even cheerfulness, with which you would receive such announcements was a matter of surprise to all who witnessed it. In times of extreme emaciation, when you could be lifted like a child, when all who looked upon you and heard your paroxysms of coughing would turn away with the persuasion that you could not last through the season, you had always, in your somnambulic state, some pleasantry with which to dispel the fears of the standers-by. The truth was that though you regarded death as a welcome emancipation, you still knew, far better than the doctor, the physical state of the simpleton, as you used to call your waking self, and relied upon mesmerism to bring her through. Your views of death, at the same time, in your somnambulic state, were always so serenely assured, and such was the quiet satisfaction with which you seemed to look forward on what John Sterling calls the common road into the great darkness, that the nearer the prospect was brought, the more grateful it became. Or rather, to you there was no darkness, but it was all a rosy light, and to your mind this king of terrors was the Prince of Peace. The separation of the waking from the somnambulic consciousness in your case was the most complete and perfect. Never by any accident could I discover that you brought into your waking state the slightest recollection of what had occurred in your somnambulic, and this during a period of 3 years. To the psychologist, as well as the physiologist, all phenomena of your case are intensely interesting, as the many persons who had an opportunity of investigating them will admit. During my illness, the beloved home, which I had made such efforts to save, was sold. As soon as I was able to drive out, I begged to be allowed to visit it once again. It was spring, but a late spring. Not a tree had begun to bud. The gardens, which I had last seen in all the richness of their autumn bloom, were bare of leaf or flower, excepting a few crocuses that had pierced through the slowly melting snow. The favorite arbor appeared more bleak and desolate even than the gardens. Brown and withered vine stems alone covered the trellis, where huge clusters of grapes had hung in purple luxuriance. Even the greenhouse had a deserted air. Many of the flowers had been removed, many more had died, and those that remained were suffering from neglect. We looked around for the heliotrope of hair-decking memory. It was gone. After wandering about in the grounds until we were chilled in more senses than one, we took refuge in the house. The unfurnished rooms had a cold, deserted aspect, but to me every nook and corner teemed with delightful associations. I could scarcely compel myself to believe that this house would never more be our home, that in this bright, cheerful chamber I would never again sleep, that there would be no more merry meetings in this large, old-fashioned ballroom, which at Christmas time was ever decked with evergreens, and on summer festivities ever garlanded with flowers, that there would be no more plays in our little theater, nor more bands of music in the old hall. But so it was. Yet when the certainty of what must be resigned came upon me, its pain had been abstracted. The loss was heavy, but could be reckoned. The gain since that loss no human reckoning could measure. It was arranged that if my health was sufficiently restored, I should resume my public readings in the autumn, making a tour of the United States for that purpose. We passed the summer at Lenox, one of the most picturesquely beautiful localities I had ever visited. A summer brightened by my constant intercourse with the gifted Miss Sedgwick and her genial relatives. Mrs. Charles Sedgwick kept a seminary for young ladies. Amongst her scholars were a number of charming girls. We soon became acquainted, and they used to treat me as a companion, crowding my apartment at every recess, and bringing me fruits and flowers and other simple offerings of affection. I grew warmly attached to many of them, as I believe they were to me. They made me listen to their grievances, or join in their games, or read aloud for their amusement. Then came the usual schoolgirl interchange of locks of hair and pressed flowers. I still preserve a goodly pile of curls, ringlets, and braids of various hues that remind me of the lovely Lenox schoolgirls, now wives and mothers. Mrs. Sedgwick wrote them a play, and they pressed me into service as stage manager, costumer, and prompter. The rehearsals were particularly amusing. There were some tragic effects necessary, and my young pupils found the greatest diversion in learning how to stab themselves gracefully and die in attitude. I devoted a week to teaching them their parts, planning their costumes, and making tow wigs to represent gray hairs of age or the powdered toupees of English footmen. The play performed before a numerous assemblage of Mrs. Sedgwick's friends. It was highly successful. The girls acted with great spirit, and even the tow wigs made a hit. I was busily engaged behind the scenes during the performance, but joined the company in the drawing room at its conclusion. Feeling greatly fatigued, I was planning how I could steal off unnoticed when the door was thrown open and an emphasis that announced some important interest. The scholars in procession walked in, the eldest bearing a wreath of white flowers. The crowd drew back, and the young girls approached their amateur manager. I could only stare at them in mute and embarrassed astonishment. The crown bearer made me a simple and feeling address and placed the wreath upon my head. A very tired, aching head it chanced to be. This was part of the performance which I had not anticipated. Of course, it was necessary to say something, but I fancy I made a rather stupid and awkward acknowledgment, for I was taken unawares, supposing that the curtain had fallen upon my portion of the entertainment, and left me where I had passed the evening happily behind the scenes. The distinguished divine, Dr. William Ellery Channing, was an honored guest at this performance. He was warm in his expressions of delight, and many times rose from his seat and clapped his hands, and laughed with genuine enjoyment. Some of the guests remarked that, in watching him, they forgot to look at the play. He said to me afterwards, "I was never in a theater but once in my life, and that was when I was traveling in England. I saw Othello, but I was not half so much entertained as I have been tonight with the performance of these young girls." Dr. Channing and his family resided in the same hotel with us. We spent many hours together, and I was never tired of listening to his eloquent discourse and watching the brilliant play of his benign countenance. One day I was sitting on the piazza, reading aloud to Mr. Mowat. The book was Swedenborg's Divine Providence. A slight movement behind my chair caused me to turn. Dr. Channing was leaning against the open door, apparently listening. He told me to go on, and I had no excuse for not obeying. I read for some time uninterruptedly. At length he accosted me with, "Do you understand what you are reading?" I replied, "I think I do." "Do you believe it?" "Yes." "What makes you believe it?" "Because I can't help it." "That's a woman's reason," he answered, laughing, "but I believe it's the strongest you could give." He then told me that he had read a portion of Swedenborg's works with great attention, and he reverenced the author, although the doctrines had not as yet carried the same conviction to his mind as they had done to ours. In the subject of mesmerism he took the deepest interest. On 2 occasions he persuaded me to allow myself to be placed under the influence, that he might satisfy himself on several doubtful points. One was of the possibility of mind communicating with mind without the medium of language or any material sign. His experiment, I believe, convinced him that this could be the case. I recited, at his request, several of the selections which I had read in public. He now and then kindly pointed out defects in elocution or faulty pronunciations. And even now I can never utter one or two of the words in the pronunciation of which he corrected me without thinking of Dr. Channing. The day before we parted, he came to my room and asked me to read to him once more. I did so, and he proposed to return to read to me. He chose Bryant's exquisite poem, The Future Life. His silvery tones were tremulous as he read, and his mild eyes beamed with a luster almost angelic. In his manner there was something so solemn and impressive that I listened with awe. In less than a month he himself entered that future life, the sphere that keeps the disembodied spirits of the dead. He was standing on its threshold when he read to me. I might well hearken with suspended breath, in rapt and wondering reverence. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. Autumn did not find me sufficiently re-established in health to resume my public readings as was proposed. This was a heavy disappointment, but I was well enough for less fatiguing occupation. So little had been saved from the wreck of our fortune that there was strong need for exertion. I wrote a series of lively articles under the nom de plume of Helen Berkeley. They were published in various popular magazines, and I was well remunerated. These articles consisted of sketches of celebrated persons with whom I had been brought into communication, and humorous articles, generally founded on fact. The larger portion of them have since appeared in London magazines. Several were translated into German and reprinted. Under my own name, I at that time published nothing but verse. I had half determined to attempt a tale of some length, and was pondering upon the subject, when a friend informed me that the New World newspaper had offered $100 for the best original novel in one volume. The title must be The Fortune Hunter, and the scene laid in New York. The novel must be completed in 1 month or within 6 weeks at the latest. "Why do you not try what you can do?" said my friend. "Write a story in your Mrs. Berkeley style. You can easily make the title apply. 10 to 1 your novel will be the one accepted." Thus encouraged, I lost no time, and that very day made the sketch of a plot, which I submitted to my counselor and friend. He approved, and I went to work diligently. At the time appointed, the book was completed. It was presented to the New World publishers, and the note for $100 sent me in return was the most agreeable evidence of its acceptance. The Fortune Hunter had an extensive sale, and after my identity with Mrs. Berkeley became known, the publishers chose to affix my name to the work. The copyright being theirs, my consent was not even asked. I was very much amused by an article that appeared in one of the papers accusing me being an imitator of Mrs. Berkeley, and more than hinting that the imitation fell far short of the original. The Fortune Hunter has lately been translated into German. I continue to write for various magazines, the Columbian Democratic Review, Ladies' Companion, Godey's, Graham's, etc. I use fictitious names, and sometimes supply the same number of a magazine with several articles, only one of which was supposed to be my own. I also prepared for the press a number of works, the copyrights of which were purchased by Messrs. Burgess and Stringer. They were principally compilations, with as much or as little original matter as was found necessary. Book cement, to make the odd fragments adhere together. The subject of these books were not of my own choosing. I wrote to order, for profit, and to supply the demands of the public. In this manner were produced Housekeeping Made Easy, the name of Mrs. Ellis was not affixed by me, Book of the Toilette, Cookery for the Sick, Book of Embroidery, Knitting, and Crochet, Etiquette for Ladies, Ballroom Etiquette, and similar publications, the very names of which I cannot remember now. These books, especially the first, proved very profitable, so much so that Mr. Mowat concluded that he would derive greater benefit by publishing the works I compiled himself than by selling the copyright to other publishers. He accordingly established a firm, and his books were supplied chiefly by me. The success of the undertaking was of brief duration. My time was wholly engrossed in bookmaking, but, having now more freedom of choice as regarded the works I prepared, cookery books and books on etiquette were gladly abandoned. I found more congenial occupation in abridging a life of Goethe, and another of Madame d'Aubray. The pleasure, however, was of particularly private nature, for the books proved unsaleable. Not a little disheartened by their failure, I returned to my labors in a less interesting but more lucrative field of literature. I could not drudge always, for the book compiling was unmitigated drudgery, and during leisure moments I amused myself by writing Evelyn, a domestic tale in 2 volumes. Frederica Bremer's works, translated by Mary Howitt, were my favorites amongst modern novels. The delight with which I perused them undoubtedly influenced the style in which Evelyn was written. Evelyn herself was not an ideal creation. I could never write mere fiction. I needed a groundwork of reality. Her history was that of one whom I dearly loved, over whose tomb there were few to weep, but whose sin we may dare hope was forgiven, for she loved much. When the book was completed, an English literary gentleman proposed that I should allow him to take the manuscript to London and have it published there previous to its appearance in this country. I consented, and a few months later received a notice from a London publisher that he would purchase the English copyright and produce the book if I would write a 3rd volume. He assured me that nobody purchased novels in 2 volumes. All the popular writers of the day extended their romances to 3. As a 2nd volume of Evelyn ends with the heroine's death, I did not see how I could with propriety bring her to life and prolong her miseries. The offer of the London publisher was politely declined. Evelyn was published, and originally written by Carey and Hart of Philadelphia. Owing to the delay occasioned in regaining possession of the manuscript, the work was not produced until I had made my debut upon the stage. This event probably accounted for its rapid sale. The copyright fortunately remained in my own possession. A rather singular violation of this copyright took place in Cincinnati. The book was abridged into 1 volume and published, with a wretched frontispiece, as a sort of souvenir for young ladies. The word London was to be found upon the title page, but the type, paper, and general getting up of the book betrayed this to be a mere ruse de guerre. This mangled edition also appears to have had a sale. Its existence was a source of much annoyance, but could not be prevented without the institution of legal proceedings. These were not taken. Incidents of a different nature belong to this period. Mary Howitt, in her memoir of me, makes affectionate mention of 3 orphan children who were protected and educated by Mr. Mowat and myself, as though the act were one of premeditated and intentional charity. This was not so. I should consider our first acquaintance and the whole intercourse with the family of the Greys as merely accidental, could I believe that word applied to any event of life. Providential. It certainly was to them, and we were but unconscious instruments in the hand of a higher power. The circumstances which led to our becoming interested in the children of the Greys were these. Returning from a drive one severely cold day in November, I noticed a little beggar girl, thinly clad, who was seated upon our doorsteps, sobbing violently. She cried like a child in real distress. I stopped to ask what ailed her, and could gain no answer but tears. As I was still an invalid and dared not remain in the cold, I told the servant to make the little girl come into the parlor and talk with me. She was brought in with some difficulty, but gradually the warm fire thawed her half-frozen limbs, and perhaps her heart. "Tell me what you are crying about," had been repeated some 20 times, in all the varieties of coaxing intonations, before I could gain a reply. At last her tongue was loosened, and she sobbed out, "Mother's very ill, and they say she is dying. Father's got no work, and sent me out for cold victuals. But I can't get nothing, and your cook turned me out of the kitchen." Little Esther's grief was too genuine for me to doubt her story. I inquired where her mother lived. The distance was very short. I had not thrown aside my hat and coat. It was very easy to accompany her home. She took me to a dilapidated building, and we entered a small, close room. Upon a cot in one corner lay a young woman whose ghastly features betokened acute suffering. A puny infant about 2 or 3 weeks old rested upon her arm. The little creature was moaning piteously, but seemed too feeble to cry. Instead of the plump ruddiness of first babyhood, its face was as pallid as that of the mother, and far more wrinkled. The woman told me her history. It was one of utter destitution. She added that she believed herself to be dying, but her chief anxiety was for her children. I promised to visit her occasionally and to interest others in her behalf, and left, desiring her to send little Esther to see me the next morning. Esther was a dark-eyed, bright little creature, and I thought affectionate. When she came in that morning, I sent her home to tell her mother that, if the latter chose, I would keep the child to run errands and wait upon me, and that I would take as good care of her as I could. I had no particular use of her, but I loved the presence of childhood about the house. The mother returned her thanks and hearty consent. With the assistance of my sisters, Esther was soon furnished with a suitable wardrobe, and her ragged cold victual clothes, as she used to call them, were exchanged for neat and comfortable attire. She seemed happy in her new home and gave me little trouble. I accompanied her to see her mother at short intervals. For a month the poor woman grew gradually worse. One Sunday afternoon Esther rushed into the room, greatly agitated, and said, "Come quickly to see my mother. She is dying." I went. The room was filled with Roman Catholic friends of the dying woman, who were performing the last ordinances of their religion. They drew back and allowed me to approach the bed with the child. The mother tried to speak, but she could not. She feebly lifted her hand, looked in my face, and smiled as the dying only can smile. A few moments afterwards she expired. Esther, for some days, was almost inconsolable for the loss of her mother, and was often at home, taking care of her baby sister. I wish I were not compelled to allude to the father, one of the coarsest specimens of an Irishman that could well be found. In less than a week after his wife's funeral, he called upon Mr. Mowat and demanded wages for his daughter, a child not yet 10 years of age. Mr. Mowat explained to him that she was only allowed to remain in the house to please me, that she was too young to be of any service, and that all indebtedness was on the side of the parent.
The man rudely replied that if he couldn't get pay for her, she would be taken home immediately. He knew that I was attached to the child, and supposed that we would yield to his demands rather than part with her. His threat was put into execution, and the weeping little girl was taken back to her former wretched home. It is proverbial that one's neighbors have an acute knowledge of one's domestic affairs. Our neighbors had remarked the transformation of the little cold victual girl into a neatly dressed, merry-looking attendant. They had become acquainted with the history of the mother and the ungracious conduct of the father. His ingratitude was a theme constantly discussed. I was, of course, duly pitied for having had anything to do with such a man, and the little I had accomplished for the child was greatly exaggerated and lauded about 10 times as much as it deserved to be. The remark of a seamstress who was sewing for our opposite neighbors was repeated to a domestic of mine. "If Mrs. Mowat is fond of children and cares anything about poor people," said the seamstress, "I wish somebody would tell her of the Greys, an English family who are living in Harlem. They are people that have seen better days, but the father is blind. There are several children. One of them is a sweet little girl, a much finer child than that Esther, and they are actually starving." This speech was communicated to me. It did not make any particular impression at the time, but the next day the words kept coming into my head again and again, and I could not help wondering whether the Greys were really starving, whether anything could be done for them, whether I should not, like the little girl in Esther's place, etc., etc. Very soon I could think of nothing else. The Greys were always in my mind. I could not sleep without dreaming of them, or wake without longing to know something of their history. I could not interest myself in my usual occupations. I was thoroughly idle, restless, and uncomfortable. 2 days passed thus, and on the 3rd I came to the conclusion that I would drive to Harlem. I was seldom allowed to venture out at all in very cold weather. This was a much longer drive than I was considered able to take, therefore I said nothing of my determination to Mr. Mowat. I knew he would object on the plea of my health. As soon as I was left alone, I dispatched a message to our opposite neighbor, requesting that she would send me the address of the Greys. The answer returned was that the seamstress who had spoken of them had gone home. She had said that they lived somewhere in Harlem, and that a Mr. G., who kept a hotel there, knew all about them, and he could answer for their respectability. She knew nothing of the people herself. This information was scanty enough, but in my restless and excited state of mind it sufficed. I sent for a carriage and told the coachman to drive to Harlem and stop at the first hotel. The carriage stopped after what seemed to my impatience a very long drive. "Is Mr. G. the proprietor of this hotel?" was the inquiry made to the waiter, who, with an air of great empressement, opened the carriage. "No, ma'am." "Do you know what hotel in Harlem he keeps?" The answer was also in the negative. We drove to another hotel, and still another, but at both the existence of any Mr. G. was ignored. At a fourth, the proprietor himself chanced to be standing on the piazza. In answer to the usual question, he somewhat pompously proclaimed his own proprietorship and offered to hand me out of the carriage. "I wish you could tell me at what hotel Mr. G. keeps. I am very anxious to find it out," I said to him, in a somewhat appealing manner, for I was beginning to get discouraged. "I know all the hotels hereabout, and there's no Mr. G. that keeps any of them. You'll find mine as good as the best of them, ma'am." "It is Mr. G. himself I want. Do you know any person in Harlem of that name?" "There's an individual that keeps a place where they sell spirits, and his name is G., but I don't suppose that's what the lady wants," replied the man, with so decidedly insolent an expression that it took some courage to address him again. "Be so good as to give my coachman the direction," I managed to reply. I was becoming tremblingly alive to the folly of my expedition. after a rude stare and an evident inclination to indulge me with some further remarks, probably upon the eccentricity of my taste and conduct, the man obeyed. We drove to the place where spirits were sold. Mr. G lived there, but was not at home. I sent for Mrs. G. She was also out. The message was brought by a little girl about 8 or 9 years old. "Is there not anybody in the house to whom I can speak?" I inquired of her. "Only me. Everybody is out." "Does your father know the Grays, an English family who live somewhere in Harlem?" "Is that the blind Mr. Gray?" "Yes, I believe he's blind." "Oh, we know him, and Mrs. Gray, and the children." "Are they poor?" The little girl laughed. As though she already understood the distinction between rich and poor, and replied, "Well, I guess they be." I asked her to tell the coachman where they lived. I never expected him to find the place when I heard her puzzling direction of, "After you turn the corner, you go to the right, then down to the left, then take the first street," etc., and etc. But he did find it without so much difficulty. The house, or shanty, as it might more properly be called, stood back some distance from the road. The snow lay on the ground at least a foot deep. There was no pathway through it to the door. The coachman, who was accustomed to drive me, begged that I would sit still until he had trampled it down to form a narrow path. I then alighted, and he remained with the horses. No answer came to my repeated knockings at the street door. I opened it and went in. I knocked at the first door within. No answer. I opened it. The room was empty both of furniture and inhabitants. I tried room after room, but with the same result. While I was still searching, a large dog started from some unnoticed corner and leaped upon me, as though to be caressed. This was the first sign of life that I beheld. I made friends with the dog as best means of self-defense. After playing about me in a manner which seemed a dumb welcome, he ran to a sort of outer building, so I think it was, and I followed. Here he scratched at the door, and I thought it advisable to knock. "Come in," said the voice of a man. I entered a room where poverty had undisputed reign. The floor was bare. Scarcely an article of furniture was to be seen. In the center of the room stood a small stove, but the fire had quite died out, though it was a piercingly cold day. In front of the stove lay a little boy, half naked, and shivering with the cold. Upon a small wooden box sat a baby, strapped by its waist to the back of the chair. Beside them, so close to the stove that his clothes must have burned had there been any fire within, sat the father. "Can you tell me if Mr. Gray lives here?" I asked upon entering. The man rose with a kind of dignity that I did not look for in so rude a place, and, bowing, answered, "My name is Gray." He advanced to find me a chair, but with uncertain steps, and one hand extended as though feeling his way. By his movement only could one have divined that he was blind. His eyes were large, of a clear light blue, and did not seem to me wholly expressionless. He was tall, well-made, and handsome, in spite of the traces of suffering upon his countenance. I could not but notice the courtesy of his manner as he bowed on offering me the seat. I entered into conversation with him. His language was not that of an uneducated man. I drew from his history, though he was evidently inclined to be reserved. He had been cheated by his partner while conducting a prosperous business, either in England or Ireland, I forget which. His partner had absconded, and Mr. Gray, totally ruined, had brought his family to America in hope of almost digging gold in the streets. Shortly after his arrival in New York, his eyes began to trouble him, and soon he became so blind that he could barely distinguish light from darkness. His wife tried to get work, Sometimes she obtained a little sewing, sometimes a little washing, but often she could get no employment at all. They had no friend but Mr. G., who had known them in the old country. He had been very kind, but he had family of his own. Had he not helped them, they must have starved. I inquired after Mr. Gray's wife. She was out, and his little daughter Margaret was also absent. He hoped they would bring back something to make the fire burn. This winter weather was so hard upon the little boys. I looked upon the baby faces turned wonderingly to mine. They were blue with cold. I could not ask whether his wife was gathering chips for the fire or whether she was endeavoring to obtain money to purchase fuel. There was something about the bearing of the man that would have made anyone guarded in running the risk of wounding his feelings. I told him that, if I liked his little girl, I might take her to live with me, then gave him my address, and expressed a desire that his wife would call the next day with the child. I returned home just in time to prevent alarm at my long absence. Had the result of the expedition been different, I should have regarded it as quixotic, Dorcasina-ish in the extreme. The next morning brought Mrs. Gray and the little daughter. The former did not impress me so favorably as her husband, but the sweet face of the child, with its large blue, frightened eyes, won spontaneous interest. She was 9 years old, but small for her age, and thin almost to emaciation. Her fair hair fell in disordered masses to her waist. Her features were pinched and sharp, and she had the look of quiet suffering which it was so painful to behold in the countenance of childhood. The mother joyfully consented to leave little Margaret with me. It was arranged that the family should remove from Harlem to New York to more comfortable apartments. The influence of my friends could readily procure for her work or needful assistance. The mother departed, and the little girl, with her piteous expression of face, stood trembling at my knee. She seemed almost heartbroken when her mother kissed her for good-bye, but she dared not cry. Ill usage had so thoroughly crushed her spirit that it seemed to have deprived her of the childish relief of tears. Of that brutal usage we had ample proof when her tattered garments were removed. Her fragile person was literally covered with blue and yellow bruises, the consequence of severe blows. These had not been received from her parents, so she told me, but from one to whom poverty had forced them to entrust her. Though it was December, her garments were but 3 in number, and of summer-suited materials. Busy fingers plied their needles that day, some of them more used to the pen than the needle, but retaining a feminine affection for the latter. A little girl sat by the fire that evening, bending towards the genial heat as though she were making a new acquaintance. In her neat blue dress and white bib, with her fair hair smoothed and cut, it was only in the painful expression of her face that little Margaret of the morning could be recognized. Her countenance still wore a look of strange apprehension. It was months before it lost that mournful expression, many months before I ever saw her smile. The first time I heard her sing, I had noiselessly entered the room where she was at work. Her voice gushed out rich and clear as the song of a bird. She gave a start of terror when she saw me, and, on my bidding her sing on, burst into tears. The child of 9 years old was already a skeptic to the existence of kindness. But I must shorten my narrative of the Grays. Little Margaret remained with us, beloved and learning to love. Her parents and infant brothers removed to New York. Medical aid failed to restore her father's sight. Her mother worked incessantly to support her little family, but had a bitter struggle with poverty. In less than a year from the day I wandered through the empty house at Harlem, and was guided by a dog to the back building where the blind man sat, all that was mortal of him was lying in a coffin. In 4 more weeks, another coffin entered the room, from which his mortal remains had been removed, and Margaret and her brothers were weeping over the corpse of their mother. They had 2 elder sisters, but neither in circumstances to provide for the little orphans. The elder boy, John, a gentle, delicate little fellow of about 6 years old, was evidently ill. His disease was the same that his mother's had been, inflammation of the lungs. That he should be instantly cared for was imperative, and we took him home to nurse. One of the neighbors to the Grays took charge of little Willie. The elder boy was ill for nearly 2 months, but so patient and docile that he gave but little trouble. He sometimes had to be left alone for hours, but we always found him either singing merrily or with his toys and picture books laid on the bed beside him, and always happy. When the pale, feeble little fellow began to wander about the house, he was in nobody's way, but even tried to make himself useful and share his sister's light duties. I used to send Margaret on a weekly visit of inquiry after the youngest child. One day she returned, sobbing so loudly that I heard her before she entered the room where I was sitting. "My little brother, little Willie, poor little Willie," was all she could say. At first I thought the child was dead, and reproached myself for having bestowed so little care upon him. As soon as Margaret could speak, she told me that he had been ill with the measles and was just recovering. But the people where he was staying said they could be burdened with him no longer. They had arranged to send him that very day to the orphan asylum. The weeping child ended her tale with, "Don't let him go. Let me bring him here. Only let me bring him here for a little while." Her grief was so persuasive that I could not resist her entreaties. An hour after, she came into the room again, staggering under the weight of the little boy in her arms, but this time her face was covered with smiles. Willie was about 2 years old, an apple dumpling-shaped, rosy-cheeked little boy, who could just toddle about and prattle in an unintelligible language. I had no intention of keeping him, no fixed intention towards children at all. They were quiet, manageable, and winning. Mr. Mowat took a ready interest in them. They grew into his affections as rapidly into mine. They were my pupils, and if they added much to my cares, they contributed as largely to my joys. Little by little, they became an acknowledged part of our small household. At first we anticipated finding some person or persons who would like to adopt the 2 boys. No such party sprang up, and the idea was tacitly abandoned, or rather it was gradually forgotten. When new reverses caused me to enter a profession, the children found protection for a short period in the homes of my sisters. Mr. Mowat went through the necessary forms and became their legal guardian. Before we sailed for Europe, a highly respectable family in Connecticut, the state of steady habits, received the 2 boys as boarders and treated them as tenderly as though they had been their own children. The lads attended day school regularly and prospered in all ways. They have remained at Greenfield Hall until this period, and are now a couple of fine, frank, true-hearted boys, who have repaid by their gratitude and all good conduct all the care and love that have been bestowed upon them. 3 miles distant from the residence of the boys, little Margaret was placed at school with a family of equally excellent, equally kind, with that to which we entrusted her brothers. When I returned from England 4 years afterwards, returned alone, I could scarcely believe that tall, graceful girl who threw herself into my arms, weeping with joy, was the tiny Margaret I had left. I could not help seeing, in thought, the bruised, emaciated child, who, shivering with cold and fear, stood before me on that memorable December morning. I felt that she was heaven entrusted to my care. If her maturer womanhood fulfilled the promise of her girlhood, I have nothing more to ask. I must not close the history of these children without relating a singular circumstance in connection with them. Until quite recently, I knew nothing of their parentage but what I have related above. The Reverend Mr. A., visiting Greenfield, where the boys are living, noticed the children and inquired who they were. To his surprise, he found that their parents had belonged to the parish in Haarlem of which he was pastor. He had baptized little Willie. He had been informed by the Mr. G, after whom I had made such a singular search, that they were of good family and had wealthy bachelor uncles, with other particulars that may at some future day be advantageous to the children, but which I have taken no pains as yet to authenticate. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. "Why do you not write a play?" said E.S. to me one morning. "You have more decided talent for the stage than anything else. If we can get it accepted by the Park Theatre, and if it should succeed, you have a new and wide field of exertion open to you, one in which success is very rare, but for which your turn of mind has particularly fitted you. What shall I attempt, comedy or tragedy? Comedy, decidedly, because you can write only what you feel, and you are nothing if not critical. Besides, you will have a fresh channel for those sarcastic ebullitions with which you so constantly indulge us." It was true that at that period of my life a vein of sarcasm, developed by the trials through which I had passed, pervaded all my thoughts, and betrayed itself in much that I wrote, as well as in conversation. E.S.'s suggestion appeared to me good, and I commenced Fashion. If it is a satire on American parnouvoism, it was intended to be a good-humored one. No charge can be more untrue than that which I have been taxed through the press and in private, the accusation of having held up to ridicule well-known personages. The character of Mrs. Tiffany was not drawn from any one individual, but was intended as the type of a certain class. The only character in the play which was sketched from life was that of the blunt, warm-hearted farmer. I was told that the original was seen in the pit vociferously applauding Adam Truman's strictures on fashionable society. It was not very wonderful that his sentiments found an echo in my friend's bosom. I longed to ask the latter whether he recognized his own portrait, but we have never met since the likeness was taken. There were no attempts in Fashion at fine writing. I designed the play wholly as an acting comedy. A dramatic, not a literary, success was what I desired to achieve. Caution suggested my not aiming at both at once. Fashion was offered to the Park Theatre. In the usual course of events, its fate would have been to gather dust amongst an ever-increasing pile of manuscripts on Mr. Simpson's table. Heaps of rejected plays, heaps of plays, the merits of which were never even investigated. It generally takes several months to induce a manager to read a new play, several months more before he consents to its production. Making exception to prove this rule, Mr. Simpson read Fashion at once. He liked it, and handed the manuscript to his stage manager, Mr. Barry, who also approved it, and pronounced that the play would make a hit. A few days more, and I received official information that Fashion was accepted by the Park Theatre, that it would be produced without delay, and in the style of a great magnificence. Also that I would receive an author's benefit on the third night, and a certain percentage of the nightly receipts of the theatre for every performance of the play after it had run a stipulated number of nights. On listening to this intelligence, I very quietly asked myself whether I was awake. It took some time and needed some practical experiments upon my own sensibilities before I could feel assured that I was not enjoying a pleasant dream. I was almost too much surprised to be elated. It was necessary that I should call on Mr. Barry to hear his suggestions concerning the casting of the play and certain slight alterations. I did so, and listened without seeming attention to his laying down of dramatic law. But I was in a state of agreeable bewilderment throughout the whole interview. When I rose to leave and received his very patronizing congratulations on having written a remarkable play, I could not help fancying that he was saying to himself, "What a silly little soul it is." Indeed, I half expected that he was going to pat me on the head and commend me for my smartness. The impression I left upon his mind was certainly not that I was a very formidable or very brilliant character. The play was at once announced and put into rehearsal. The day before its representation, I became anxious to witness one of these rehearsals, that I might form some idea of its chances of success. It is an author's privilege to attend the rehearsals of his own production, his acknowledged seats being at the manager's table upon the stage. He is also at liberty to make suggestions to the actors explanatory of his ideas, though as a general rule he finds that they understand what he intended much better than he does himself. At least they politely assure him that such is the case. Of these customs I was too unsure of success to avail myself. I preferred to overlook the mysterious doings from a private box, unseen by the actors. Rehearsal was just commencing when Mr. Mowat and myself were introduced by Mr. Blake, for many years the box keeper of the Park Theatre, into the theatre. The whole front of the building was so dark that we had to feel our way, stumbling over benches and chairs until we succeeded in gaining our seats. The stage was lighted by a single branch of gas, shooting up to the height of several feet in the center of the footlights. It sent forth a dim, blue, spectral light that gave a phantom-like appearance to the surrounding objects. On the right of the stage was the prompter's table, on the left the manager's table. Beneath the ghastly light sat a pale-faced prompter, with the manuscript of Fashion in his hand. On the side stood a call boy, a child of about 10 years of age. He held a long strip of paper, somewhat resembling the tailor's bill of young spendthrifts, as they are represented on the stage. This was the call for the actors, and directed him which to summon from the green room. The rehearsal of Fashion had begun. It was singular to see these kings and queens of the stage, whom I had been accustomed to behold bedecked in golden embroidered robes and jeweled crowns, glittering in the full blaze of the footlights, now moving about in this visible darkness, some of the men in shocking bad hats and rough overcoats, and the women in modern bonnets in place of tiaras or wreaths of flowers, and mantles and warm cloaks instead of peasant petticoats or brocade trains. I found it difficult to recognize the romantic heroes and injured heroines in those sufferings I had so often sympathized. Every actor held his part, to which he constantly referred. It gave me an odd sensation to hear my own language uttered in all variety of tones, and often conveying a meaning of which I did not suppose it to be susceptible. But I soon discovered that a rehearsal was a very serious affair. There was no laughing, except now and then at the situations of the play, at which, by the by, I was particularly flattered. No talking, except in reference to the business of the scene, and now and then a remark from some critical malcontent, which was never intended for the author's ears. There are 2 dances in the 4th act of Fashion, and these were gone through with a businesslike gravity that was alarming. While witnessing this solemn rehearsal, I began to fancy I had made a mistake and unconsciously written a tragedy. Rehearsal lasted several hours. At its close, when we stumbled through the dark passage to the box office and stood once more in the light of day, it seemed to me again as though I had been dreaming. But the dream was a very sober one, and while it lasted I received a lesson upon the vanity of human wishes. Of the probable success of the play, I could not form the faintest idea. The next night, Fashion was produced. With an anxious heart I took my seat in the same private box from which I had overlooked the gloomy rehearsal on the day previous. What a different aspect everything wore! The theater flooded with lights, the gay decorations, the finely painted drop curtain, the boxes filled with beautiful women, the dense crowd in the pit and galleries, the inspiring music, all seemed the effect of some Scottish glamour rather than a reality. The music ceased. The gentleman who was to personate the Count in the comedy appeared before the curtain and delivered a prologue, written by F. Sargent. It was a capital prologue, one calculated to put the audience in a good humor, and thus it took the first gigantic step towards ensuring the success of the play. I subjoin it, though much of its effect necessarily depends on an appropriate delivery and stage action. Prologue. Enter a gentleman reading a newspaper. Fashion, a comedy. I'll go. But stay. Now I read further. 'Tis a native play. Bah! Homemade caligos are well enough, but homemade dramas must be stupid stuff. Had it but a London stamp, 'twould do, but then, for plays we lack the manners and the men. Thus speaks one critic. Here's another creed. Fashion? What there? Reads? It can never succeed. What? From a woman's pen? It takes a man to write a comedy. No woman can. Well, sir, and what say you? And what that frown? His eyes uprolled, he lays the paper down. Here, takes, he says, the unclean thing away. 'Tis tainted with the notice of the play. But, sir, but gentlemen, you, sir, who think no comedy can flow from native ink? Are we such perfect monsters, or such dull, that wit no traits for ridicule can call? Have we no follies here to be redressed, no vices gibbeted, no crimes confessed? But then a female hand can't lay the lash on. How know you that, sir, when the theme is fashion? And now come forth, thou man of sanctity. How shall I venture a reply to thee? The stage, what is it? Though beneath thy ban, but a daguerreotype of life and man. Arraign poor human nature if you will, but let the drama have her mission still. Let her, with honest purpose, still reflect the faults which keen-eyed satire may detect. For there be men who fear not a hereafter, yet tremble at the hell of public laughter. Friends, from these scoffers we appeal to you. Condemn the faults, but oh, applaud the true. Grant that some wit may grow on native soil, and art's fair fabric rise from a woman's toil, while we exhibit but to reprehend the social vices 'tis for you to mend. The audience applauded, as was expected of them. The prologue ended, and the curtain rose. The cast of the play was exceedingly strong, so admirable that when, upon the falling of the curtain after the fifth act, an unequivocally brilliant success had been achieved, I was forced to admit that my laurels were not of my earning. It would have been difficult for a play to fail with such acting as Chippendale's in his striking delineation of Adam Truman, Mrs. Knight in her irresistibly comic personation of Prudence, Fisher as Snobson, Crisp as the Count, Mr. Barry as Mr. Triffany, Doyetts as Colonel Howard, De Walden as Mr. Twinkle, J. Howards as Fogg, Skirretts as Zeke, Miss Ellis as Gertrude, Mrs. Barry's as Mrs. Tiffany, Miss Horne's as Seraphina, Mrs. Doyet's as Villanette. The play was announced for repetition every night, and the audience loudly testified their approbation. The day after the performance of a new drama, it is customary to call a rehearsal for the sake of cutting the play, if too long, and almost all plays are too long as originally written, and to make other necessary alterations. To this rehearsal I was formally invited by the managers. Accompanied by Mr. Mowat, I gladly attended. On that day, for the first time, I crossed the stage of a theater. I was conducted to a seat at the manager's table. The theater had undergone its transformation again. All was darkness and silence. The solitary gas branch burned as blue and ghastly as ever, and the actors, in their everyday dresses, moved mysteriously about in its shadowy light. But on nearer view they looked like weary and care-laden human beings instead of phantoms. Again the rehearsal of fashion commenced. Mr. Barry arranged the cuts, requesting my approval in a manner which left me very little alternative. The principal actors were presented to me, and I made as delicate hints concerning certain misinterpretations of the text as I dared venture upon. It was very evident that they singly and collectively entertained the opinion that an author never knew the true meaning of his own words. His suppositions to the contrary were mere hallucinations. Fashion was repeated again that night. The next one was appointed for my benefit. On the occasion, the house was literally crammed from pit to dome. Owing to judicious cutting, the performance was more rapid than on the first night, and went off with even greater spirit. At the falling of the curtain, there was a call for the author. This I had anticipated, and instead of bowing from a private box, according to the established usage, I sent Mr. Barry a few lines expressive of my thanks, and desired him to deliver them before the curtain. Mr. Barry then came forward, said one of the newspapers the next morning, and spoke as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, I am commissioned by Mrs. Mowat to offer you her sincere and most grateful acknowledgments for the favor which you have received this comedy. She desires me to express the hope that you will take it rather as an earnest of which she may do hereafter than as a fair specimen of what American dramatic literature ought to be. Loud applause. With your permission, ladies and gentlemen, I will announce the comedy of fashion every night until further notice. Loud and continued applause. The audience were satisfied, and I was spared the necessity of making probably an awkward acknowledgment in person. On the night of this benefit, I sent to each of the ladies engaged in the play a trifling remembrance of the occasion. A note acknowledging my indebtedness to the whole company for their admirable personations was addressed to Mr. Barry. This was framed and hung by him in the green room. Fashion was played nightly to full houses for 3 weeks, and only withdrawn to make room for stars who were engaged before its production. During the run of the play in New York, it was produced in Philadelphia, at the Walnut Street Theater, under the management of E.A. Marshall, Esquire, the stage manager being W. Rufus Blake, Esquire. Its success was as brilliant as in New York. The managers sent a pressing invitation to Mr. Mowat and myself to visit Philadelphia and witness the representation. We accepted and were entertained by them for 3 days, at one of the first hotels, in the most courteous manner. Our suite of apartments were the best that could be procured. Our table was sumptuously provided, and a carriage stood always at the door, at our disposal. The conduct of these gentlemen deserves particular mention, for there are few managers who would feel called upon to testify their indebtedness to an author in a style so generous and complimentary. A play may enrich a theater, yet, as a general rule, the manager ignores the existence of the author, except so far as his contract is concerned. The representation of fashion in Philadelphia afforded us an unqualified pleasure. It is difficult, or rather impossible, to decide whether the play is produced with greater éclat and more magnificent stage appointments at the Walnut or at the Park Theatre. The cast, too, was equally strong at both theatres. W. Rufus Blake, one of the most gifted of the pathetic and comic old men of the stage, enacted Adam Truman. Mrs. Thayer was drollness personified in Prudence. Wheatley as the Count, Fredericks as Mr. Tiffany, Chapman as Snobson, Young as Zeke, Mrs. Jones as Mrs. Tiffany, Miss Alexina Fisher as Gertrude, Miss Susan Cushman as Seraphina, and Mrs. Blake as Milanette could not be surpassed even by their contemporaries of the Park. We were accompanied to the theatre by Mr. and Mrs. Mason, the charming Emma Wheatley of Park Theatre memory. Our box was furnished with white satin bills printed in letters of gold. At the close of the play, the actors were all called before the curtain. Then shouts rose for the author. The audience had become aware that she was in the theatre. If I had reflected on the subject, I should have expected this summons. As it was, I chanced to be wholly unprepared, and the unlooked-for demonstration affected me unpleasantly. Our party were seated in the first tier and exposed to the full gaze of the audience, who now turned themselves en masse towards us. The shouts continued, and Mr. Mowat and Mr. Mason entreated me to rise and curtsy. I could not muster courage and felt more inclined to make a cowardly escape. The audience grew more vociferous at the delay. "There is no use of refusing. You will be obliged to rise," whispered Mrs. Mason. I saw she was right, and answered, "I will, if you will rise also and curtsy with me." She objected at first, but finding that I would not move, and that the shouts were only redoubled, she amiably consented. We rose together and were greeted with prolonged cheering. I curtsied several times, but was not sufficiently self-possessed to notice whether she did the same. This ceremony over, we took our departure as rapidly as possible. I little thought that in less than 2 months I would curtsy to an audience from stage of that very theatre. At the door of the theatre we were met by the managers, who requested that I would allow them to conduct me behind the scenes and present the members of the company. This was another unexpected trial of my nerves, for I had not overcome a certain feeling of awe towards stage heroes and heroines, but I could not with any degree of graciousness refuse. We passed through a private entrance leading from the boxes. The green curtain was down. The stage represented a drawing-room in the house of Mr. Tiffany. The actors were ranged in a semicircle awaiting us. They were presented in turn, and I exchanged, or tried to exchange, a few words with each of the ladies. But I fancy that my remarks were not particularly sensible, or much to the purpose. The impromptu introduction and the novelty of my situation had confused my ideas, and it is very probable that I commented on the excessive heat, when everyone stood shivering about me. The next day, however, I hope the remembrance of my awkwardness and embarrassment was effaced from the minds of the ladies in question, for I sent them each a gold pencil in token of my appreciation of their efforts. "Do you not feel proud?" inquired a friend of me. I answered with perfect sincerity, "Perhaps I should, if the acting of fashion had not been so very excellent that the author only has a secondary share of the general success." The secret of that success was that fashion is, strictly speaking, an acting play, and, placed in the hands of an accomplished company, the characters were recreated. An amount of interest was thus kept alive which so simple a plot could not legitimately awaken. Edgar A. Poe, one of my sternest critics, wrote of fashion that it resembled the school for scandal in the same degree that the shell of a locust resembles the living locust. If his severity was but just, It must be that the spirits of the performers infused themselves into the empty shell and produced a very effective counterfeit of life. After 3 most delightful days, we bade adieu to our manager-host and returned to New York. The publishing business in which Mr. Mowat was engaged had for some time been unsuccessful. Just at this period he failed, and became involved in greater difficulties than ever. The success of fashion had attracted the attention of managers. Again I received propositions to go upon the stage, coupled with the assurance that I would rapidly acquire an independence. The day had come when all things seemed to work together to force me of the necessity to contemplate this step. My health was still variable, and I had not yet wholly recovered from the effects of long illness. I had always intended to resume public readings when I grew sufficiently strong. Nearly double the amount of physique was needed for a night's reading than was required for the performance of a light part in a 5-act drama. My views concerning the stage and my estimate of the members of dramatic companies had undergone a total revolution. Many circumstances had proved to me how unfounded were the prejudices of the world against the profession as a body. The communication into which I had been brought by the production of fashion with the managers and members of the Park Company and the managers of the Walnut Street Theater, added to all I heard of their private histories, convinced me that I had formed unjust conclusions. Rather, I had adopted the conclusions of those who were as ignorant on the subject as myself, who perhaps cared as little as I had done to ascertain the truth. My after experiences taught me that truer words concerning the stage were never written than those of Mary Howitt which preface her memoir of me. Referring to the members of the profession with whom she became acquainted, she says, "Our readers need not be told that we consider the stage as capable of becoming one of the great means of human advancement and improvement, and for this reason it is that we especially rejoice to see amongst its ornaments men and women not only of surpassing talent and genius, but, which is far higher and much rarer, of high moral character and even deep religious feeling." Let not the so-called religious world start at this assertion. We know what we say, and we fearlessly assert that there is many a poor despised player whose Christian graces of faith, patience, charity, and self-denial, the vaunted virtues of the proud Pharisee, nor are they always the purest who talk most about purity. Welcome then, and doubly welcome, be all such reformers as come amongst us not only with the high argument of their own pure and blameless lives, but who, having passed through suffering and trial, know experimentally how to teach, and who teach through the persuasive power of genius and the benign influence of a noble womanly spirit. These lines had not been then written, but they apply to many a woman whom I have known who bears the too often contemptuously uttered name of actress, women who, with hearts full of anguish, nightly practice forgetfulness of self and of their private sorrows to earn their bread by delighting a public who misjudges them. I pondered long and seriously upon the consequences of my entering the profession. The qui dira-t-on of society had no longer the power to awe me. Was it right? Was it wrong? Were questions of higher moment. My respect for the opinions of Mrs. Grundy had slowly melted away since I discovered that, with the respectable representative of the world in general, success sanctified all things. Nothing was reprehensible but failure. I should never have adopted the stage as a matter of expediency alone, however great the temptation. What I did was not done lightly and irresponsibly. I reviewed my whole past life and saw that from earliest childhood, my taste, studies, pursuits had all combined to fit me for this end. I had exhibited a passion for dramatic performances when I was little more than an infant. I had played plays before I had ever entered a theater. I had written plays from the time I was first witnessed a performance. My love for the drama was genuine, for it had developed at a period when the theater was an unknown place and actors a species of mythical creatures. I determined to fulfill the destiny which seemed visibly pointed out by the unerring finger of Providence in all the circumstances, associations, and vicissitudes of my life, in my intellectual taste and habits, and the sympathies of my emotional nature. I would become an actress. Mr. Mowatt's appreciation of the drama was, I think, even greater than my own. My wishes met with a ready response from him. His only fear was that I had not the physical strength to endure the excitement and fatigue of an arduous vocation. This had to be tested. The consent of one other person was all that I required. It was that of my father. I had not courage personally to communicate my intentions. Mr. Mowat, in a private interview with him, explained the state of his own affairs, the theatrical propositions I had received, and my resolves, should these resolutions meet with his sanction. After they had conversed for some time, I could endure the suspense no longer, and entered the room. My father spoke but 2 words, as I silently put my arms about his neck. They were, "Brave girl." Talismanic words they were to me, and ever after, when my spirits flagged, they sounded in my ears, and cheered me, and stimulated me, and made me brave. His consent, though not withheld, was given with some reluctance, but he had greater fears for my health than for my success. He assured me, and my ready ears drank in the words of promise, that if I had sufficient self-possession to act in public, as he had seen me perform in private, my success was certain. Before I contemplated the possibility of becoming an actress, I had partly engaged to write another comedy for Park Theater. The managers desired that the hero should be young instead of an old man, as in fashion. The part was to be adapted to the abilities of their leading juvenile comedian, Mr. C. This gentleman's performance of the Count in fashion had won him much deserved applause. Mr. C. was consulted concerning the character which I proposed writing for him, and paid us several visits. The play was abandoned in consequence of my determination to enter the profession, and this change was at once communicated to him. I desired to make my first appearance in some of the cities of the Union where I was not personally known, and to study and practice my profession before I made my debut in New York. Mr. C., however, convinced us that this course would be unwise. The Park was the one theater in the Union that could give the stamp of legitimacy. My debut must be made there. I could afterwards travel and gain experience before I accepted a second engagement in New York. He also represented to us that I needed an instructor to make me acquainted with the traditionary stage business of old established plays, one who could, at the same time, sustain opposite characters to me, and who would relieve me from the fatigue of directing rehearsals. He assured us that he had played the whole range of youthful heroes with Miss Fawcett and other English stars of note, and had been well drilled in the duties of stage manager in English and Scottish theaters. Before I even made my debut, he entered into the following contract with Mr. Mowat. I was to appear on the closing night of the season at the Park Theater for his benefit. He was to travel with us and play opposite parts to me for 1 year, sharing equally the proceeds of every engagement. He was to assist in conducting the business arrangements, superintend all rehearsals, and afford me all the dramatic instruction in his power. It was soon represented to us by managers that this arrangement was hardly a fair one, but Mr. Mowat was too honorable not to adhere to a contract once made, however disadvantageous it might prove. The instant my projected appearance was announced, I had to encounter a flood of remonstrances from relatives and friends, opposition in every variety of form. But tears, entreaties, threats, supplicating letters could only occasion me much suffering. They could not shake my resolution. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. The day of my debut was fixed. It was in the month of June, 1845. I had 3 weeks only for preparation. Incessant study, training, discipline of a kind which the actor student alone can appreciate were indispensable to perfect success. I took fencing lessons to gain firmness of position and freedom of limb. I used dumbbells to overcome the constitutional weakness of my arms and chest. I exercised my voice during 4 hours every day to increase its power. I wore a voluminous train for as many hours daily to learn the graceful management of queenly or classical robes. I neglected no means that could fit me to realize my beau ideal of Campbell's lines, but by the mighty actor brought, illusion's perfect triumphs come, verse ceases to be airy thought, and sculpture to be dumb. The day before my debut, it was necessary that I should rehearse with the company. I found this a severer ordeal than performing before the public. Once more I stood upon the dimly lighted, gloomy stage, not now in the position of an author to observe, to criticize, to suggest, but to be observed, to be criticized, very possibly, nay, very probably, to be ridiculed, if I betray the slightest ignorance of what I attempted. There is always a half-malicious curiosity amongst actors to witness the shortcomings of a novice. They invariably experience strong inclinations to prophesy failure. No wonder, for they know best the nice subtleties of their own art, the unexpected barriers that start up between the neophyte and his goal. Only those actors who are engaged in the scene rehearsed are permitted to occupy the stage. The play was The Lady of Lyons. Mrs. Vernon, as Madame de Chapelle, and I, as Pauline, took our seats to open the first scene. The actors crowded around the wings, eager to pass judgment on the trembling debutante. The stage manager, seated at his table, scanned her with cold and scrutinizing eyes. The pale prompter laid his book upon his knee that he might stare at her more deliberately. Even the sleepy little call-boy, regardless of the summons in his hand, put on the sapient look and attitude of a critic. If I could but shut out all these eyes, I said to myself, but turn wherever I would, they met me, hemmed me in on all sides, girdled me with freezing influences. After we had taken our seats, there was a moment's awful silence. It was broken by Mr. Barry's dignified, he was alarmingly dignified, "Commence, if you please." Mrs. Vernon spoke the first few lines of the play. By a resolute effort, forcing myself into composure, I replied. I cannot tell you why, but the sound of my own voice, distinct and untremulous, reassured me. The Rubicon was passed. I thought no more of the surrounding eyes so full of speculation, of the covert ill wishes, of the secret condemnations. I gave myself up to the part, and acted with all the abandon and intensity of which I was capable. During the rehearsal of the third act, I was startled by a sudden burst of applause. It came from a crowd of actors at the side scenes, an involuntary and most unusual tribute. To say it produced no effect upon me would be affectation. For a moment my equanimity was pleasurably destroyed. I had tasted the first drop in the honeyed cup of success. "Go on, if you would please, go on," said Mr. Barry, noticing the pause, and I went on. The play continued and ended without further interruption. When it was over, the company gathered around me with tokens of undisguised interest. From many lips I received the delightful assurance that if I was not frightened at night, I should achieve a great triumph. "I shall not be frightened," I answered confidently. "Not be frightened," reiterated Mr. Skirrett. He was at that time the low comedian of the Park Theatre. "Don't lay such a flattering unction to your soul. When night comes, you will be frightened half out of your senses. You don't know what stage fright is." "I have a talisman to keep off stage fright, the motive that brings me upon the stage." "We shall see," was his incredulous answer. None but actors can thoroughly comprehend the meaning of the appalling words stage fright. The nightmare of the profession, a sensation of icy terror to which no language can give adequate utterance. I have seen veteran actors who have studied some new character until every syllable of the author seemed indelibly written on their brains, who had rehearsed their parts with the most telling enthusiasm, who gloried in the prospect of making a hit. At last, when night came, and they stood before footlights to embody the ideal creation for the first time, I have seen them seized with a sudden tremor, their utterance choked, their eyes rolling about or fixed on vacancy, their limbs shaking and every faculty paralyzed. I was not initiated into the horrors of stage fright on the first night of my performance, but the dramatic incubus visited me in its worst form on an equally important occasion. Nor was the attack the sole one in my professional life. But what magic the demon can be exorcised remains an undiscovered mystery. The morning of my debut was passed with my sisters. Scarcely an allusion was made to the trying event which must take place that evening. The rich apparel spread out upon my bed received its finishing touches at their hands, and was consecrated by a few silent tears. One of my sisters only, Julia, the youngest, had the courage to be present when that attire was worn. My costume was chosen by Mrs. Vernon, almost the first actress with whom I became acquainted, a lady highly respected and beloved in the profession. Her name and that of her relatives have done honor to the stage for a long series of years. As we drove to the theatre at night, the carriage passed my father's house. There was a group at the window watching us. Shifts waved as long as we were in sight. I cannot help wondering what sort of place the world in general imagines the star dressing room to be. In the days of my nascence, I presume that it was a sort of boudoir, prettily and comfortably furnished, to which the princesses of the stage retired to take their luxurious ease. But oh, the difference! The star dressing-room is usually a small closet-like apartment, with a few strips of well-worn baize or carpet on the floor. A rude shelf runs along one side of the wall and serves as a dressing table, a dingy-looking glass, a couple of superannuated chairs, a rickety washstand. These are, generally speaking, the richest luxuries of the locality. Such was the star dressing-room to which I was introduced at the Park Theatre. Mr. Mowatt's request obtained for me a Lilliputian sofa, so particularly hard that it was at once recognizable as a theatrical property, a thing of sham, designated for the deception of an audience. I believe even the demand for this delusive accessory to comfort was considered very unreasonable. I was just dressed when there came a slight tap upon the door, accompanied by the words, "Pauline, you are called." I opened the door. The call boy stood without, the inseparable long strip of paper between his fingers. I inquired who he wanted. "You, ma'am, you are called." What a singular piece of familiarity, I thought to myself. It is I whom he is addressing as Pauline. I did not suspect that it was customary to call the performers by the names of the characters assumed. "Called for what?" I inquired, in a manner that was intended to impress the daring offender with a sense of respect due to me. "For what?" he retorted, prolonging the "what" with an indescribably humorous emphasis, and thrusting his tongue against his cheek. "Why, for the stage, to be sure, that's the what." "Oh," was all I could say, and the little urchin ran downstairs smothering his laughter. Its echo, however, reached me from the green room, where, after making his call, he probably related my unsophisticated inquiry. At that moment Mr. Mowat came to conduct me to the stage. Mrs. Vernon, who played my mother, was already seated at a small table in Madame Deschapelles' drawing-room. I took my place on a sofa opposite her, holding in my hand a magnificent bouquet, Claude's supposed offering to Pauline. After a few whispered words of encouragement, Mr. Mowat left me, to witness the performance from the front of the house. Somebody spread my Pauline scarf on the chair up beside me. Somebody else arranged the folds of my train symmetrically. Somebody's fingers gathered in their place a few stray curls. The stage manager gave an order of "Clear the stage, ladies and gentlemen," and I heard the sound of the little bell for the raising of the curtain. Until that moment, I do not think a pulse in my frame had quickened its beating. But then I was seized with a stifling sensation, as though I were choking. I could only gasp out, "Not yet, I cannot." Of course there was general confusion. Managers, actors, prompter, all rushed to the stage. Someone offered water, some scent bottles, some fanned me. Everybody seemed prepared to witness a fainting fit or an attack of hysterics or something equally ridiculous. I was arguing with myself against the absurdity of this ungovernable emotion, this humiliating exhibition, and making a desperate endeavor to regain my self-possession, when Mr. Skirrett thrust his comic face over somebody's shoulder. He looked at me with an expression of quizzical exultation and exclaimed, "Didn't I tell you so? Where's all the courage, eh?" The words recalled my boast of the morning, or rather they recalled the recollections upon which that boast was founded. My composure returned as rapidly as it had departed. I laughed at my own weakness. "Are you getting better?" kindly inquired the stage manager. "Let the curtain rise," was the satisfactory answer. Mr. Barry clapped his hands, a signal for the stage to be vacated. The crowd at once disappeared. Madame Deschapelles and Pauline sat alone as before. The tinkling bell of the warning rang, and the curtain slowly ascended, disclosing first the footlights, then the ocean of heads beyond them in the pit, then the brilliant array of the ladies in the boxes, tier after tier, and finally the thronged galleries. I found those footlights an invaluable aid to the necessary illusion. They formed a dazzling barrier that separated the spectator from the ideal world in which the actor dwelt. Their glare prevented the eye from being distracted by the objects without the precincts of that luminous semicircle. They were a friendly protection, a warm comfort, an idealizing auxiliary. The debutante was greeted warmly. This was but a matter-of-course compliment paid by a New York audience to a daughter of a well-known citizen. "Bow, bow," whispered a voice from behind the scenes. I obediently bent my head. "Bow to your right," said the voice between the intervals of the applause. I bowed to the right. "Bow to the left." I bowed to the left. "Bow again." I bowed again and again while the noisy welcome lasted. The play commenced, and with the first words I uttered, I concentrated my thoughts and tried to forget that I had any existence save that of the scornful Lady of Lyons. When we rose from our seats and approached the footlights, Mrs. Vernon gave my hand a reassuring pressure. It was a kindness scarcely needed. I had lost all sensation of alarm. The play progressed as smoothly as it commenced. In the third act, where Pauline first discovers the treachery of Claude, the powers of the actress began to be tested. Every point told, and was rewarded with an inspiring burst of applause. The audience had determined to blow into a flame the faintest spark of merit. In the fourth act, I became greatly exhausted with the unusual excitement and exertion. There seemed a probability that I would not have the physical strength to enable me to finish the performance. Mrs. Vernon has often laughingly reminded me how she shook and pinched me when I was lying, to all appearance, tenderly clasped in her arms. She maintains that, by these means, she constantly roused me to consciousness. I am her debtor for the friendly pinches and opportune shakes. In the fifth act, Pauline's emotions are all of calm and abject grief, the faint, hopeless strugglings of a broken heart. My very weariness aided the personation. The pallor of excessive fatigue, the worn-out look, the tottering walk, the feeble voice, suited Pauline's deep despair. The audience attributed an actor's consummate skill that which was merely a painful and accidental reality. The play ended, and the curtain fell. It would be impossible to describe my sensations of relief as I watched that welcome screen of coarse green baize slowly unrolling itself and dropping between the audience and the stage. Then came the call before the curtain, the crossing the stage in front of the footlights. Mr. C. led me out. The whole house rose, even the ladies, a compliment seldom paid. I think it rained flowers, for bouquets, wreaths of silver, and wreaths of laurel fell in showers around us. Cheer followed cheer as they were gathered up and laid in my arms. The hats of gentlemen and handkerchiefs of ladies waved on every side. I curtsied my thanks, and the welcome green curtain once more shut out the brilliant assemblage. Then came the deeper, truer sense of thankfulness. The trial was over. The debutante had stood the test. She had not mistaken the career which had clearly pointed out as the one for which she was destined. The carriage stopped at my father's house as we drove home. He had heard the wheels and opened the coach door himself. Fondly and closely was one occupant of that carriage pressed to his heart. My sense of distinctive appreciation must have been blunted indeed if his words of congratulation did not fall sweeter upon my ears than all the applause that was still echoing within them. He had witnessed the performance from a private box, but I had not been aware of his presence. The next morning the press were unanimous in commendation. The journals of the day were filled with gratifying predictions, prophecies that have not remained wholly unrealized. Offers of engagements in all the principal theaters throughout the Union now poured in upon us. The first engagement that we accepted was at the Walnut Street Theater, Philadelphia, where Fashion had been produced. I made my appearance there a few nights after my debut in New York. If I had abundant cause for gratitude and self-congratulation on the first night of my appearance in public, I suffered enough upon the second to atone for all the elation or vanity of which I may have been guilty. Mr. C.'s contract stipulated that he should play opposite characters to me in whatever theater we appeared. Mr. Wheatley was an established favorite at the Walnut Street Theater. He had enacted, to the satisfaction of the audience, the same role that Mr. C. was called upon to assume. The manager remonstrated at Mr. Wheatley's being displaced, Various friends assured us that the public would demand him as my support, but what could be done? Mr. C. had the right of supporting me by contract. He could not ask to be forego a right so advantageous. Had he been asked, he would certainly have given an indignant refusal. The play was The Lady of Lyons. The house was crowded to its utmost capacity. For the second time I took my seat upon the small sofa to represent Pauline Deschapelles. The curtain rose. The welcome was fully as cordial as in New York. The first act and the second act passed off uninterruptedly as before. In the third, Pauline is thrown constantly with Claude. I observed that Mr. C. hesitated in the words of his part. Now and then he spoke in a thick voice. He walked with an unsteady step, and when the business of the play required him to take my hand, his own trembled violently. This is what actors call stage fright, was my internal reflection. He knows that the audience desire Mr. Wheatley in this part, and he is so much alarmed that he cannot act. This misplaced emotion, as I thought it, on the part of Claude distracted my attention and prevented my identifying myself with the character of Pauline. In the fourth act, during the scene between the widow and Pauline, Beausant and Pauline, I began to recover my suspended faculties. Claude enters, and with the first words he uttered came that sound, more fearful than all others to an actor's ears, a hiss, a faint one, still a hiss. I heard Claude groan and ejaculate something in an undertone. I felt indignant at the want of generosity displayed by the audience. As the act advanced, the hisses were repeated whenever he spoke. A succession of false notes in concert could not have a more jarring effect on the nerves. I could scarcely remember a line of my part, and immediately after the curtain fell, had not the slightest recollection of how the act ended. After a change of attire, Pauline appears alone in the fifth act. When the scene opened, the audience loudly testified their greeting that no share of their displeasure was intended for me. I was too much agitated to attempt to personate Pauline as I had done on a previous occasion. I mechanically uttered the words of the text. The anticipation of Claude's appearance, which must take place in a few moments, had filled me with dread, a fear that was too well founded. The audience allowed him to enter and were silent. Pauline makes her appeal to Colonel Damas. Claude advances, and she approaches him. Without looking at him, I hurried over the language of the part, not waiting for his few words of reply, and turned to the table where the father and the mother of Pauline were seated. Then Claude must speak. The hisses of the audience were deafening. The theater seemed suddenly filled with snakes. I turned round instinctively. The pit had risen in a body with evident intention of violence. I afterwards heard that they were preparing to fling brickbats at the offending Claude. I did not suspect in what manner Mr. C. had deserved their displeasure. That he chanced to be an Englishman was, I imagined, his principal crime, and the audience chose that I should appear with my own countryman, Mr. Wheatley, their avowed favorite. Advancing to the front of the stage, I rapidly entreated their forbearance. What I said I have not the remotest idea, for I acted on impulse and under strong excitement, believing that I was only preventing a gross injustice. Instantaneously every seat was resumed. A dead silence prevailed while I spoke. An applause took place of the hisses. There were too many true gentlemen present for Mr. C. to have anything further to fear, little as he merited the defense. A faint attempt was made to conclude the play. The audience offered no opposition, and in a few minutes the curtain fell. I was unwilling to respond to the call, but yielded to the request of the managers. Mr. C. offered to lead me out. I knew that it was unwise to accept his services, but I could not refuse them without wounding him more deeply. He stooped to gather the bouquets with which the audience, in anticipation of a performance very different from the one they had witnessed, came supplied. Then I noticed that he reeled from side to side, and, after bending down, could scarcely regain his equilibrium. I thought it very strange that his stage fright deprived him of the faculty of moving about without staggering when the play was ended. The instant we were behind the scenes again, he gave way to an extravagant burst of grief and darted off, followed by several of his friends. Mr. Mowat was leading me to my dressing room when I overheard the Madame Deschapelles of the evening say to another lady, "He got no more than he deserved. I wish they had brickbatted him. The man was as drunk as he could be." "What a shame!" I involuntarily exclaimed, turning to Mr. Mowat. "Did you hear what that woman said?" "Yes," he replied, "and it was too true. I saw you did not suspect his situation, and purposely left you in ignorance." Suspect it! The idea that he was intoxicated never once entered my head. Nor was it remarkable that I should not have recognized the workings of the enemy which men put into their mouths to steal away their brains, for up to that period it had been my fortune to witness few similar exhibitions. The painful impressions of that wretched night very nearly gave me a distaste for the profession, but I had not entered it for amusement. The next night Mr. C. made an apology to the audience, stating that he had been led to an unwonted indiscretion while dining out, and entreating their indulgence. They pardoned him nominally, but rarely bestowed upon his best efforts any evidence of approval. The engagement was a trying one, and I rejoiced when it was concluded. The houses were but half filled, and I labored under a sense of depression which nothing could remove. At the close of the fortnight, Mr. C. returned to New York, and I remained one night in Philadelphia to appear for the benefit of Mr. Blake, the stage manager. He selected Fashion as the play to be represented, and persuaded me to enact Gertrude. The character affords no opportunity for the display of dramatic abilities, and I reluctantly consented. Once more, an audience as fashionable and as crowded as the one which witnessed the miseries of my first night in Philadelphia graced the theater. Mr. Wheatley appeared in his original part of the Count, and was received with enthusiasm. Mr. Blake's Adam Truman was more truthful and touching than ever. The play could not, on any occasion, have given more satisfaction. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. We made the tour of the United States and met with an uninterrupted series of successes. Every night not consumed in traveling was engaged at various theaters for a year in advance. In New York we fulfilled a long engagement at Niblo's, but did not appear again at the Park Theater until spring. In that first year I acted 200 nights. When I made my debut, I was only prepared in one part, yet before the close of that year I had enacted all the most popular characters in juvenile comedy and tragedy. From this fact some estimate may be formed of the amount of study requisite. Often, after a protracted rehearsal in the morning and an arduous performance at night, I returned home from the theater wearied out in body and mind, yet I dared not rest. The character to be represented on the succeeding night still required several hours of reflection and application. Sometimes I kept myself awake by bathing my heavy eyes and throbbing temples with iced water, as I committed the words to memory. Sometimes I could only battle with the angel who knits up the raveled sleeve of care, by rapidly pacing the room while I studied. Now and then I was fairly conquered and fell asleep over my books. Strange to say, my health, instead of failing entirely, as was predicted, visibly improved. The deleterious effects of late hours were counteracted by constant exercise, an animating, exhilarating pursuit, and the all-potent nepenthe of inner peace. I gained new vigor and elasticity. With the additional burden came the added strength whereby it could be borne. As can be readily imagined, I was often weary to exhaustion, even during the performance. On one occasion, my fatigue very nearly placed me in a predicament as awkward to me as it would have been amusing to the audience. We were fulfilling a long engagement at Niblo's. I was playing Lady Teazle in The School for Scandal. When Lady Teazle, at the announcement of Sir Peter, is concealed behind the screen in Joseph Surface's library, she is compelled to remain a quarter of an hour, or perhaps 20 minutes, in this confinement. I was dreadfully fatigued, and glad of the opportunity to rest. There is no chair. At first I knelt for relief. Becoming tired of that position, I quietly laid myself down and, regardless of Lady Teazle's ostrich plumes, made a pillow of my arms for my head. I listened to Placide's most humorous personation of Sir Peter for a while, but gradually his voice grew more and more indistinct, melting into a soothing murmur, and then was heard no more. I fell into a profound sleep. When Charles Surface is announced, Sir Peter is hurried by Joseph into a closet. Lady Teazle, according to Sheridan, peeps from behind the screen and intimates to Joseph the propriety of locking Sir Peter in, and proposes her own escape. At the sound of Charles Surface's step, she steals behind the screen again. The cue was given, but no Lady Teazle made her appearance. She was slumbering in happy unconsciousness that theaters were ever instituted. Mr. Jones, the prompter, supposing that I had forgotten my part, ran to one of the wings from which he could obtain a view behind the screen. To his mingled diversion and consternation, he beheld Lady Teazle placidly sleeping upon the floor. Of course he could not reach her. I have often heard him relate the frantic manner in which he shouted from an imploring stage whisper, "Mrs. Mowat, wake up! For goodness sake, wake up! Charles Surface is just going to pull the screen down. Wake up! You'll be caught by the audience asleep. Wake up! Goodness gracious, do wake up!" I have some confused recollection of hearing the words, "Wake up! Wake up!" as I opened my heavy eyes. They fell upon Mr. Jones, making the most violent gesticulations, waving about his prompt book, and almost dancing in excitement of his alarm. The hand of Charles Surface was already on the screen. I sprang to my feet, hardly remembering where I was, and had barely time to smooth down my train when the screen fell. A moment sooner, and how would the slumbering Lady Teazle, suddenly awakened, have contrived to impress the audience with the sense of her deep contrition for her impudence? How persuaded her husband that she had discovered her injustice to him during her pleasant nap? The second character which I enacted was Juliana, in Tobin's comedy of The Honeymoon. I plead guilty to the bad taste of delineated with especial delight the piquant shrewishness of the painter's daughter. My third character was Bride of Lammermoor. And then, with timid reverence, I ventured to bow the knee at the shrine of the mighty master. My whole being merged itself into the impassioned existence of Shakespeare's Juliet. During the drudgery of rehearsal, the actor drops disenchanted from the realms of cloudland, where he dwelt with the ideal creations of the poet. The incongruous elements that compose, the frigid atmosphere that pervades, a theater blind his mental vision. He struggles in vain to catch the golden rays that flooded his spirits in serene seclusion. The charismatic hues of imagination fade in utter darkness before the conventionalities of his profession. All the delicacies of his inspired conception suddenly vanish, and he stands with the bare, cold outline of what he designed before him, powerless to clothe it with beauty. Thus I felt when I first attempted to rehearse Juliet. Disappointed and dispirited, I turned wearily from the task. But when night comes, and the actor lays aside his personality with his everyday garments, the Promethean fire is rekindled. He ascends from the height from which he fell in the morning. External circumstances lie beneath his feet. His gaze is upward, not downward. He not embodies merely, but ensouls the emanation of the poet's mind. Such were my experiences when I first had the hardihood to enact Juliet. No character ever excited me more intensely. Juliet's dagger, too impetuously used, more than once drew blood, but I found the sensation of stabbing oneself anything but poetic. The dagger's point was consequently dulled into harmlessness. Once I forgot this necessary appendage of the heroine in the last act. Romeo, who was lying dead upon the ground, was better provided. As I stooped to loosen the steel from his girdle, the poisoned lover, who was aware of my stabbing episodes, came suddenly to life and whispered in a sepulchral tone, "Look out, it's very sharp, you'll stab yourself." I well remember my sensations the first time I was ever laid in Juliet's tomb. The friar tells her that, according to the custom of her country, she shall be born in her best robes, uncovered on the bier. Adhering to the text, I have since worn bridal attire in place of the shroud-like dress usually adopted by stage Juliets. But that night, a loose white muslin robe, drawn in folds around the throat and fastened with a cord at the waist, was the garment accidentally chosen for me. It was too palpably suited to the bier. The walls of the tomb were hung with black. An antique lamp that shed a luridly green light upon my face was suspended from the center of the somber, though temporary, enclosure. As I lay waiting for Romeo to kill Paris and break open the doors of the sepulchre, I heard the whispered conversation of some scene-shifter who stood without. They were each holding a cord attached to the doors of the tomb. The cords, according to stage direction, were to be loosened at the third blow of Romeo's wrenching iron. The worthy scene-shifters passed sentence of death upon me with admirable sang-froid, and decided that I would soon be lying for good and in earnest where I was then reposing as Juliet's representative in the tomb. To use the expressive language of one of the men, I was booked for the other world, and no mistake. Their grave predictions were interrupted by Romeo's first blow upon the door. I was not particularly sorry when the funeral portals flew back and he bore me out of the mock sepulchre. Juliet was one of the characters in which I seemed fated to be placed in constant peril of life or limb. Several times the balcony, from which the loving lady of Verona makes her midnight confession to Romeo, was dangerously insecure. Once a portion of the railing, over which I was leaning, forgetful of its representative nature, gave way. Had I not dropped suddenly to my knees, Juliet must have been precipitated into Romeo's arm before he expected her, and very probably would not have visited Friar Lawrence's cell that night. One evening, the property man, so the individual who has the charge of potions, amulets, caskets of jewels, purses filled with any quality of coin, and other theatrical treasures designated as stage properties is styled, forgot the bottle containing Juliet's sleep potion. The omission was only discovered at the last moment the vial was needed. Some bottle must have been furnished to the friar, or he cannot utter the solemn charge with which he confides the drug to the perplexed scion of the Capulets. The property man, confused at discovering his own neglect, and fearful of the fine to which it would subject him, caught up the first small bottle at hand and gave it to the friar. The vial was the prompter's and contained ink. When Juliet snatched the fatal potion from the friar's hand, he whispered something in an undertone. I caught the words, "So take care," but was too absorbed in my part to comprehend the warning. Juliet returns home, meets her parents, retires to her own chamber, dismisses her nurse, and finally drinks the potion. At the words, "Romeo, this do I drink to thee," I placed the bottle to my lips and unsuspiciously swallowed the inky draught. The dark stains upon my hands and lips might have been mistaken for the quick working of the poison, for the audience remained ignorant of the mishap, which I only half comprehended. When the scene closed, the prompter rushed up to me, exclaiming, "Good gracious, you have been drinking from my bottle of ink." I could not resist the temptation of quoting the remark of the dying wit, who under similar circumstances said, "Let me swallow a sheet of blotting paper." The frightened prompter, however, did not understand the joke. The misfortunes that attended the representation of Romeo and Juliet that night did not all fall upon me. The part of Paris was entrusted to a promising young novice. He delivered the language with scholarly precision, and might have passed for an actor until he came to the fighting scene with Romeo. Romeo disarmed him with a facility which did great credit to the good nature of Paris, for whom life had, of course, lost its charms without Juliet. It then became the duty of Paris, who is mortally wounded, to die. The Paris on this occasion took his death blow very kindly. His dying preparations were made with praiseworthy deliberation. First he looked over one shoulder and then over the other to find a soft place where he might fall. It was evidently his intention to yield up his existence as comfortably as possible. Having satisfied himself in the selection of an advantageous spot, he dropped down gently, breaking his descent in a manner not altogether describable. As he softly laid himself back, he informed Romeo of the calamity that had befallen him by ejaculating, "Oh, I am slain." The audience hissed their rebellion at such an easy death. "If thou art merciful," continued Paris, the audience hissed more loudly still, as though calling upon Romeo to show no mercy to a man who died so luxuriously. "Open the tomb, Anne," faltered Paris, but what disposition he preferred to be made of his mortal mould, upon which he had bestowed such care, no Romeo could have heard, for the redoubled hisses of the audience drowned all other sound, and admonished Paris to precipitate his departure to the other world. The next day, the young aspirant for dramatic distinction was summoned by the manager and asked what he meant by dying in such a manner on the night previous. "Why, I thought that I did the thing in a most gentlemanly style," replied the discomfited thespian. "How came you to look behind you, sir, before you fell?" angrily inquired the manager. "Surely you wouldn't have had me drop down without looking to see what I was going to strike again." "Do you suppose a man, when he is killed in reality, looks behind him for a convenient spot before he falls, sir?" "But I wasn't killed in reality, and I was afraid of dislocating my shoulder," pleaded Paris. "Afraid of dislocating your shoulder? If you are afraid of breaking your leg or your neck either when you are acting," said the stern manager, "you're not fit for this profession. Your instinct of self-preservation is too large for an actor's economy. You're dismissed, sir. There's no employment here for persons of your cautious temperament." There are two distinct schools of acting, and it is a disputed point which is the greater. The actor of the one school totally loses his own individuality and abandons himself to all the absorbing emotions that belong to the character he interprets. His tears are real, his laughter real, as real to himself as to the audience. Frequently they are more real to himself than to his listeners, for the capacity of feeling and the faculty of expressing the sensation experienced are widely different. The current upon which the actor is borne away may, or may not, be strong enough to bear the spectator upon its bosom. Byron says, "The poet claims our tears, but by your leave, before we shed them, let us see him grieve." But audiences say nothing of the kind. They are oftener moved by what is simulated than what is felt. The paste jewel glitters more brightly in their eyes than the diamond of pure water. The actor of an opposite school, if he be a thorough artist, is more certain of producing startling effects. He stands unmoved amidst the boisterous seas, the whirlwinds of passion swelling about him. He exercises perfect command over the emotions of the audience, seems to hold their heartstrings in his hands, to play upon their sympathies as on an instrument, to electrify or subdue his hearers by an effort of volition. But not a pulse in his own frame beats more rapidly than its wont. His personations are cut of marble. They are grand, sublime, but no heart throbs within the lifelike sculpture. Such was the school of the great Talma. This absolute power over others, combined with perfect self-command, is pronounced by a certain class of critics the perfection of dramatic art. I have acted with distinguished tragedians who, after some magnificent burst of pathos which seemed wrung from the innermost depths of the soul, while the audience were deafening themselves and us with their frantic applause, quietly turned to their brethren with a comical grimace, and muttered few words of satirical humor that caused an irresistible burst of laughter. Heads were turned away and handkerchiefs stuffed into mouths, but the star of the goodly company stood wrapped in unconsciousness, very touching to the audience, but particularly trying to the convulsed actors. This singular faculty of keeping a stage existence totally distinct from the actor's own personality has many times been ludicrously exhibited to me. I mention an illustrative occasion. I was fulfilling an engagement in one of the English provincial towns. The play was The Stranger. An old established favorite of that audience enacted the stranger, and with considerable power. It was the first night this gentleman had assumed an opposite character to me. We had never exchanged words except a courteous good morning when we met at rehearsal, and a good evening that night. The play had made a deep impression upon the audience. During the fifth act, when Mrs. Holler implores her injured husband to allow her to behold her children once more, the sound of weeping throughout the house was distinctly audible upon the stage. Mrs. Holler had just spoken the words, "Let me kiss the features of their father in his babes, and I will kneel to you, and part with them forever." The stranger turned to raise me from my knees, and, as he did so, whispered in the most lachrymose voice, "Poor things, they want umbrellas in front." Then, in precisely the same tone, he uttered aloud the words of his part, "Willingly, Adelaide. I have dispatched a servant for them to the neighboring village. He should be back by this time. When he arrives, they shall be conducted to the castle. They may remain with you until daybreak. Then they must go with me." The sobs of the audience increased. In the same tone of deep anguish, the stranger murmured as he again leaned over me, "It's raining so fast in the boxes that those poor fellows in the pit will catch their death of cold. I'd better send umbrellas around." Not a muscle of his countenance changed. His face retained its heartbroken expression, and he sadly and deliberately wiped the supposed tears from his eyes. I had no such control over my risible propensities. I could only bury my face in my handkerchief, but fortunately the laughter, which I could not suppress, had a hysterical sound not inappropriate to Miss Holler. No amount of study or discipline could have enabled me to belong to the grand and passionless school. I never succeeded in stirring the hearts of others unless I was deeply affected myself. The putting off of self-consciousness was, with me, the first imperative element of success. Yet I agree with those who maintain that the highest school of art is that in which the actor, Prospero-like, raises or stills tempestuous waves by the magical force of his will, produces and controls, without sharing, the emotions of his audience. The anecdote I have just related is not the only ludicrous one associated in my mind with the play of The Stranger. An amusing incident occurs one night during the play's representation in Savannah. I was informed at rehearsal that two children who usually appeared as Mrs. Holler's forsaken little ones were ill. No other children could be obtained, yet children were indispensable adjuncts in the last scene. The play could not be changed at such hasty notice. What could be done? I was walking up and down behind scenes, very much annoyed and wondering how the difficulty could be overcome, when the person who temporarily officiated as my dressing maid accosted me. She was an exceedingly pretty mulatto girl. She saw I was distressed without the absent children, and, with a great deal of hesitation, offered to supply the deficiency. I brightened at the prospective deliverance from our dilemma, and, telling her that I would be much obliged, inquired to whom the children belonged. "They're mine, ma'am," she answered timidly. "I have a couple of pretty little ones very much at your service." "Yours?" I answered, aghast at the information. "Yours? Why, Mrs. Holler's children are supposed to be white. I'm afraid yours won't very readily pass for mine." And I could hardly help laughing at the supposition. The young woman took my distressed merriment good-naturedly and replied, "Oh, my children are not very black, seeing how their father is altogether white." "Do you really think they would pass for white children?" "Why, the little girl has blue eyes, and they both have hair nearly as light as yours. Then you might powder them up a bit if you thought best." I sent for her children. They were really lovely little creatures, with clear, cream-colored complexions and hair that fell in showers of waving ringlets. I decided at once that they would do, and told her to bring them at night in their prettiest dresses, to which I would add the needful additions. The children do not make their appearance until the last act. After retouching their toilettes and instructing them in what they had to do, and feeding them with sugar plums, I told their mother to make them a bed with shawls in the corner of my dressing room. She did so, and they slept quietly through 4 acts of the play. We gently awakened them for the 5th act, but their sleep was too thoroughly in the deep, sweet slumber of happy childhood to be dispelled. With great difficulty I made them comprehend where they were and what they must do. Even a fresh supply of sugar plums failed to entirely arouse them. The sleepy heads would drop upon their pretty round shoulders, and they devoured the bonbons with closed eyes. The curtain had risen, and the children must appear upon the stage. I led them to the wing and gave them in charge of Frances. Frances walked on the stage, holding a child in each hand. The trio had hardly made their appearance when the little girl, thoroughly awakened by the dazzling light, gave one frightened look at the audience, broke away from Frances, and, shrieking loudly, rushed up and down the stage, trying to find some avenue through which she could escape. The audience shouted with laughter, and the galleries applauded the sport. The poor little girl grew more and more bewildered. Frances pursued her, dragging her brother after him. The unexpected exercise added to his sister's continued cries and alarmed the little boy. He screamed in concert, and after some desperate struggles obtained his liberty. Frances had now both children to chase about the stage. The boy he soon captured and caught up under his arm, continuing his flight after the girl. She was finally secured. The children, according to the stage direction, are to be taken through a little cottage door on the left of the stage. Francis, panting with his exertions, dragged them to the door, which he pushed open with his foot. The struggling children looked in terror at the cottage. They fancied it was the guard-house, in which colored persons are liable to be confined if they are found in the streets after a certain hour without a pass. Clinging to Frances, they cried out together, "Oh, don't put me in the guard-house! Don't put me in the guard-house!" The accent peculiar to their race and the allusion to the guard-house at once betrayed to the audience their parentage. The whole house broke forth in an uproar of merriment. Frances disappeared, but the audience could not be quieted. I was suffering not a little at the contemplated impossibility of producing the children at the end of the play, but nobody cared to listen to another line. Mrs. Holler's colored children had unceremoniously destroyed every vestige of illusion. I made my supplication to kiss the features of the father in his babes in the most suppressed tone possible, yet the request produced a fresh burst of laughter. We hurried the play to a close. The entrance of the children and the excitement produced by the parents by their presence we left to the imagination of the spectators. The play ended without the reappearance of the juvenile unfortunates. A few evenings previous to this comical incident, another of a precisely opposite character took place in Charleston. The play was the same. I mention the anecdote because the morality of the stranger is by many persons considered dubious. I think this relation proves that in a mixed audience there are sometimes beings upon whom the representation of Corbusi's condemned play may have a beneficial influence. I was delivering the speech in which Mrs. Hollers confesses her crime. The audience were startled by a sudden shriek. The very sound proclaimed that it had been wrung involuntarily from some conscience-stricken heart. A confusion in the dress circle ensued. Then followed hysterical sobs and screams, and a lady was carried by her friends from the theater. The next morning a gentleman called upon me and related the history of the lady, whose agitation had disturbed the equanimity of the audience. She was taken home in a state of excitement bordering on frenzy, and confessed that she had been on the eve of bringing herself the lifelong miseries endured by Mrs. Holler. I do not feel at liberty to dwell upon the particulars of the story, but the sequel proved that the representation of the stranger was instrumental in saving at least one frail being from becoming like the stars that fall to rise no more. Our engagement in Charleston, during this my first season on the stage, was of long duration, and was followed by a succession of prosperous re-engagements. The theater was under the able management of Mr. Forbes. I became very much attached to this warm Southern audience. When we were about to leave, I was solicited to deliver an address to the Charleston Volunteers in commemoration of their departure from Mexico. I think they were styled the Palmetto Guard. The occasion has left a deep impression on my memory. The stage represented the signing of the Declaration of Independence. The figures of the signers were startlingly lifelike and stood apart every one from the other. Amongst them was my mother's grandfather, Francis Lewis. As the curtain rose, the Star-Spangled Banner was sung by the company. They retired at its close, and I came forward from the back of the scene, passed in and out amongst the fathers of our country, until I stood in the center. The address by J. A. Requer, Esquire, was a stirring production. At the lines, "Remember the deeds that your sires have done. Remember the worship your sires have won. Remember the present must soon be a past. And strike like your sires, they struck to the last." When I pointed to the glorious host so admirably represented around me, the excited volunteers started simultaneously from their seats. It was long before their hurricane of responsive cheers would permit the address to proceed. In less than a week they departed, at the call of their country, on that expedition from which so few of the brave soldiers returned. In the words of the address, her voice bade them come with the steel and the targe, to stand at the onset and strike at the charge. And perhaps some of them remembered the assurance and the prayers of women, "Shall watch o'er ye now, her myrtle shall blossom, a braid on your brow, and her tears shall be brighter, her blushes more sweet, to emblazon success or to soften defeat." Our engagement in Savannah was also under the management of Mr. Forbes. It was one upon which I look back with unmingled pleasure. At its close, a committee of gentlemen, formed of the most distinguished residents, gave us a magnificent entertainment in token of their esteem. I record with, I hope, a justifiable pride, the following extract from their note of invitation. "We take this method of at once expressing our thanks for the exquisite enjoyment you have afforded us in your various personations, and our high respect for you personally. A lady of your character and attainment elevates and adorns the stage, and we have no doubt that your influence will be widely felt in purifying it from the abuses which sometimes mar its beauties, and that you will cause it to perform its proper task, to raise the genius and to mend the heart. Accept, madam, the assurance of our most distinguished regard, and believe that in no city will you have more ardent admirers and warmer friends than ours." Fashion was produced at Charleston and afterwards at Mobile and New Orleans, with its usual good fortune. To be forced to enact the walking lady character of Gertrude was a severe punishment. To escape its infliction, I always withheld the production of the comedy until the solicitations of the public and the managers left me no alternative. Could I have foreseen at the time the play was written that I should be induced to enter the profession, I would have been careful to create a character which I could embody with pleasure. Yet it was a very few months after Fashion first appeared that I made my own debut. The public continued to entertain a strong desire that I should be supported upon the stage by one of my own countrymen. A committee of gentlemen waited upon Mr. Mowat in New Orleans to request that some arrangement might be entered into with Mr. Murdoch to play opposite characters with me. Our contract with Mr. C. prevented the gratification of these gentlemen's wishes. I proposed that we should select plays in which Mr. Murdoch and Mr. C. could both appear in parts of equal importance. An attempt was made to carry out the suggestion, but only one or two plays could be agreed upon, and the idea was necessarily abandoned. One amongst the many appearances in the profession which are misunderstood by the public is the relationship which exists between actor and actor. The world in general cannot readily comprehend the total absence of all personal affinity and at times of all amicable feeling between them. When an audience are in the habit of seeing two persons frequently represent the characters of romantic lovers, enthusiastic husband and wife, or devoted father and daughter, they imagine some degree of attachment must spring up between the parties, that the gentleman entertains at least warm admiration for the lady. But in reality, performers are constantly placed in the most affectionate stage relationships towards those whom they personally detest. The bitterest enemies enact Damien and Pythias with a fervor that cheats spectators into the belief that some bond must draw them intimately together in the walks of private life. It is related of an actress who lived unhappily with her husband that she delighted in personating the lover Belvidera to his Jafar, because it gave her an opportunity of inflicting certain feminine punishments upon him during the apparently tender embraces of the Venetian pair. I have faith in the story. In the course of one long engagement, I nightly enacted the betrothed, the wife or the daughter of a gentleman with whom Mr. Mowat was at variance, and to whom I never spoke. Any needful communication at rehearsal was addressed to the prompter. At night before the audience, he was the most impassioned of knights, and I was the tenderest of lady loves. But one single step without the magic circle of the footlights, and we were utter strangers. Nor was this coolness the subject of surprise or remark behind the scenes. It was an everyday occurrence in all theaters. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kelly Taylor. My engagements for the first year concluded at New Orleans. Our contract with Mr. C., which then came an end, was not renewed. Edward L. Davenport of Boston was strongly recommended to Mr. Mowat by old and leading members of the profession. His high moral character, his unassuming and gentlemanlike manners, his wonderful versatility and indisputable talents caused him to be selected as a person who was to travel with us during my second year upon the stage. Upon this selection, every succeeding month and year gave us new cause for congratulation. The prominent position he has since won upon the English stage, and the honors he has received from the fastidious English audiences, are just reward of intrinsic but most unostentatious merit. The American public were doubly satisfied with the choice made of a professional associate, because Mr. Davenport is a countryman. We commenced our theatrical tour at Buffalo and made the whole circuit of the United States. Another prosperous year crowned our exertions. Our engagements had but one interruption. That was occasioned by an accident I unfortunately met with while performing in Baltimore. The play was The Honeymoon, in 3 acts. Juliana has several rapid changes of costume to effect. When I left the stage to dress for the last time, I darted off at full speed towards my dressing room. The lights behind the scenes were unusually dim. A sofa had carelessly been left in one of the passages. Some tired carpenter was stretched upon it in an attitude which Dickens would have described as peculiarly American. His feet protruded over one arm of the sofa in somewhat more elevated position than his head. My flight brought me suddenly in contact with a pair of heavy boots. The blow received was so severe that I staggered back and fell. I had not time to think whether or not I was injured. An actor is always impressed with the conviction that he has no right to private sufferings or emotions during a performance. I dressed hastily and returned to the stage. The instant I began to speak, I experienced a choking sensation, and it was with difficulty that I could give utterance to the necessary words. I struggled on until the middle of the scene, and then was forced to whisper to Mr. Davenport, who enacted the Duke, "Cut the scene. I can't speak." He imagined that I was suddenly taken ill and did a cut the scene. We both, in stage parlance, came to cues, most remorselessly mangling the author. The play, nevertheless, seemed interminable, and when it ended I was forced to respond to the call before the curtain, though it was with some difficulty that I could stand. We had scarcely reached home when the effect of the blow became apparent. A blood vessel had been ruptured, and I was nearly suffocated with the sanguineous stream that poured from my lips. According to my physician's opinion, the rupture took place at the time the blow was received, and I had been enabled to keep back the evidence of the injury through a strong effort of will. This is only one of the myriad instances that could be given to prove what an actor can endure under the excitement of representation. I was, of course, unable to conclude my engagement, but this was the first I had ever broken. For a few days it was supposed that the injury was serious, but through the help of a vigorous constitution it proved otherwise. In a fortnight I was able to travel to Boston and appear as Juliet, a part which requires a superabundant amount of physical strength. Early in the autumn of this second year we commenced our journey south. We acted in all the principal theaters until we reached Macon, on our way to Mobile. No theater had yet been erected there, and we were solicited to give readings. I read one night to a full audience, and Mr. Davenport diversified the entertainment with songs. In Columbus we devoted another night, and another in Montgomery, to readings, intermingled with Mr. Davenport's ballad singing. I greatly preferred the theater to the lecture room, and resolutely refused all solicitations to give a course of readings. In the lecture room I missed the friendly footlights, which form a barrier between the real and the ideal. I longed for the illusion, the self-forgetfulness. On the stage I was somebody else. In the lecture room I could not rise out of myself. Amongst the most agreeable reminiscences of this year are the visits of Henry Clay. We were fulfilling an engagement in New Orleans when he first called upon me. It chanced that my history was well known to him. He took a deep interest in my professional exertions, and his encouragement was not sparingly bestowed. One day he gave me a glowing description of Miss O'Neill's Juliet, especially of the naivete and fervor of her balcony scene. But when he attempted to quote the passages which had impressed him, I could not help laughing involuntarily at his odd deviations from the text. "I dare say I am misquoting," he remarked apologetically. "I never could remember a line of poetry." I had to admit that his version of Juliet differed considerably from the one which popular prejudice had adopted, nor could I flatter him by saying that he improved upon Shakespeare. He then told me that it was a singular fact, and one which had been a subject of regret through his whole life, that he could not by any effort retain verse in his memory. Even if he studied a poem by rote, in a few days the lines would be wholly effaced from the mental tablet on which they had been laboriously written. He related to me an anecdote in painful illustration of this peculiarity. He was making some public address, I think it was a 4th of July oration, during the course of which he purposed quoting the well-known line, "Lives there a man with a soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, 'This is my own, my native land'?" Declaiming warmly, he gave enthusiastic utterance to the line, "Lives there a man with a soul so dead?" But the poet's page suddenly became a blank. He could not remember a word. He paused, then repeated the line with more patriotic ardor than before. He thought the second line would come to him by means of repetition, but it came not. He put his hand to his forehead, trying to think what the man did whose soul was so dead, but the evidence of that individual's torpid essence would not develop itself in meter. For the third line he asked the question emphatically, not to say despairingly, "Lives there a man with a soul so dead?" and must have paused midway in his query, had not a voice from the crowd continued in a stage whisper, "Who never to himself hath said?" The oblivious statesman caught the words and thankfully finished his quotation. He determined in future to ornament his orations with a few of these slippery gems of the poet. Our next engagement took us to Vicksburg, but at its close we rejoined Henry Clay on board of the Alexander Scott. We passed 5 days in this floating palace on our way to Louisville. Henry Clay was cheered whenever we stopped, and answering cheers were sent back from the boat. In these the ladies now and then joined. I was standing beside him when we arrived at Memphis. He turned to me and said, "Have you ever appeared here?" I answered in the negative. "This western Memphis makes more gigantic progress than any town I know. She will be the Queen City of the West by and by. Never pass here again without appearing." I answered that I would not. It was 6 years before I saw Memphis once more, but I kept my word. My appearance was rendered a brief one through sudden indisposition. I remember with regret the improbability that I shall ever stand before a genial Memphis audience again. Henry Clay passed a large portion of his time in the ladies' salon. The bearing of our lofty-minded statesman, though always dignified, was characterized by extremest courtesy to the lowest as well as the highest. He conversed freely upon all subjects, and with the fluency for which he was distinguished. Aged ears played truant with his tales, and younger hearings were quite ravished with his discourse. We were one day discussing Lafayette's visit to this country. Some jocular estimate was made of the number of ladies whom he had affectionately saluted. Clay remarked that kissing was like the presidency. It was not to be sought and not to be declined. The natural inference from this remark was that he would not oppose the wishes of his party if again they offered his name as a presidential candidate. The conclusion did not prove erroneous. He recounted to me a number of anecdotes illustrative of the manner in which his friends demonstrated their grief at the great Whig defeat. Some of the most pathetic of these stories had still a touch of the ludicrous, but he seemed to feel most deeply the manifestations of attachment of which he was the object. Many of the passengers exerted themselves to entertain a fellow traveler whom everyone seemed to treat as his own particular and honored guest, but none contributed so largely to his amusement as Mr. Davenport. He sang comic, patriotic, and sentimental songs, and recited humorous sketches. in which 5 or 6 different characters were personated. One evening he entered the salon disguised as a down east Yankee. I must say, by way of parenthesis, that his Yankee was a stage representative of Yankeeland, a broad but telling caricature of the reality. He wore a red wig, striped pantaloons that maintained a respectable distance from his ankles, a short jacket, and a flame-colored cravat. He carried his hands deeply thrust in his pockets, as though they were an evident inclination to approach his knees. His jog-along gait could only have originated in New England. He was not recognized when he entered the cabin. The passengers supposed him to be some person who had just come aboard. He commenced talking with a nasal intonation in a loud and familiar manner, and asking oceans of questions. He gave Mr. Mowat, who was in on the secret, a nudge, and accosted him with, "Stranger, I hear that's Henry Clay. I guess I'll scrape acquaintance with him, if you'll do the polite thing." Mr. Mowat presented the Yankee gentleman to Mr. Clay. The impudent speeches of a Down-Easter to the best representative of the Republican royalty, as the Yankee designated the statesman, convulsed the passengers with laughter. Mr. Clay joined in the contagious merriment. Dreading that these personalities might give offense, I took occasion to whisper to him the Yankee's history and the name which he inherited from his father. Mr. Clay heartily lent himself to the joke. On the day that we reached Louisville, the passengers requested me to present our eminent countryman with some poetical tribute in commemoration of our journey. I wrote an impromptu song, which was set to music by Mr. Davenport and sung by him when the passengers assembled in the cabin to take farewell of the statesman. Mr. Clay made a point of publicly and very graciously thanking Mr. Davenport for the genuine diversion his talents had afforded us all. He wrote in his pocketbook a few kind and complimentary lines of which the gratified actor might well be proud. We were stepping on shore when Mr. Clay came up to me and said, "I have just been very much touched. You know the owners and officers of this boat are all Democrats, yet they have refused to take any fare from me or my party. I don't know when such a trifling circumstance has moved me so much." The tears were standing in his eyes as he spoke. I received 2 visits from him during the day we were in Louisville. He then traveled to Lexington, and we took the steamboat to Cincinnati. We exchanged several letters after this, and I had many evidences that his interest remained unabated. But we never met again. The next time I visited Louisville, my drawing-room window in the hotel was decked in remembrance of Henry Clay, for his funeral procession was passing through the streets. Mr. Davenport and myself had never appeared in Cincinnati. We were engaged to open the Athenaeum. The manager had nobly determined to banish from this theater all the abuses that degrade the drama. The public gave him their hearty cooperation. No inaugural address had been prepared. I was expected to deliver one, and the manager coolly informed me that he presumed, of course, I would write it myself. It wanted but 2 days of the opening of the theater, and the address had not only to be composed, but committed to memory. It was a well-known fact that an author can remember the language of another person with far greater ease than his own. I accomplished my forced task, and by an emphatic delivery made the most of what I had written, but no applause could compensate me for the nervous miseries incident upon rapid composition, quick study, and the compulsory utterance of one's own consciously crude thoughts. The house was opened under the most propitious auspices. Those were palmy days for the Athenaeum. Re-engagement followed re-engagement, and the seats, there were no boxes, were nightly crowded with a class of the community who had never before been seen within the walls of a theater. Mr. Davenport became an especial favorite. On the day of his departure, he was presented by the young men of the city with a gold watch and chain, the former bearing a complimentary inscription. This engagement closed my second year upon the stage, a year as eminently successful and more replete with happiness than the first. I had gained mental and physical strength, improved in health, and become inured to 1,000 désagréments, the discomfort, and the endless vexation, the unavoidable fatigues of the profession, and I had watched the frown of disapproval slowly melting away from the faces that I loved, and the benignest of smiles dawning in its place. Every actress who gains celebrity is tolerably sure of being courted and feted, inundated with poems, complimentary letters, flowers, rich gifts. These things seem to be the inevitable consequences, I might say the conventional accessories, of her public position. But if her sorrows have taught her to distinguish tinsel from gold, these hollow evidences of mere popularity can afford little real, internal satisfaction. If she has tasted the tree of knowledge of the world, and has been gifted with dearly bought insight into realities, she knows those who lavish these gifts and bestow these favors are oftener actuated by self-love than by love of her. They bow to the rising star because its effulgence is reflected back upon its votaries. This is a bitter lesson for prosperity to teach, but, like other bitters, it possesses restorative virtues. It is the wholesome tonic that reinvigorates the spirit which flatteries debilitate. At the close of this second professional year, Mr. Mowat sailed for Europe to make arrangements with London managers for our appearance in the English metropolis. I returned to that roof where I was most certain of passing peaceful and happy days, my father's. During this summer I wrote Armand, a 5-act drama. The play was engaged by the manager of Park Theatre, and a time fixed for its production before a line had been written. The plot is not strictly historical, but it has some slight historical foundation. The part of Armand was, professionally speaking, measured for Mr. Davenport, and suited to his vigorous and impulsive style of acting. Blanche I designed to personate myself. Every scene, as it was completed, I read aloud to a little circle of feminine critics. They were my sisters, most of whom had been gathered from their scattered homes to greet the one amongst their number who had been for 2 years a wanderer. Their critical acumen was, of course, tempered by considerable leniency, but the critic's prerogative was not wholly abandoned. Sometimes they savagely condemned a situation, or insisted that a passage should not be wholly expunged, and, now and then, they pertinaciously objected to laugh or weep at the expected moment. I generally adopted their suggestions, but, assuming an air of mock dignity, I seldom failed to remind the exulting denunciators that Molière was guided by the opinions of his washerwoman. Mr. Mowat consulted with Mr. Macready. Mr. Macready thought it impolitic for my first appearance to be made in London. The provincial theatres, he said, were the seminaries of the London institutions. If an actor obtained decided celebrity in the provinces, he would, as a matter of course, receive advantageous offers from London managers. Mr. Macready proposed that I should play a round of engagements in the English provinces and wait until my abilities had been fully tested and I had received a summons to London. Mr. Mowat was convinced of the wisdom of his advice and entered into an engagement with Mr. Knowles, manager of the Theatre Royal, Manchester, for the appearance of Mr. Davenport and myself on the 7th of December, 1847. Armand was completed shortly after Mr. Mowat's return to this country and was produced at the Park Theatre September 27, 1847. The Broadway Theatre, then just completed, opened on the same night, and offered a strong counter-attraction. Yet the new play drew a full audience to the park. Mr. Davenport's personation of Armand gained him fresh laurels. I was too nervous and too much tormented with anxieties for the success of the play to embody the character of Blanche to my own satisfaction. But none could know, as I myself knew, how far my representation fell short of my own creation. The success of fashion had prepared the audience to receive Armand with marked favor. As the curtain dropped upon the fifth act, a heavy weight of doubt and responsibility fell from my heart. Judgment had been passed upon the new candidate for popular approval, and I had cause to rejoice at the verdict. The play was acted every night until the close of our engagement. Immediately afterwards, it was produced in Boston and received unequivocal warmth. This Boston engagement was our farewell in America. On the last night, it was my benefit night, the play was Armand, and I appeared upon the stage and listened to a greeting even more than ordinarily enthusiastic. A multitude of recollections suddenly broke upon me, sweeping away my composure in their strong current. Thoughts of my first public appearance, made in Boston, of the varied trials since that day of hope and promise, of the new ordeal through which I was about to pass, of the possibility that I might never stand before this well-beloved audience again, crowded upon my mind with bewildering force. It was the first time since I had become an actress that any personal emotion had gained sufficient mastery to interfere with my interpretation of the character I represented. Tears are unbecoming at all times. Red and swollen eyes, to say nothing of other disfigurements consequent upon weeping, are particularly inappropriate to the joyous May Queen. Mrs. Maywood, who was playing my nurse Babette, as she encircled me with her arms, intermingled her whispered words of consolation with this womanly hint. There are moments when a performer has a magnetic perception of the pulse throbbings of his audience, and know that they beat in unison with his own. I felt that there were answering sympathies around me, and was certain that the red eyes, which my good Babette thought so frightful, would be pardoned. On the 1st of November, 1847, we sailed from Boston for Liverpool, in the Cambria, commanded by Captain Judkins. Mr. Davenport accompanied us. His support had been found so advantageous during his first year that he was engaged for a second. We were, of course, well provided with introductory letters. Henry Clay sent me one to the Earl of Carlisle and another to the American minister, Mr. Bancroft. They were neither mere formal letters of introduction. In the latter, he makes a graceful allusion to the difference of politics between himself and this gentleman. There were subjects of private interest upon which he hoped that their opinions would not be at variance. I quote the concluding portion of the letter in which this was enclosed. "Many, many thanks for the friendly sentiments towards me contained in your letter. A member of my family snatched Evelyn for me to peruse, and owing to that cause and for want of time I have not yet read it. I shall go into it with such partiality for its authoress as to disqualify me as a critic, if otherwise I was, what I happen not to be, a competent judge. May honor, fame, pleasure, and riches be your reward in England, with a happy and safe return to our own dear country." Just before we sailed, I received another letter from Mr. Clay, in which these words occur: "I have read, with much delight, the quotations from Armand. Don't let the duties of actress engross all your time, but leave a fair portion of it for those of the authoress. May God protect, preserve, and prosper you while absent, and bring you back with increased fame and renown. in safety to our dear country. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Autobiography of an Actress by Anna Cora MOWATT. Recording by Kelly Taylor. A succession of violent gales rendered our voyage more than ordinarily perilous. The sight of land gladdened our eyes on the 15th day. On arriving in Liverpool, we found that the Cambria was reported to have been wrecked off Cape Race. The ship lost was the packet Stephen Phillip, with 91 passengers. A portion of our engine was broken during the passage, and we lay still 7 hours while it was repairing. We met no other accident. The stormy voyage brought vividly to mind the terrible recollections of my childhood, the shipwreck and the loss of my young brother. But I was too thoroughly a victim to mal de mer to be susceptible even of fear. We remained a week in Liverpool that I might recover from the effects of this oppressive sea malady, and then left for Manchester. First and firmest among the friends we made in a foreign land were Reverend Mr. S. and his wife. Mr. S. had for many years been pastor of a new church society in Manchester. I pause when I would write of these revered friends, and my mind fills with affectionate and grateful remembrances. I need not here record all the evidences we received of a valuable and energetic friendship. They are registered in a more lasting chronicle, to the pages of which I often turn. Previous to our debut, Mrs. S. entertained undisguised fears that we would receive harsh treatment at the hands of the proverbially caustic Manchester critics. She called upon the most ascetic of the cynical brotherhood to smooth the raven down by interesting him in my history. The experiment was only calculated to render him more uncompromising. In another field she was more successful. Her womanly efforts raised me up an army of defenders amongst the members of her husband's congregation. They were prepared to support me if I betrayed the faintest glimmering of genius. Another anxious friend called upon the theatrical critic of the Manchester Guardian, the leading oracle of the press, and offered to present him to me. The cautious and conscientious critic declined the introduction until after my debut, remarking that a personal acquaintance might prepossess him in my favor and interfere with the justice of his criticism. And of such judges was the tribunal composed before we were to be sifted, scanned, and tested. In such hands were placed distinction's broad and powerful fan, that puffing at all, winnows the light away. If our talents fell short in their fair proportions of some fabulous or imaginary standard, we were to be annihilated by a paragraph, stabbed by a thrust of steel in the form of pens, exterminated by the simoon of a critic's breath. Pleasant auguries these to usher in our career in a land of strangers. The theater was a remarkably beautiful one. The play selected for our debut was, as usual, The Lady of Lyons. Our only rehearsal took place on the day of the performance. We could not but notice the half-sneer that flitted across the faces of the English actors during that rehearsal. They were incredulous as to our abilities, and perhaps not without some cause. Now and then there was a contemptuous intonation in their voices that seemed to rebuke us for presumption. Their shafts hit but hurt not. Our American independence was an Aegeus, from which the arrows fell without producing any effect but merriment. No hand of welcome was extended, no word of encouragement was spoken to the intruding Yankees. We were surrounded by an atmosphere of impenetrable frigidity, And yet there were, no doubt, kind hearts among the doubters, but the stars were transatlantic, and their light was unacknowledged in that hemisphere. Even the subordinates of the theater gave it as their private opinion that these new luminaries would be extinguished without trouble. At night, when the curtain rose upon Pauline, the greeting of the audience said plainly, "Let us see what you can do," and it said nothing more. Claude received the same gracious though promiseless permission. But even that greeting assured us of that downright generous trait in John Bull which makes him the fairest of umpires, even where he is a party to the contest. Once make it plain that he is beaten, as in the case of the trial with the New York yacht, and he will huzza for the victor as vociferously as he would have done for himself had he been on the winning side. Before the fall of the curtain on the fourth act, it was decided that the stars were not to be put out. At the fall of the fifth, they had taken on an honorable place in the theatrical firmament and were allowed to shine with undisputed light. The heartiness of the call before the curtain at the conclusion of the play atoned for the shyness of our reception. Mr. Davenport thanked the audience in a speech eloquent with genuine feeling. And now a marvelous change suddenly took place in the deportment of the actors towards us. There was a making way for the successful candidates to the public favor, a looking up to instead of the looking down on them. Sneers and innuendos were magically converted into smiles and congratulations. There were even speculations afloat concerning the hit that we would make upon the London stage. The debutantes had been as cheerful as could be expected over the distrust and disdain with which they had been treated in the morning, and they were now able to be unaffectedly merry at the equally unlooked-for courtesies lavished upon them at night.